And the robot wasn't the only one who noticed this. Noticing the state of the hammers, Atticus's eyes flashed as he instantly stimulated his fire bloodline. With a flick of his hands, his initial upward swing transformed into a powerful downward strike from above. The robot attempted to block the attack with its failing hammers, but Atticus's katana effortlessly sliced through them, cleaving them into two halves. Before the robot could mount a counterattack, Atticus swiftly activated his water bloodline. His movements became fluid as he seamlessly transitioned the downward strike into a deadly thrust, akin to an unstoppable wave crashing upon the shore. Caught off guard, the robot was unable to defend itself as Atticus's katana pierced through the gem embedded in its head, cleaving through its metallic skull. A resounding clang reverberated through the air as the robot's lifeless form collapsed to the ground, its once golden exterior now devoid of its radiant glow. With its power source damaged beyond repair, the robot's metallic shell reverted to its original silver hue in a matter of seconds. An AI voice instantly sounded. "Congratulations, you win. Would you like to save your data for the next genera?" No, Atticus's rejection was immediate. He didn't even need to think about it. Atticus's chest heaved with each heavy breath as he tried to regain his composure after the grueling battle. The intensity of the fight had taken its toll on him, leaving him drained both physically and mentally. Releasing a deep exhale, Atticus sheathed his katana, its vibration slowly subsiding as the adrenaline of battle began to fade. A chuckle escaped his lips as he addressed his weapon. All right, the battle is over. Settle down now." But to his surprise, the katana continued to vibrate with even more fervor, its excitement palpable, like a hyperactive puppy eager for attention. Shaking his head with a smile, Atticus chose to ignore its antics for the time being. Instead, he directed his gaze towards the defeated robot lying on the ground, his expression shifting into one of deep contemplation. "Currently, although I'm not sure about the others, I guess it's safe to say that I can battle a master rank person if I should use everything in my arsenal. The only problem is..." Atticus turned his gaze upwards, his eyes landing on the bright light lighting up the room. It was at a major disadvantage and it still posed a huge problem, Atticus couldn't help but wonder. It was quite obvious that the Stellaris family members would be way stronger if they had access to the sun. But Atticus had taken that access away from the robot. What would happen if he should fight it under the sun? Let's find out. Atticus sat down cross-legged on the floor and closed his eyes, entering a deep state of meditation. He took in deep breaths as he tried to regain his stamina. He also absorbed mana into his core during this time, trying to replenish his lost mana. After about 30 minutes, when he felt completely okay, Atticus stood up from his seated position and approached the interface on the wall. With a few clicks, Atticus changed the lighting of the room and replaced it with sunlight. Then he chose the same robot data again. The robot's form lifelessly stood up and walked over to the platform, and liquid metal immediately encompassed its form. Within seconds, it was as good as new. The robot turned and locked eyes with Atticus, and just as swiftly, Atticus's form immediately jerked as he felt an unimaginable weight press down against him. Atticus staggered, his figure taking a step forward as he tried to stabilize himself. He instantly channeled every single ounce of mana in his body, trying to keep himself from falling. As he regained control, Atticus's gaze shot towards the robot, and he couldn't help but gulp as he saw its current form. Despite the fact that the gem embedded in its head didn't let out any glow, the entirety of the robot's form was glowing with intense amounts of golden light as the rays from the sun all converged around it. The legs and arms of the robot grew in bulk and mass, its height increasing and becoming even more imposing. It was completely incomparable to the last time when it had used the gem's power. A wide grin spread across the metallic lips of the robot, its glowing teeth gleaming in the light. The robot took a step forward, and Atticus immediately took one back instinctively, his hand gravitating towards his katana. But it was a false alarm as the robot simply walked towards one side of the space and stood. Atticus unknowingly released a sigh of relief. "This is crazy," he couldn't help but comment. The differences were outstanding, completely incomparable. It was as though he had fought the lower version of Jared before, and this was his real self. Can I win? Atticus wondered. Just standing alone in its presence was taking a lot out of him. He couldn't even begin to imagine how strong it would be now. Atticus reset the environment to its original state. I better use everything, he decided. Atticus walked over and stood on the other side, facing the robot. He instantly felt the imposing weight of the robot pressing down on him. Atticus took a deep breath and exhaled in the next instant. Then he slowly unsheathed his katana, its form gleaming and vibrating, as though it couldn't wait to be unleashed. Then, Atticus simultaneously unleashed aerokinesis and the burst at the same time, and his form was immediately enveloped in an intense red glow as his speed and perception increased to unimaginable heights. Atticus felt invincible, as though he could do anything. His eyes blazed as he locked gazes with the robots, and then, they both moved. In a few intense hours, the brown earthen terrain had completely transformed into a charred black landscape. Only two figures were currently present. The first, with white hair and blue eyes that had slightly lost its glow, lay on the charred earth while facing upwards. His form was completely battered, his clothes burnt beyond recognition, leaving some of his skin charred. While the second had its form bathed in a golden glow, stood directly over the first figure. The first figure was Atticus, and he currently had his eyes wide open as he gazed at the massive hammer that was suspended inches away from his face. Atticus didn't even need to realize it, as an AI voice instantly sounded. You lost. During the past hour, what Atticus had just learned was something many in the human domain were already well aware of. Never battle a member of the Stellaris family when the sun is high up in the sky. Atticus lay on the ground, his eyes wide open as he gazed at the massive hammer that was suspended inches away from his face. If it had been just a few inches lower, Atticus would have had his head crushed. As soon as the AI voice sounded, the massive golden form of the robot, which currently looked like the embodiment of the sun god, lifted the massive golden hammer away from Atticus's face effortlessly and stood up straight. The large smile on its face remained unchanged as it walked away from Atticus and went to stand on one side of the space. The golden glow surrounding its body dimmed until it regained its silver color, its massive hammer fading away into the air. Atticus breathed heavily, his chest heaving upwards and downwards as he desperately tried to catch his breath. The battle had been far too intense. The katana kept on vibrating intensely, its sharp end pointed at the robot standing a few meters away. It was clear it wanted nothing more than to rip it to pieces, but unfortunately its user was finding it hard to lift up a finger right now. After a few minutes, Atticus released a large exhale and sat up straight, this small action sending a whole wave of pain through his form. Atticus winced. It's been a long while, Atticus thought with a small chuckle. The only time he ever ended up this beaten up was when he was training with Magnus. Atticus couldn't help but miss it a little bit. But at the next instant of having this thought, Atticus shivered. Magnus was even more brutal than the robot. Atticus was thoroughly exhausted. So exhausted that he would rather not use the little stamina he had left to control the water element and heal himself. So Atticus decided to use something he hadn't used in a long time. He channeled the little amounts of mana he had left into his space ring, and in the next instant, a small vial filled to the brim with a light green liquid appeared in his right hand, and he instantly drank its contents. Atticus immediately felt an unimaginable amount of refreshing feeling assault his body, streaming into each of his veins. His body felt slightly ticklish as his blisters, burns, and other injuries he acquired during the battle healed at a fast rate. What Atticus had just drank was one of the highest grades of healing potion that was available to them in the first year. He had bought it from the Academy store. This was one of the things he bought during where he had a massive amount of points but nowhere to spend it. Good days, Atticus murmured. Atticus focused and brought out two more vials filled to the brim with sky blue and deep green liquid. These were mana recovery potion and fatigue recovery potion. It was the first time he was drinking these two potions as he had never found any need to. His passive recovery had always been enough, even when training with mana. Plus, he would be able to improve more if he didn't use these potions. Upon drinking them, he felt his mana recovering at a very fast rate compared to when he was idly trying to recover it or even when he meditated and absorbed mana. He also felt his fatigue melting as he gradually started regaining his strength. After more than a minute, Atticus finally felt completely good. He stood up slowly from his seated position, his intense gaze focusing on the form of the robot standing a few meters away from him. Damn, Atticus couldn't help but mutter. He had tried everything in his repertoire during the battle. Even his first and second katana arts weren't excluded, and yet he had still lost badly. It's like they have an unlimited supply of energy, Atticus mused. During the battle, Atticus didn't once see the robot low on energy or fatigued. With his keen senses, there was simply no way he would miss something like that. If he didn't see it, then it didn't happen. Atticus had that much confidence in himself. Contrary to the robot's current flawless form, Atticus had inflicted a great amount of damage and attacks on it, but despite all his suffering, at the end, the robot would simply heal them as though they were scratches. It was as if they could use the energy from the sun to augment, heal, and replenish their stamina. Its regeneration capabilities were endless, its energy endless, stamina endless. Atticus's defeat was completely inevitable even if he had used everything he had. Atticus checked the time on his artifact and seeing that the time had gone and it was already late, he released a deep breath and decided to call it a day. Atticus gave the robot a long, cold look before shutting down the program, and after triple checking if his data had truly been deleted, he left the training room. The camp was already dark by the time he finished, but there were still a lot of students strolling about the campgrounds. Atticus walking through the camp had always drawn attention, but this was usually one of respect and reverence. There was only one thing on the students' faces as Atticus walked by each of them, complete and absolute shock. There was no one amongst them who wouldn't be utterly shocked if they saw Atticus's current form. He actually got injured. It seemed so absurd that such a thing was possible. The Atticus they knew, the same white-haired devil, was reduced to this state. It was too much to bear. Shit. I forgot to change my clothes, Atticus thought. Although his body had completely healed, his clothes were still burned and charred black. Atticus released a short sigh. I guess there's no helping it. He ignored the curious gazes that tried to bore into him and continued walking. After a few seconds, Atticus got to his destination, his gaze facing upwards and gazing at the form of the imposing mansion. Atticus practically had no luggage. Everything he owned was kept in his space ring, so he didn't need to pack anything. He walked past the grand gate of the mansion and made his way into the mansion. Luckily, he hadn't met anyone on the way. Atticus entered the room he had chosen earlier, the room beside Aurora's. Aurora had chosen the biggest room, not that Atticus minded. His was still very spacious and filled with lots of luxuries, it was more than enough for him. Atticus instantly entered the bathroom and had a hot, steamy shower for a long while. After a few long minutes, he finally stepped out of the bathroom, and his gaze instantly landed on the tray of food on the table. Atticus smiled warmly at this scene. This girl, there was only one person he knew would do something like this. She must have heard me enter, Atticus thought with a smile. Unlike the barracks, the mansion rooms were a bit more free. The inhabitants of the mansion could enter each other's rooms as long as the owner didn't lock the room. Atticus changed into comfortable clothes and approached the table by the side. He asked down and immediately started eating the food. After a few minutes, he was done, and he instantly lay down on the king-sized mattress after making sure to change the sheets. He had no idea what might have occurred. Feeling how soft the mattress was, he could instinctively feel how good his sleep was going to be. His lips curled up into a satisfied grin as he adjusted himself on the bed. He was excited for tomorrow. Tomorrow, he was going to see a particular purple-haired girl after 2 days of not seeing each other, and he was going to awaken an overpowered element. Atticus closed his eyes and immediately entered a deep sleep. The next day happened in an instant, and Atticus, as per his usual routine, woke up very early. However, the routine he had religiously followed over the course of the month was broken as instead of heading to the caves to train, Atticus opted for the advanced training room. The mana density and the powerful robots he could fight in the advanced training room were way more beneficial to him in the long run. Just like the day before, Atticus chose to battle with the copy of Jared at master rank, while the sun was up once again. And just like the last time, Atticus had completely gotten his ass whipped, his battered form sprawled on the floor. After training in the morning, this time around, Atticus didn't drink any potions. This was going to be his new routine, and he wanted to gain everything from it. And because of this, he had to spend more time inside the training room in order to recover. Atticus went back to his room after recovering from the brutal beatings, but not before changing his clothes first in order to avoid what happened yesterday from repeating itself. After having his bath, he came out of his room and met Aurora already waiting for him. Food? Atticus asked with a smile. Aurora nodded while holding her small tummy, then turned the next instant and started walking away. Atticus followed, and after a few minutes, they had their breakfast and went towards the terminal to wait to get teleported to class. The gazes of the other youths once again bore into him, each of them wondering why he had ended up in that form yesterday. But he ignored all of them, and as soon as the terminal lit up, Atticus gave the others a quick nod and entered the golden light. After a few seconds, Atticus found himself inside the pristine white room. He instantly headed out of the room, and his lips couldn't help but curl up into a warm smile as he saw Zoe standing in front of his door with a small smile. Still as breathtaking as ever, Zoe's smile was small, and yet, Atticus still had issues stopping his heart from racing anytime he saw this same smile. This is all I need. Zoe's small, beautiful curled up lips were all Atticus needed to push him through any tough day and brighten up his mood. Hey, Atticus greeted with a charming smile as he stepped out of the room and approached her. Hey, Zoe responded with a smile of her own. They had both gotten closer over the past month, and while it hadn't completely dropped, there were fewer boundaries compared to the first time they met. Just as Atticus was about to speak, he suddenly noticed a presence by the side. He turned his gaze to the side to see Kale staring at both of them with his characteristic expressionless face. Kale turned towards Zoe and gave her a nod, then he turned back towards Atticus and spoke, his voice neutral, I will head to class first, and without waiting for a response, he gave a short nod, turned, and started walking away. Atticus stared at Kale's retreating figure, a smile playing on his lips as he shook his head. Every time Atticus turned his gaze back towards Zoe, his charming smile back on his lips. You look beautiful, Atticus complimented. But instead of the familiar scene of Zoe blushing, instead, you've started again, Atticus was met with Zoe's deadpan expression. PFF'd, Atticus broke into a short fit of laughter. Well, you can't blame me. You are beautiful. Atticus put a lot of emphasis on the last three words while staring directly at Zoe. But just as he finished speaking, he instantly bent his head forward, evading Zoe's gentle slap on his head from behind. Your flattery won't work on me this time. Zoe's squeaky scream rang out, causing Atticus to take a step back and begin another fit of laughter. Zoe clicked her tongue at the fact that she had failed to hit his head. She folded her hands on her chest the next instant and turned to face the side, feigning ignorance as though she didn't care about anything he said. Atticus released a few more chuckles while looking at her. Despite how much she tried to hide it, the faint blush at the back of her ears was hard to miss. Despite how much she tried to hide it, the faint blush at the back of her ears was hard to miss, especially with his crazy high perception. So how was your division battle? Atticus suddenly asked. He decided to change the topic because he knew well enough what would happen if he continued teasing her. Just like him, every other first year had also battled each other. The tension in the classroom would definitely be intense, Atticus couldn't help but comment. The top 100 first years had battled each other. They were all in the same class, so seeing the person who was basically the cause of your loss would anger many. With the winner and loser both in the same class, confrontations would most definitely happen. The academy sure is cruel. It was very obvious that many of them would be dissatisfied with themselves, and this particular set of people would most definitely cause fights to happen. Hearing Atticus's question, Zoe stopped her brooding and turned to face him, her face showing a trace of reluctance. It was easy. She paused when she got to the last word, as though she was trying to find the right word to use. Ooh, Atticus hailed, Miss Rank 1, he teased while softly hitting Zoe on the arm. But in the next instance, Atticus raised his hands up in surrender as he saw the intense stare Zoe had just shot him. Alright, I'll stop, I promise, Atticus recanted. Better, Zoe said curtly, causing Atticus to chuckle slightly in response. I guess mine was also pretty easy. We only had to attack Thea. Just as Zoe was listening to what Atticus was saying, her attention was suddenly taken away by an extremely cute sigh that sounded in her head. Zoe didn't even need to ponder about who had made that sound, there was only one person who could do that. What's wrong with you, Lumi? Zoe inwardly asked her cute, petite spirit. Lumindra didn't respond for a second, releasing another sigh in the next moment before responding. Oh, it's nothing. Don't mind this poor spirit, Lumindra said in a very sad tone. Hearing such a cute voice sounding sad would definitely earn the pity of anyone who heard it, making them want to do anything to make her feel better, but by now Zoe was already far too used to this petite spirit of hers. Zoe inwardly rolled her eyes, releasing an exhale. Her spirit was just so dramatic. Lumi, I'm giving you a chance to speak now, don't you dare. Before Zoe could finish speaking, Lumindra's cute voice rang out, interrupting her. Oh, shut up. Both of you have been talking for a month now and you haven't even kissed. Not even a freaking peck. This has to be the slowest romance in the history of Eldoralf. What are you? 5. Lumindra's angry voice rang out, increasing in intensity as she spoke. But it's not my fault. Zoe instantly defended herself, her tone becoming soft as she continued, he hasn't made any more moves after then. That's because you refused the poor boy when he mustered up his courage and tried the first time. Of course he'd be reluctant to try again. Lumi accused, and in the next instant, she suddenly suggested, her non-existent lips curling up into a smile. You're going to have to be the one to make the move, Zoe, Lumindra said firmly. It was clear in her tone that she wasn't joking. But who was she speaking to? What? Zoe had been so shocked by Lumindra's suggestion that she slipped and unintentionally screamed out loud. Then she suddenly realized where she was and instantly covered her mouth with her hands as though trying to take back her slip-up. She turned and saw Atticus staring at her confusedly. Are you okay? Atticus asked worriedly. Zoe cutely cleared her throat, putting down her hands and trying to regain her composure. She responded, I'm fine, sorry about that. But seeing that Atticus continued staring at her with a raised eyebrow, clearly not believing her lie, Zoe nervously took her gaze away and started walking through the hallway. Atticus stared at her retreating figure, his face still filled with confusion, wondering what was going through her mind. Seeing that she kept walking with no indication of stopping, Atticus snapped out of his thoughts and quickly followed, catching up to her in a few seconds. After that, Atticus once again decided to change the topic despite suspecting that there was something going on in her mind. He continued his talk about the division battle, with Zoe also adding her own input as they walked, while also trying her very best to silence a particular petite fairy who wouldn't stop laughing. After a few minutes, they both finally got to the front of the classroom. As soon as the door parted open for them, Atticus could already feel the intense tension in the room, but both he and Zoe completely ignored it as they entered the classroom together, their collective gazes neutral. The soft chatter, angry stares, and even intense arguments that were going on in the classroom were abruptly snuffed out as the breathtaking figures of Atticus and Zoe entered the room. This wasn't the first time they had entered the classroom together. Quite the contrary, for the last 2 weeks, they had been coming to the classroom together. No matter how many times it happened, none of them had ever gotten used to it. And every single time, everything that was happening inside the classroom would always come to an abrupt stop as each of the students turned towards Atticus and Zoe. But neither of their expressions changed. They both continued walking confidently towards their seats, the scene resembling two godly couples walking together. Atticus was already well used to these stares. In all of these days that he had walked in with Zoe, it had always been the same, jealousy. Most of them were practically jealous. Apart from the fact that both of them were basically the most attractive first years in the academy, whether boys or girls, many of them wanted so badly to switch places with either Atticus or Zoe. HMPH, ugly bastard, Lila commented inwardly while subtly looking at Atticus and Zoe. Since the first time that incident had occurred, Lila had always made sure not to stare intensely at Atticus. What's so special about her? She turned her gaze towards Zoe next, scrutinizing her intently for a few seconds. She had no issues staring intently at Zoe. I'm prettier, Lila thought after a second of scrutiny. Apart from Lila, there appeared to be no other Tier 1 students looking at them. In fact, the Tier 1 area appeared calm compared to the rest of the classroom. None of them had fought each other yet, so they were the only ones who had no reason to hate each other, except for the fact that they were competitors. But today, Atticus could notice a slight difference in the gazes of the other students. A particular gray-haired youth with orange eyes sat down on a seat not far away from the last row where the Tier 1 students were seated, his gaze icy as he faced the front. The students sitting beside him, despite some of them still being angry about their losses, each of them wearing frowns on their faces, they couldn't help but gaze at Ias with complete pity. The boy truly was pitiful. Some of them were still on speaking terms, especially with the students they hadn't fought with. And as they got to class, these particular students had asked who Ias had fought with. As soon as Ias narrated his traumatic experience, all of them involuntarily shuddered. He was even more powerful than they had imagined. After a few minutes of absorbing the story, their shocked looks turned into ones of pity. Ius was angry. He was seething, but despite this, his gaze remained focused at the front. Others might want to look at Atticus with anger and hate, but Ius was glad that he wasn't stupid. After personally witnessing what Atticus was capable of, he would truly have to be stupid to start something with him. Ius's traumatic experience had spread throughout the class already, and with the gazes they were all using to look at Atticus, it was obvious that Atticus had been tagged as untouchable. Atticus and Zoe found their seats after a few seconds, with Atticus giving Cale a nod as he sat down beside him. Not long after, Isabella, with her professional gait, walked into the classroom, the soft murmurs and clatters coming to an abrupt stop. Isabella walked to the middle of the classroom and faced the students. She instantly noticed the downcast expressions on each of their faces. Isabella sighed softly. How bothersome. She knew that she had to do something. She couldn't teach them like this, so she decided to address them before they began the class. Congratulations on completing your second division war. I know many of you, especially the students who lost in the battles, are currently feeling bad. Isabella's words made some of them clench their fists and lower their heads as they were reminded of their loss. But Isabella ignored them and continued. But I just want you to know one thing. The division wars occur on a monthly basis, which means you still have 10 more chances to make a comeback. Feeling sad and brooding now instead of trying to get stronger and improve will be the greatest mistake you could ever make in your life, Isabella said firmly. The students with their heads lowered and sad looks turned to face upwards, their eyes burning with determination. Isabella's words had resonated within them. She was right. They all still had 10 more chances to make a comeback. As long as they worked hard and weren't as gravely unlucky as Ius, then everything should turn out okay. Seeing that each of them got pumped, Isabella smiled satisfactorily. Hey, looks like I still got it. Isabella pretended as though she wanted to look at each of the students in order to check the expression of a particular white-haired boy, and upon seeing the expressionless look on his face, Isabella sighed. Of course you don't care. You're the one making them lose hope in the first place. Isabella subtly shook her head and decided to start teaching the class. After 5 intense hours, Isabella ended the class and immediately left the room after a subtle look at Atticus. As soon as she left, Atticus instantly turned toward Zoe on his left, and before the latter could even react, Atticus moved at a speed she found it hard to follow and suddenly landed a peck on her cheek, shocking the living daylights out of her as her form froze. I have an important training today, so I'll have to go first, Atticus quickly said with a sheepish smile on his face. Without even waiting for a response, he swiftly nodded his goodbye to Cale and instantly left the classroom. Zoe hadn't even registered anything that Atticus had said, her hands moving slowly to touch the spot where Atticus had just kissed. One could only imagine how shocked she currently was. But then again, despite what many would think, Zoe wasn't the most shocked about Atticus's actions, it was 100% the students. What did this mean? Were the both of them dating already? The boys in the class were the most visibly shocked as each of them opened their mouths wide. There was not a single one of them who currently didn't want to be in Atticus's shoes. As the first years started seeing Atticus together with Zoe, many of them had initially thought it was okay to approach. But Zoe had always shut them down with her icy stare before they could even speak. They each couldn't help but mutter, "Lucky bastard. To think he would be able to kiss that goddess." Many of them still couldn't believe what they had just witnessed. And this feeling got even worse as Zoe touched the spot Atticus had kissed her on her cheek. Why was she touching her cheek as if she actually enjoyed the kiss? Atta boy. That's what we call a man right there. Lumindra's excited voice rang out as she continuously kept on giggling happily. But as sudden as she spoke, she abruptly clicked her tongue, clearly not satisfied about something. Tisk. But he should have gone for the lips. Fucking virgins, she added with a click of her tongue. Zoe didn't even respond to Lumindra's ramblings. She had absolutely no expression on her flawless face as she kept on touching the spot Atticus had just kissed. After a few seconds, with every single one of the students' eyes focused on her, Zoe suddenly stood up from her seat and started walking out of the classroom, her expression not once changing. The smell of something burning suddenly filled Lila's nostrils as she too watched with narrowed eyes as Zoe walked out of the room. She immediately traced the smell towards the seat beside Eldrick and Islan, and she couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as she saw steam coming out from the space. Why is Haya? Lila's gaze shifted towards the person sitting on the seat, her eyes landing on the figure of a particular orange-haired youth, Seraphim Stellaris. Hesha pissed. Lila wondered. The boy was currently gazing at the large screen in front of the class, not relating or looking at anyone in particular. He currently had an expressionless look on his face, and some who didn't know who the real Seraphim Stellaris was might even assume that he was in a good mood, a terrible mistake. If not for the massive amounts of smoke gathering above him, no one, not even Lila, would have suspected that he was angry about something or in a bad mood. Even the ones sitting the closest to him, Eldrick and Islan, had long since turned to focus their gazes on Seraphim, both of their eyes narrowed. Even Harmonic, who hardly cared about anything in the class and always minded his business, also turned to stare at him, curious about what might have gotten him angry. There was only one thing that had just happened. Atticus had kissed Zoe. But they all just couldn't comprehend why that would make him so angry. And before they had time to ponder about the reason, Seraphim suddenly stood up from his seat, the seat having turned into an unrecognizable charred mess. And they all watched as he walked out of the classroom without speaking or looking at anyone. So that's why Lila had always been perceptive, not that much of it was needed in this matter. She had already figured out why he was acting the way he was acting. But her thoughts suddenly shifted to the scene of Atticus kissing Zoe, and she didn't know when her hands clenched into a fist. Dumbass, Lila thought and instantly stood up from her seat and left the classroom. And after a few moments, the rest of the students started streaming out of the classroom, the room became empty in minutes. Atticus moved at a fast pace as he made his way through the hallway, an excited grin playing on his face. He himself knew why he did what he did. This should hopefully progress things further, he thought excitedly. They had both been talking for a month now, and this had been exactly what they had been doing, talking. They hadn't made any attempt to progress their relationship whatsoever. After his first attempt at kissing Zoe, Atticus had been reluctant to try again because of obvious reasons. And from the little he knew of Zoe, Atticus was sure that he would have to be the one to make the move, or they would be stagnant for a century before anything could happen. This was the last thing Atticus wanted. So, he had decided to make his move. Atticus got to the elevator and instantly took it to the floor where the elemental rooms were situated. After a few minutes, Atticus found himself standing in front of the entrance to the rooms. Atticus scanned his artifacts on the small terminal on the wall, swiftly paying for 2 hours. Then he entered the room and instantly headed straight towards the space elemental room at the end of the hall. As soon as Atticus got to the door, he released a pulse from his mana core, and as the door swung open, his form moved at unreal speeds as he deftly avoided the orb-shaped, invisible spatial distortions that threatened to pierce his form. After easily dealing with that test, Atticus swiftly walked through the door, instantly feeling the familiar environment of the space elemental room. Atticus allowed himself to be carried upwards by the unseen forces as he closed his eyes and entered a deep state of meditation. He allowed himself to become completely immersed in the environment, simply allowing his body to drift in the space. This had always been how he trained whenever he came to the space elemental room. He couldn't control nor even feel the space element, even though he was well aware of something enveloping him every time he trained in the room. Atticus remained in this state for more than 1 hour, silently meditating, and then suddenly, Atticus's eyes snapped open. Finally, his thoughts were followed by an intense wave of dizziness that washed over him as he felt a tingling sensation spreading throughout his body. It was as though a dormant spark had been ignited, sending a surge of energy coursing through his veins. Atticus took in a deep breath, and he could immediately feel a deep connection to the palpable force that enveloped his whole form. So this is how the space element really feels, Atticus realized. Despite spending practically 2 hours every day training in the space elemental room, Atticus had never actually felt what space was. Although he knew there was something there, he didn't know exactly what its nature was. But now, it felt like a tingling sensation that seemed to dance across his skin. It was as though he could feel the gravitational pull of the distant stars, the swirling currents of interstellar dust, and the infinite expanse of the cosmos all converging within this singular space. It was both awe-inspiring as it was humbling. Atticus felt small, incredibly small. As though he were a single tiny drop of water in an unending sea. He felt insignificant. Atticus took in another deep breath as he tried to steady his breathing. Regaining his composure in the next instant, he decided to get rid of the unnecessary thoughts and focus on the space element that he had just awakened. Atticus closed his eyes and focused inwardly, allowing himself to surrender to the sensations enveloping him. He felt a profound sense of expansion as if his consciousness was reaching out to touch the farthest reaches of the universe. It was an overwhelming experience, and yet there was a strange sense of familiarity to it, as if tapping into a power that had always been a part of him, lying dormant until now. Atticus stretched out his right arm, and with a slight focus, the air around his arm seemed to distort, his arm leaving afterimages as it moved despite not moving at a fast speed. "This is great," Atticus muttered with a huge grin, his eyes fixed on his moving hand. He had finally awakened the space element. Words could not even begin to describe how happy he was feeling right now. Atticus shook his head, clearing it once more. Now's not the time. He could feel a lot of changes that occurred in his body as soon as he awakened the space bloodline. It was as though the world became slower, or rather, my perception increased, Atticus realized. No, not just that, Atticus couldn't say for sure, but if Astrian had felt what Atticus was currently feeling with this space element, then he shouldn't have lost to him so easily when they had fought back in the Raven camp. Atticus had always wondered if his bloodline made his element special. He was well aware that a bloodline that could make him practically use all the elements was, of course, special in some way, but he felt like it also somehow made his elements better than what the other Ravenstein family members could achieve. Atticus had never had any issues controlling large amounts of the elements before. And he did this so flawlessly that anytime he saw the other Ravenstein youths straining themselves to control what he considered a little amount of the elements, he couldn't help but wonder what was going on. Apart from that fact, Atticus also felt his connection to the elements, despite having multiple, was better than what the rest of the Ravenstein youth could feel, and they only had one element. And now that he had awakened the space element, Atticus felt as though a lot of new things had opened up for him. He experienced a profound shift in his perception of the world around him. As though the boundaries of his awareness expanded, allowing him to not just perceive the physical space that surrounded him but the underlying fabric of reality itself. On a deeper level, just what was space? It represented more than just the void between objects. It embodied the interconnectedness of all things, the flow of energy and information that bound the universe together. But not yet, Atticus thought. He had suddenly gained an important insight into the intricacies of the space element, but Atticus could instinctively feel that he had no access to any of its abilities yet. He wasn't at that level. Of course, I just awakened it. The things I can do with it will be very limited, Atticus realized. It looks like it's the same as when I awakened my other elements. I can only control it within the confines of my body, just as his other elements, the space element, although profoundly different, also followed the same principles. Which means that I can't teleport or even manipulate gravity. As Atticus realized this, his expression couldn't help but turn downcast. These were two abilities that he had most been looking forward to having, and seeing as he couldn't use them for now, he couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Both abilities would need him to have control and manipulate the space element of a certain range, something he currently clearly could not do. Wait, a thought suddenly struck Atticus, akin to a golden light bulb suddenly lighting up in his head. Atticus didn't even try to ponder it again, he instantly put what he just realized to the test. Atticus focused inwardly, feeling the newly added tingling sensation in his veins, each coalescing around a small glowing purple orb that was floating beside other glowing orbs of different colors orbiting around his heart. With a slight focus, Atticus moved a strand of the space element essence from the orb, the purple strand streaming away, moving down towards where a strand of mana was also heading to meet. The space element essence and his mana met in the middle, and Atticus had to focus all his energy to stabilize the mixture. This was all because it was his first time using the space element for the elemental mimicry art. As soon as it became stable, Atticus instantly started moving it around his body in the required way. Atticus immediately experienced a sensation unlike anything he had ever experienced in his life. It felt as though the very fabric of space was being manipulated within him. He felt a tingling sensation spreading out through his limbs as though his entire being was expanding to encompass the vastness of the cosmos. Atticus kept moving the mixture of space essence and mana around his body as required by the art. And after a long while of doing this, Atticus shockingly felt like he was ready for what he wanted to try. Atticus felt as though his body was being stretched and compressed at the same time in ways that defy conventional understanding. It was both exhilarating and disorienting, as if he was on the verge of being torn apart and yet simultaneously connected to everything around him in ways that transcended physical boundaries. Atticus made his form float downwards as he landed on the entrance floor a few seconds later. With him now stable, Atticus turned and gazed at the position in front of him. He instantly felt a surge of energy coursing through his veins as if the very essence of space itself was propelling him forward. With a swift and deliberate motion, Atticus's form stirred instantly, causing ripples of distortion to cascade around him like shimmering waves in a cosmic sea. In the blink of an eye, Atticus suddenly disappeared from his current location, seamlessly transitioning through the fabric of space itself. The world around him blurred into a kaleidoscope of colors and shapes as he traversed the void. With a sensation akin to being pulled by a vortex, Atticus suddenly appeared at his destination. Atticus's lips curled up into a huge grin. This could work, he thought with giddy anticipation. Many might be confused with what was happening. He had literally just found out that teleportation was impossible, and yet, he had just done it. What was going on? But what these people wouldn't know was that they were completely wrong. Atticus didn't just teleport, he had simply moved. It was as simple as that. Elemental mimicry. Atticus had the ability to mimic the movement of any element he possessed, so he had done just that, mimicking the movement of space. But then, at the same time, this fact would have completely astonished the minds of people who heard it. It might seem like it was all fun and games, easy stuff, but many knew that it was anything but so. The space element couldn't be compared to the other elements, which had a tangible form and nearly predictable behavior. It was more volatile and unpredictable compared to the other elements. It was an abstract and ever-changing force. In essence, it was unstable and prone to sudden fluctuations. The fact that Atticus had been able to accomplish this feat, on his first try nonetheless, would be enough to blow the minds of those in the human domain. He had shifted his physical position through space, allowing him to move from one point to another almost instantaneously. Space mimicry. But it's very limited. Atticus noticed in the short time he spent in the void that he could only spend a short time in the void. Which meant that Atticus could only move for very short distances at a time before he would have to stop. About 1 to 2 meters. Atticus surmised. Well, at least it's better than nothing, Atticus reassured himself. He quickly snapped out of his reverie and decided to check and see more things that he could find out about the space element. It was completely easy and straightforward because of his high intelligence, and after a while of experimenting, Atticus had figured out 3 things that he could use the space element for, apart from space mimicry. The first was what he termed as spatial awareness. It was basically like perception but way better. Even though it wasn't as profound as the insight he had gained a few minutes ago, it was still way more than he could ever achieve before he awakened the space element. He could basically see and anticipate the movement of things with greater clarity, and this in turn came with quicker reflexes, ultimately allowing him to react faster than normal. The second was what he had also termed as spatial distortion. By subtly manipulating the space within his body, Atticus could momentarily alter his physical dimensions, allowing for swift contortions or adjustments to his body's position. This could allow him to squeeze into tight spaces or dodge hard incoming attacks. And the last one he had figured out was completely basic. He would wrap any part of his body with the space element and use it to attack. But as he did this, Atticus had discovered many incredible things about it. Any attacks with the space element could result in several effects depending on whatever he wanted. He could decide to simply enhance the force of the punch, making them more impactful than usual by increasing the amount of kinetic energy of his punch. He could decide to cause spatial distortions, which upon impact would cause localized distortions in space around the target, resulting in warping or bending of the target, creating a disruptive and disorienting effect for the said target. And the last one he had found out was almost like an area effect kind of attack. Upon impact with a space-imbued punch, it would create strong shockwaves that would not only cause damage to the target but also nearby objects or people. Like a powerful blast expanding outwards. All in all, although his teleportation, if he could call it that, was completely subpar, and he hadn't been able to manipulate gravity. Still, Atticus had been very satisfied with his gains for today. It was all worth the hype. Just as he was about to check the time, the AI voice suddenly sounded, practically saving him the trouble. Atticus Ravenstein, you have only 15 minutes left to exit the space elemental room. Please do so in a timely manner or you would be forcefully teleported. Atticus's gaze widened slightly in shock. He had no idea that the time had passed so quickly. Atticus gave the space elemental room a long look before he turned and headed outside the room. After a few seconds, Atticus found himself walking through the hallway on the highest floor. He had already taken the elevator from the floor below. As he walked, a thought suddenly struck him, and he decided to check something he was supposed to check when he awakened his space element in the elemental room. Status, Atticus thought, and immediately a holographic interface materialized in front of his face. Character profile. Name: Atticus Ravenstein. Age: 15. Gender: male. Race: human. Attributes: Strength: 255. Agility: 286 greater than 297. Endurance: 299 greater than 305. Vitality: 289 greater than 294. Intelligence: 46 greater than 47. Perception: 37 greater than 40. Charm: 31 greater than 33. Will: 34. Level: Expert. Talent: Mythical. Bloodline: Primordial Elemental Bloodline. Leve 3. Fire: 12.2 greater than 12.4%. Air: 12.1 greater than 12.3%. Water: 11.5 greater than 11.8%. Earth: 11.3 greater than 11.6%. Level 1. Light: 50.3 greater than 50.7%. Darkness: 41.4 greater than 42.5%. Lightning: 16 greater than 16.3%. Ice: 14.2 greater than 14.3%. Space: 0.9%. New. Locked bloodlines: none. Abilities: innate skills. Conceal potential. Mythical. The ability to conceal your level from anyone regardless of rank. You may choose what level you want to be shown. Current mastery: mythical. Life weapon skills: Transcendent Slash, Godspeed Grace, Endless Strike. Normal skills: Arcane Barrier Potential, Transcendent. Current mastery: Expert. Elemental Mimicry Potential, Transcendent. Current mastery: Advanced Plus. Ethereal Clock Potential, Empowered. Current mastery: Advanced. Looks okay. Atticus nodded in satisfaction. His stats were exactly where he had expected them to be, including the massive increase in perception. It felt incredibly good to see his space element listed as part of the awakened section. It meant all the work he had been doing hadn't been for naught. Just as he was walking, Atticus suddenly heard the sound of someone approaching from the opposite side. Who could be here by this time? Atticus couldn't help but wonder. It was even more baffling as the person was headed in the opposite direction, obviously attempting to leave. Atticus took his gaze away from the interface and turned, his gaze instantly landing on Seraphine Stellaris approaching from the opposite direction. Seraphine was still wearing the same clothes he had on during class. And as they got close, Seraphine, with his usual wide grin, gave Atticus a nod in greeting before instantly taking his gaze away, passing by Atticus without even waiting for a response. But just as Seraphine passed Atticus, the huge grin on his face instantly turned ice cold, the change so abrupt that it would completely baffle many people who witnessed the scene. But just as Seraphine kept on walking, "Hey!" Atticus's voice suddenly sounded from behind him. They had both only walked a few steps away and were only about 5 meters from each other. But instead of the response one would expect, Seraphine's cold gaze remained the same as he kept on walking through the hallway, his walking gait undisturbed as he completely ignored Atticus's call. But in the next instance, Seraphine's form froze at Atticus's next words. "Do you have a problem with me?" Seraphine's gaze turned dark, his steps coming to an abrupt stop. Atticus gazed at Seraphine's halted figure with narrowed eyes. This newly awakened space element had made Atticus more perceptive than he had ever thought. What Atticus had just felt was so abrupt and subtle that many would call him mad for even thinking of confronting Seraphine because of it. Atticus had always been able to, more often than not, easily tell the mood of others depending on the aura they radiated. And now he had felt a sudden, very subtle shift in his aura. He felt like Seraphine had been so good at masking his aura that it took awakening the space element to notice that something was wrong somewhere. Despite how subtle the sign was, Atticus felt like the fact that it was there in the first place meant everything. If there was any sort of enmity here, he would have to nip it in the bud as soon as possible before it could fester. Seraphin was currently experiencing a rush of anger that he hadn't felt in a long while. It was so potent that he found it incredibly hard to regain his composure and transform his cold look back into a smile. Seraphin took subtle deep breaths, trying to regain himself. And at the next instant, his frown shakily started transforming into a smile. Making sure to hold it, Seraphin pivoted, turning towards Atticus, a radiant smile on his face as he locked gazes with him. And then, in the most hyper tone he could muster up, making sure it didn't seem like he was forcing it, Seraphin spoke, "What do you mean, bro?" But Atticus didn't offer any response. His piercing blue eyes scrutinized every single inch of Seraphin's form, capturing every single subtle nuance in an instant. With his complete attention on Seraphin, his perception would truly be wasted on him if he couldn't see the signs Seraphin was currently giving out, no matter how subtle they appeared to be. Seraphin's hands were shaking continuously as though he was holding himself back from clenching his fists hard. The tips of his lips were trembling, a very subtle twitch that couldn't escape Atticus's perceptive gaze. He was obviously forcing the smile. And lastly, those eyes. Atticus would truly be a fool to see anything but an intense amount of hatred in those eyes as he gazed into them. Atticus took a step forward, slowly closing the distance between him and Seraphin, his tone having taken on a chilling quality as he spoke. "I'll ask again. Do you have a problem with me?" he said, locking eyes with Seraphin. Atticus had always been taller for his age, and the fact that he was only about 2 steps away from Seraphin made him tower over him. The tips of Seraphin's lips twitched with intensity as he completely failed to hold back his anger. Then, at a speed that bipolar individuals could only dream of achieving, Seraphin's expression morphed as he spat out. "I'll kill you." Seraphin's expression suddenly morphed, transforming into an icy look so cold it could freeze fire as he spat out. "I'll kill you." Atticus's expression didn't once change during this transition. In fact, he wasn't even the least bit surprised by this development. In simpler terms, Atticus didn't give a damn why the smiling and hyper boy was suddenly showing such an intense amount of hatred towards him. Now that the cat was out of the bag, there was only one thing Atticus wanted to do, the same thing he always did when faced with situations like this. "I see, okay then," Atticus's calm voice suddenly rang out, making Seraphin's gaze narrow into pinpricks. He had been expecting Atticus to be at least a bit surprised by this sudden development, but Atticus looked completely unfazed, as though he had been expecting it from the start. Atticus's cold words continued, "I am going to give you a chance to kill me. I've been practicing something called nipping the bud before it could become bothersome, and that's exactly what I'm about to do." Atticus didn't pause or give Seraphin a chance to speak. His piercing blue eyes became even colder as he continued. "I am going to beat you up to an extent that you will never be a bother to me again in your life. So, if you can, kill me." Seraphin's expression darkened, the gem embedded in his forehead letting out an intense glow as he thundered. "You fucking bast." As Seraphin opened his mouth to speak, a sudden, searing slap struck his left cheek with astonishing force. The impact rippled across his skin like waves, sending Seraphin hurtling backward with brutal force. He collided with the wall, his body skidding down its surface for several meters, a world of pain engulfing him. Gasping for breath, Seraphin struggled to steady himself, his knees buckling as he landed heavily on one. What just happened?" he mumbled. But in the next instant, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his left cheek, and Seraphin slowly moved his hand towards that spot, his hand trembling as he moved. As soon as his hand felt the now swollen left cheek, a surreal feeling completely engulfed Seraphin. It was a feeling he had felt before in his life, but it had never been this intense before, complete and utter disbelief. Did he just get a slapped on his cheek? This was something Seraphin found hard, very hard to grapple with. No matter how much he thought about it, he just couldn't comprehend it. He, a tier 1, got slapped. As Seraphin came to this realization, he shakily turned his gaze upwards and instantly saw the cold, piercing blue eyes of Atticus looking down at him. Seraphin erupted. The gem embedded in Seraphin's forehead erupted with a blinding brilliance, unleashing a torrent of scorching inferno that engulfed the space around him. His form ignited in a dazzling display of light, as if he had become a miniature sun, radiating intense heat in all directions as he went supernova. However, as the searing wave surged towards Atticus, the air seemed to warp and distort in front of him, the wave passing through Atticus as though he were merely a phantom, leaving him untouched and unscathed. Atticus's cold gaze landed on the blazing form of Seraphim. His figure was engulfed in a swirling maelstrom of intense golden light, radiating heat that instantly spiked the temperature in the air to staggering levels. Atticus watched as a radiant armor suddenly started contorting and forming from the heart of the luminous inferno. The armor bore intricate designs reminiscent of ancient Chinese craftsmanship, with elegant motifs and ornate patterns etched into its gleaming surface. Atticus had no doubt that it was a powerful artifact. But how powerful? He was yet to find out. It seemed as though Seraphim's shoes weren't equipped to handle this intense amount of heat as they each began to buckle and warp, unable to withstand the extreme temperature. But the boy in question didn't even care. In fact, he didn't care about anything else anymore. He only cared about one and only one person currently, and it was this same person that his seething gaze was focused on. Seraphim didn't utter any words. There was no need to. Atticus had the guts to lay a hand on him, there could be no other option. He would make sure he regretted that action for the rest of his life. Seraphim's body leaned forward abruptly, teetering on the edge of falling. But just as it seemed he would, he suddenly exploded forward with tremendous force, the ground quaking beneath him as he propelled himself through the air. A shockwave rippled outward from his departure point, leaving shimmering golden afterimages in his wake as he closed the distance between himself and Atticus in the blink of an eye. His hand clutched a radiant spear, its form gleaming with intense energy as he unleashed a ferocious thrust aimed directly at Atticus's throat. It was very obvious that Seraphim went for the kill from the start. He wasn't joking around. But unfortunately for him, the one he was currently battling was Atticus. Atticus's expression maintained its icy look. Despite the fact that the speed Seraphim was currently moving at shouldn't be trackable with the naked eye, Atticus's gaze followed Seraphim's every movement with such boredom, as though he were watching a turtle move. Atticus's movements were simple. With perfect and calculated timing, Atticus's form abruptly sidestepped, his movements so fast it looked as though he had teleported to Seraphim. With Atticus out of the way, Seraphim's deadly thrust met no target except the unfeeling air, and before Seraphim had time to muster up another attack, he suddenly found his vision covered by a hand. Before Seraphim could react, Atticus's firm hand gripped his head with such abruptness that Seraphim's gathered momentum was abruptly stopped, his torso and legs jerking forward as his head was halted. And with a swift and deliberate swirl, Seraphim's form was brutally slammed onto the unforgiving floor. Seraphim felt a massive amount of pain as his form was slammed headfirst against the unmoving ground with tremendous force. The force of the slam momentarily disoriented him as his face became cloudy and unfocused. However, due to the hours and hours of intense training, Seraphim had developed multiple instinctual reactions depending on the situation. In his confused state, one of them immediately activated. Mana surged from Seraphim's form, instantly siphoning into the radiant armor he was currently donned in. In the next instance, the armor erupted in a blinding radiance. The intricate lines etched on the armor ignited with fluid grace, tracing across its surface in a mesmerizing dance of luminosity. They converged into a ball-shaped energy, pulsating with unbridled power at the center of the chest part of the armor, casting a brilliant glow that seemed to illuminate the entire hallway. And in the next instant, with a force that would have sent Seraphim flying away if not for Atticus's grip, it shot toward Atticus's form. The distance between Atticus and Seraphim was so close that with how fast everything had happened, no one should have nearly enough time to even comprehend the fact that they had been attacked before they got turned into cinders. But as soon as Atticus had felt the mana in Seraphim's body stirring, he had long since acted. The air around Atticus's torso appeared to warp and twist, as if being molded by invisible hands. Atticus deftly manipulated the space elements surrounding his torso, shaping it with precision. It formed a subtle yet perceptible aura, enveloping him in a field of distortion that seemed to ripple and undulate with his movements. And just as it seemed that the beam was about to pierce through Atticus's form, it met the distorted space surrounding him. In an instant, the air around Atticus shimmered and shifted, altering the path of the beam. The beam's trajectory suddenly veered off course and collided with the wall nearby. The impact resulted in a powerful clash, unleashing shockwaves that rippled through the surroundings and scattering scorching remains across the area. Before Seraphim could even regain his composure, the firm grip on his face tightened as he was immediately lifted up from the ground. And with another deliberate swirl, his form was slammed once again headfirst into the wall, sending another wave of pain passing through him. Seraphin felt his mind go blank as Atticus lifted him up from the wall, gradually pulling him in, putting a good amount of distance from the wall. His arms and legs appeared lifeless, dangling downwards as his head was held firmly. And then, with a forceful push, his form was slammed brutally onto the wall. The same action repeated itself, each time more brutal than the last. The academy buildings were sturdy, very sturdy. Despite how brutally Seraphin was being slammed against the wall didn't even show a single crack. With each slam, the armor Seraphin was donned in would light up, protecting his torso from harm while also siphoning mana away from Seraphin. Unfortunately for Seraphin, he was always being slammed headfirst against the wall, and the armor wasn't protecting his head. And each time the devastating beam was shot at him, the air would simply distort in front of Atticus, easily deflecting the beam away from him. Atticus wasn't using a single shred of mana as he slammed Seraphin against the wall. In fact, he hadn't even used it to neutralize Seraphin. This was the height of Atticus's strength and how powerful he was compared to the other tier 1s. Only his passive strength was enough to not only keep up with Seraphin but also easily neutralize him. There was only one ability Atticus was using, and that was the newly awakened space element. Every single inch of Seraphin's form was covered in smoldering golden light, making his form scalding hot. If not for the thin distorted space wrapping around Atticus's hand, he wouldn't have been able to hold Seraphin the way he was holding him. Even Atticus would get burned if he touched Seraphin without protection. And then, crack, the sound of something breaking echoed, but it wasn't the wall. The sound was instantly followed by the splatter of something against a hard surface, and then, ha! The intense, deafening scream followed. Atticus watched with a cold gaze as Seraphin screamed. The back of his head had just cracked, causing a significant amount of blood to splatter on the wall. Incredible pain seemed to bring Seraphin out of his confusion as his eyes regained their clarity, the two blood-red eyes instantly meeting the cold, piercing blue gaze of Atticus. Contrary to what many would think, as he met Atticus's cold gaze, Seraphin didn't tremble. In fact, he wasn't even the least bit scared. There was only one thing Seraphin was currently feeling: intense anger. Through and through, Seraphin was a tier 1, and tier 1s were incredibly proud individuals. Due to the nature of his bloodline, Seraphin had undergone intensive training from childhood. During this time, he couldn't count the number of times he had been inflicted with a massive amount of pain. This wasn't nearly enough to scare him. Seraphin glared at Atticus with a ferocity that seemed to ignite the air around them. His eyes blazed with intense fury, like smoldering embers ready to erupt into flames. Every line on his face was etched with rage, contorted into a visage of absolute fury. The gem embedded in Seraphin's head erupted in blinding radiance, its brilliance partially obscured by the firm grip of Atticus's hand. Despite the obstruction, the intense glow seeped through the gaps between Atticus's fingers, as if straining to burst forth. Meanwhile, the golden aura enveloping Seraphin's body intensified exponentially, casting a radiant sheen around him. Seraphin thundered, "You fucking bah!" But unfortunately for him, the one he was currently facing was ruthless. Tendrils of crackling lightning snaked their way through Atticus's arm, the air around them crackling with volatile energy, instantly electrifying the atmosphere. Before Seraphin could finish his words, he suddenly felt a jolt of searing pain shoot through his body like 1,000 needles piercing his skin. His muscles seized with spasms as the lightning surged through him, coursing along his nerves and setting every fiber of his being ablaze with agony. A primal scream tore from his throat, raw and guttural, as he convulsed uncontrollably under the onslaught of electrical energy. But the inflictor of his pain maintained his cold look as he kept increasing the intensity of the lightning. Seraphin still had a bit of his senses left as his mind raced. How is this possible? He thought frantically. It wasn't even about the fact that Atticus was able to use the lightning element, that, too, had astonished him. But what astonished him the most was how painful the lightning was. Seraphin had fought with a lot of lightning users back at his sector. In fact, he had trained with it. Each of the Seraphin family members had to temper their bodies from childhood because of the nature of their bloodline. Being able to control such an intense amount of energy from the sun was not something anyone could just do. If their bodies weren't strong enough to withstand the energy, They would be turned to dust before they could even utilize it. Tempering their bodies with lightning had always been one of their training methods, and with how intense he had been training, Seraphim had been 100% sure that there was no person in the first year who could hurt him with the fire or lightning elements. So then why? Seraphim thought with gritted teeth. And in the next instance, his screams increased in intensity as the lightning racking his body intensified. I have to use it, Seraphim desperately thought. He was already gradually losing himself, the glow encompassing his whole form diminishing bit by bit, their glow dimming. As soon as he thought this, Seraphim mustered all the concentration he had left, and every single ounce of mana in his mana core suddenly burst out from his body, their massive forms instantly getting siphoned into the armor. And then, in the next instant, the intricate lines adorning the armor ignited, their luminescence converging once more at the center of the armor before radiating outwards in all directions. The orange glow grew increasingly intense, shifting into a searing red hue that engulfed the entire armor with fiery brilliance. Atticus narrowed his eyes as he saw this. This is different and stronger than the others, no one needed to tell him something big was coming. Atticus instantly released hold of the boy who was clearly about to go boom and instantly stimulated his space bloodline with mana. Atticus instantly felt the familiar surreal feeling, and then, with godlike timing, Atticus's movement was followed by Seraphim's armor exploding with crazy intensity. Boom! The entirety of the hallway instantly got engulfed in searing red flames as the building that was supposed to be sturdy regardless of the attack, trembled with crazy intensity, cracks appearing on the surfaces of the walls and ground in different areas. In the next second, a small hole appeared just next to where Atticus had been standing earlier, and from it, the form of Atticus swirled and emerged, completely unscathed. Damn, Atticus muttered. He had suspected that attack would be stronger and different from the rest, but he truly hadn't been expecting it to be this bad. At that close proximity, even Atticus wasn't sure of coming out of that attack unscathed. And this was even more so as he couldn't use the space element to block an attack as intense as that. Atticus swept his gaze around the hallway, observing the devastation that was currently unfolding. The intense explosion that had just happened was still ongoing, the scorching red wave of fire spreading out through the hall on both sides. Atticus muttered, his right hand gravitating towards his forehead. As soon as his hand touched it, Atticus couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in slight shock as he felt a slight amount of sweat marring his forehead. I'm sweating. Atticus's shock was completely justifiable. He himself knew how crazy his tolerance to fire and the other elements was. It would require an intense amount of heat, enough to turn thousands to cinders just to make Atticus sweat. But now, just the crazy temperature of the attack that had already left his spot was enough to make him sweat. Atticus was confident that Seraphim couldn't radiate nearly enough heat to increase the surrounding temperature enough to make him sweat. That artifact truly is powerful, Atticus thought, his thoughts shifting to the armor Seraphim had worn. Atticus forced himself out of his reverie. The situation wasn't over yet. Atticus gazed at the hallway. The explosion had already died down, but his vision was still obscured by the thick amounts of smoke covering the hallway. With a simple focus, an intense amount of wind materialized around Atticus's form, sweeping outwards and clearing out the smoke in the hallway. As soon as the smoke cleared, Atticus's penetrating gaze instantly landed on Seraphim's pathetic form. He was currently at the end of the hallway, deeply lodged inside the sturdy wall where the map of the academy was supposed to be displayed. Atticus instantly started walking towards Seraphim, his footsteps resounding in the completely empty hallway. With the intense explosion that just happened, it was as though every single sound in the area had been taken with it, the hallway being completely eerily quiet. Atticus closed the distance in a few seconds, his gaze scrutinizing Seraphim's battered form. His legs, arms, and head appeared to be completely bloodied, the blood supposed to be red in color tainted black because of the explosion that just took place. His form was lodged back first into the wall, his head, arms, and legs protruding forward. Atticus's gaze stopped on the armor Seraphim was donned in. It had already lost its radiance, but despite this, Atticus was 100% sure that it was because the wearer currently had zero amounts of mana left to feed it. It looked firm and unbroken, not a single crack on its form. He definitely brought that to the academy, Atticus pondered. He knew for sure that the academy store had nothing this powerful amongst its items. He was very sure because he had checked every single item contained in the academy store. Artifacts, Atticus thought. He knew for certain that they would be powerful, but this was the first time he was actually experiencing the effects of one. I still have what Dad gave me and the reward I got from the Ravenstein's vault. I should check them out when I'm settled. During the award ceremony 5 years ago, where Atticus had brutalized William, Atticus had received 2 artifacts. One from Avalon and another from the Ravenstein vault. Although he knew their effects, he hadn't seen any need to use them, so he simply hadn't. But gazing at the armor on Seraphine, he could see how important it was. Atticus took his gaze away from the armor and focused them back on Seraphine. His face was completely covered with blood and black smoldering remains mixed together, and although he was in such a sorry state, his bloodshot eyes were still completely fixated on Atticus, staring intently at him as though gazing at a fated enemy. It was plenty obvious that if he could move, he would have pounced on Atticus regardless of the consequences. But unfortunately for him, he couldn't even lift a finger. Atticus slowly raised his right arm, tendrils of lightning crackling around it. He had always made sure to be absolutely thorough anytime he wanted to nip the bud. The point was to make sure that Seraphine wouldn't be a bother in the future again, and there was only one way to do that: break him. The tendrils coalesced in his hand, and he deliberately stretched out his hand to touch Seraphine's stationary form. Seraphine's eyes widened as he instinctively closed his eyes, bracing himself for the impending pain. Just as Atticus's hand was about to touch Seraphine, Atticus's gaze immediately narrowed as the air suddenly distorted around Seraphine's form, effortlessly blocking Atticus's hand from advancing forward. Just as Atticus was about to turn his gaze, he suddenly felt the temperature in the air increase to staggering levels, much higher than what Seraphine could personally achieve. With the swiftness of lightning, Atticus promptly activated his lightning bloodline with mana, propelling his form backward several meters in an instant. And in the next instance, a fiery figure descended to the ground between Atticus's previous position and Seraphine, akin to the impact of a meteor, unleashing a torrent of blistering golden flames in all directions. Atticus's figure materialized a few meters away from his previous location, his narrowed eyes fixated on the newcomer, or rather, there are 2 of them, Atticus noted. Did they just get out of the elevator? His thoughts raced. Atticus thought it was weird that he didn't notice both of them until they attacked. He had long since known that the academy walls were made of special materials. Regardless of how much he tried, he hadn't been able to sense anything through these walls. And the elevator was made with the same materials. And the elevator was constructed from identical materials. This altercation ends now. A resounding, thunderous voice erupted, its authority reverberating through the hallway like a divine proclamation. The one who had just spoken stood at a height of 6.4 feet tall and boasted a bulky physique. Impeccably dressed in yellow attire, he sported vibrant orange hair like Seraphine, with a gem embedded in his head emitting a radiant glow as the temperature in the area continued to rise to staggering levels. Brother Gerald, Seraphine suddenly spoke weakly while attempting to move, causing his body, lodged inside the wall, to fall. Just as it seemed he would crash onto the hard ground, the same phenomenon that occurred earlier repeated itself as the air under Seraphine suddenly distorted, solidifying into a platform. Seraphine's form landed softly on the invisible platform, and he was gently placed on the ground in the next instant. Damn, he really did a number on you, a male voice suddenly resonated across the hallway, causing Atticus to turn his gaze toward the figure of a boy emerging from the hallway leading to the elevator. He stood at a height of 6.2 feet, had a slender physique, and was casually dressed in a long robe. A touch of green hair adorned his head, and a large headset, currently glowing an intense shade of blue, covered a large set of ears. So it was him. Atticus fixated his gaze on the new entrant. For a second there, he had thought that there was an individual with the space element present. Although he hadn't felt it, it sure as hell looked as though it was distorted space he had used to stop his attack. He must have used sound, Atticus deduced. He could perfectly recall that the Resonera family had a bloodline related to sound, which would give the actions he had just witnessed a sensible explanation. And at the next instance, it suddenly dawned on Atticus, a Resonera and Stellaris were actually allies. The fact that a person as reclusive as Atticus knew about the enmity between the Resonera and Stellaris family members was enough to tell you how well known it was. One could only imagine how much it came as a surprise to see them together. Now's not the time for games, Sonorous. Quickly give him a healing potion now. Gerald growled at Sonorous, admonishing him. But despite the fact that he was talking to him, Gerald didn't even turn to face him. his smoldering gaze was completely fixated on Atticus, looking at the latter as though he wanted to rip him apart piece by piece. Big brother Gerald, make him pay. Despite Seraphin's pathetic state, he still mustered enough energy to speak. Seraphin gazed at Atticus, his eyes filled with anger. Sonorous sighed, yeah, alright. Ugh, perfect doting brother, Sonorous responded to Gerald in a tone laced with sarcasm, rolling his eyes as he inched closer to Seraphin on the floor. But at the next instant, his walking gait came to an abrupt stop as Atticus suddenly spoke, his ice-cold tone sending chills to those who heard it. Who said this was over? Before Gerald and Sonorous could comprehend what was going on, Atticus's form blurred, and in the next instance, Seraphin appeared in his right hand, held firmly by the neck, with Atticus appearing not to have moved. Sonorous's gaze scarcely narrowed into pinpricks as he fixed his gaze where Seraphin had been moments ago. He had just been a few meters away from him, and yet Sonorous hadn't seen Atticus grabbing him. No, not seeing his movements, although it's hard to believe, is still believable. But how the hell didn't I hear him until he had finished taking him already? Sonorous' gaze, which had been nonchalant since the beginning, took on a more serious look as he pondered. He knew that sight wasn't his forte, and in this situation, he could even discard it. But what Sonorous couldn't seem to comprehend was how he hadn't been able to hear Atticus's movements, especially when his artifact was active. Sonorous' intense gaze immediately shot toward Atticus's form, who was still holding Seraphin by the neck. As soon as Gerald saw Atticus's actions, his eyes blazed with fury as the gem embedded in his forehead exploded in a blinding radiance that immediately engulfed his form. Gerald's figure lit up intensely bright, as though a mini sun had manifested in the hallway. How dare you? Gerald's voice boomed, its intensity so loud that it sent an intense gust spreading out in every direction. It was clear he was using his Stellaris family genes to his full advantage. But Atticus remained completely undaunted, his expression still maintaining its cold icy look. And seeing this, both Gerald and Sonorous couldn't help but be astonished. Just what was giving this boy so much confidence? Are you comparing us to those weaklings you beat up? Is that what is giving you this much confidence? Gerald seethed as he took a step towards Atticus. The golden glow encompassing him made his body so intensely hot that it left flaming footprints indentations on the sturdy academy ground. With how lit the gem on his head was, it was plenty obvious that Gerald still hadn't gone full power, and yet the temperature of the area had long since passed twice what Seraphin had personally been able to achieve. Seeing Seraphin being held in such a manner was making Gerald feel so enraged he didn't know what to do with it. He was seething. But despite how angry he was feeling, he couldn't attack Atticus because the latter was a first year, which was why he had been trying intimidation tactics against him since he got here. But to his surprise, Atticus's gaze remained the same, tranquil even. It was plenty obvious to those watching that he wasn't at all worried about the current situation. Atticus's cold gaze left Seraphin and focused on Gerald's seething form, his expression neutral as he spoke. There's only one way he gets out of this with his mind still intact. Atticus tightened the grip on Seraphin's neck, causing the latter struggle to get out of his hold. Atticus continued, if he willingly signs a mana contract. If he willingly signs a mana contract, Atticus's cold declaration resounded through the hall, and in the next instant, the scene suddenly became eerily quiet. It was as though those present were trying their hardest to comprehend the implications of his words. None of them expected those words. A mana contract. The same contract that binds the contracted for life and would instantly end the life of said individual if she breaks the words written in it. That same contract. Gerald's processing speed seemed slow as he tried to process what Atticus had just said. But in the next instant, as soon as he came to this realization, Gerald's eyes blazed as the golden light encompassing his form flared, an intense wave of heat sweeping across the area. Gerald's voice once again boomed, never. As he took a step closer to Atticus. You would turn my brother into a slave. He seethed as he inched closer to Atticus. He's one of the important heirs of the Stellaris family. Do you want to start a war? Gerald screamed, his voice laced with absolute fury. Despite the fact that Gerald was from the Stellaris family, he had always been a completely chilled guy. In fact, if not for Atticus's shocking actions, Sonorous would have focused his shock on Gerald's current behavior. It was completely unlike the Gerald he knew. Hearing Gerald's words, Atticus couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in slight shock. Atticus had never been one to speak much, especially when he was speaking to someone who was clearly stupid, but Gerald's stupidity had piqued his interest. There is currently an ongoing war, a war so intense that our entire planet is being threatened. And you think that two hegemons of humanity would go to war because of a bunch of 15-year-olds fighting? Are you really that dumb, or is this the height of the Stellaris family's stupidity? Gerald's form froze. Wada, he muttered, completely speechless. Even Sonorus's eyes widened slightly, the both of them not believing their ears. It would have been completely understandable due to the current situation that Atticus had insulted him personally, but did he really just insult the whole Stellaris family? The anger that blazed within Gerald was so intense that he unknowingly went supernova as a wave of scorching energy was shot outwards in every direction. The air around Atticus and Sonorus seemed to distort, the scorching wave phasing through them, leaving them completely unharmed. Atticus had been a really good distance away from him, enabling the wave that reached him negligible as the attacker didn't even try. Sonorus turned to look at Gerald with narrowed eyes. He's lost it, he thought with a small sigh. I guess there's no going back now, let's see how strong he really is. Sonorus turned his gaze back at Atticus as he scrutinized him from head to toe. After the intense battle back at the Academy entrance test, Atticus and Kale had been seen as the most talented in their generation, and this title extended to even the third years. Amongst the third years, there was no one among them who entered the Academy while they were at the Advanced Plus rank. Despite the fact that each of the heirs of the Tier 1 families that attended the Academy had more or less transcendent talents, not all of them were equal. Some were still more talented than the others. The last time this happened was during Avalon's time. He had been the only one in their generation to achieve this feat, which just goes to show how much of an achievement it was. This was exactly why the other families had no doubt that Avalon would achieve the Paragon rank. Some students might have been on the cusp of breaking through, but no one had been in that rank. And yet, Atticus and Kale had achieved this. During their first year, none of them had been able to display the strength they both displayed during the test. And because of this, many of them were not happy, especially the third years. The rankers of the third year had been the strongest students in the academy, the stars, where everyone's focus had been. But that all changed when the title, Best in the Generation, was given to Atticus and Kale. This feeling intensified when the video of Atticus brutally burning those third years spread throughout the academy. It painted the picture that the third years, who were supposed to be the pillars of the academy, the strongest, were below the genius duo. Many of them were pissed. Which was why they were all looking forward to the Leaders' Summit, where they would be able to put them in their place. And in all of this, Sonorus was no different. Where better to learn about the enemy than in direct battle? The seething and bloodshot expression on Gerald's face suddenly morphed, his expression abruptly becoming stoic. Although it seemed as though Gerald suddenly turned to normal, Sonorus, who wasn't far away from him, knew better than to believe that nonsense. He knew Gerald was seething. Gerald suddenly let out an exhale, massive amounts of steam erupting from his nostrils. Gerald suddenly muttered under his breath, the air in the room changing. Red sun. Instantaneously, the blinding golden light emanating from the gem embedded in Gerald's head started to change color. The golden radiance transformed into a crimson glow in the next instant. A crimson-like aura snaked its way from the gem, spreading across Gerald's form as the initial golden aura turned crimson. The air became heavy, and the temperature in the hallway tripled in an instant. The aura surrounding Gerald was so hot that the ground began to melt, turning into a pool of lava beneath his feet. So, this is the Stellaris secret art, Sonorus thought as he gazed at Gerald's current form. He had immediately created distance between them, also manipulating the sound waves to encompass his form like an impenetrable barrier. But despite this, he could still feel how hot it was. This was the first time he was seeing Gerald use this power. It was an ability only available to the main line of the Stellaris family, one that Seraphine clearly wasn't strong enough to learn yet, but Gerald had no such restrictions. Gerald took a step towards Atticus. Atticus fixed his eyes on Gerald's advancing form, his expression still not changing. They were about 17 meters away from each other. Atticus couldn't help but be slightly surprised at how powerful the red aura surrounding Gerald was. But even though he felt a slight danger to it, he still wasn't worried about the situation. I should wrap this up. Atticus's gaze became colder as he suddenly spoke up again. Besides, it seems you're terribly mistaken about something. I said the mana contract was his way out if you want his mind intact. The other option is simply for me to break him. Atticus suddenly tightened his hold on Seraphin's neck once more, tendrils of lightning materializing and shocking his struggling form. Ah, bro! Seraphin screamed in pain, his voice intense and deafening. This action seemed to crush whatever good reasoning that was in Gerald's mind. An AI voice sounded. Student Gerald Stellaris. It is against the rules to attack a lower year. Breaking this would attract severe punies. The AI voice was abruptly cut short as Gerald's form rocketed towards Atticus. The floor on which he previously stood melted and warped, leaving a trail of molten metal in his wake. The sheer force of his movement caused the air to ripple and distort behind him, the temperature increasing with each passing moment. In a breath, Gerald appeared in front of Atticus like a phantom, intense amounts of crimson flames coalescing around his fist as he unleashed a devastating punch that seemed to distort the air around Atticus. Atticus' gaze instantly narrowed. He's fast. He had been caught off guard by how fast Gerald had moved. It was nothing less than expert rank speed. Although Atticus was currently a higher rank than him, if he wasn't using any arts and just his passive strength, Gerald's current form would be able to keep up with him. This ability is truly powerful, Atticus praised. But unfortunately for Gerald, the earlier case would be true only if he wasn't using any one of his abilities. And why in heaven's sake would he do that, especially when he had just awakened an overpowered element? He remained undaunted in the face of Gerald's attack as he muttered under his breath. Space mimicry. Atticus instantly felt his form shift with the space, and with a deliberate effort, Atticus moved. To Gerald, it seemed as though the individual he had been fixated upon had abruptly twisted and disappeared away from the trajectory of his punch. And in the next instance, Gerald's pupils shifted to his left as the same figure of Atticus suddenly twisted once more and materialized at his left-hand side. Gerald was already in the expert rank and thus had awakened his perception. He was able to see every single thing happen in slow motion. But unfortunately for him, his body wasn't fast enough to react to the unfolding events. Atticus's left hand was still holding Seraphin's neck as he shot his right shoulder backwards, his hand drawn back for a punch. Atticus focused his attention on the space element as it wrapped around his fist. He decided to try out one of the moves he learned when he had experimented in the space elemental room, the punch force multiplier. Atticus took a massive step forward with his left leg, his hips rhythmically twisting as his right fist shot forward in a brutal punch, the force of the punch intensifying manifold as Atticus manipulated the space element around his fist, increasing the kinetic energy to unimaginable heights. Atticus's fist landed on Gerald's left cheek, the impact akin to the sound of a nuclear explosion. Gerald's form came to an abrupt stop, suspended in the air for a full second, and then, with the force of a bullet, Gerald's form shot back, hitting the sturdy wall of the hallway with a brutal impact. The force of the punch, coupled with Gerald's intense heat, made him crash through the wall like a searing hot knife through tofu. Gerald broke through the wall, his form streaking outside the building above the expansive academy garden. And just as it seemed that Gerald's form would continue moving through the air, Gerald's hand stirred as he raised his hands, instantly releasing an intense blast of energy which immediately stopped his momentum in the air. Gerald's head snapped towards the hole he had just come out of, his bloodshot eyes instantly meeting the icy blue gaze of Atticus. The force of the punch had completely deformed the left side of Gerald's face, his cheekbones having shifted inwards. Gerald's anger couldn't help but intensify as he saw Atticus's current state. He still had Seraphin in his grasp, holding him like a bag of garbage. But this wasn't the only thing that made him seethe, it was the fact that Atticus hadn't even taken him seriously. Gerald's gaze turned red as he muttered under his breath, "Fine, I'll show you your place." With a speed that wasn't too fast nor slow, Gerald's right arm suddenly tapped his chest. Instantaneously, intricate lines flickered to light, tracing a diamond-shaped pentagon device on Gerald's chest. Then, with his chest as the center, the device suddenly started to reshape and contort, forming and spreading an orange attire that seemed to hug him like a second skin all around Gerald's figure. An AI voice instantly sounded, "Deployment of your exosuits in the Academy campus premises and against a lower year is against the Academy rules and regulations. Deactivate it or you would be punished accordingly." Gerald completely ignored all the ramblings of the AI, the exosuit simultaneously completing its transformation as it finished contorting and covered up his face. Intricate lines suddenly lit up in a crimson glow across Gerald's form, tracing down this figure as it immediately amplified his mana and abilities. Instantly, Gerald's aura surged to unprecedented heights, an intense wave of heat spreading out in the sky. Expert Plus. What the hell is that suit? Atticus's gaze narrowed. Gerald's aura, which had initially been at the expert rank, had just spiked and crossed 2 sub-levels all at once. Just what the hell was that suit? The crimson aura initially surrounding his form had all been siphoned into the exosuit, leaving him with an appearance of him donned in an orange suit traced with intricate crimson lines. But yet, the temperature of the surrounding area didn't diminish in the slightest bit, in fact, it tripled in intensity. Gerald's red gaze locked onto Atticus's form as the tension in the air intensified to staggering levels. And then, Gerald's form blurred, the force of his movement creating a sonic boom in the air as his fist suddenly appeared inches away from Atticus's face. Atticus's piercing blue eyes blazed, and just as he was about to fight back, an AI voice sounded, interrupting the altercation. The time is 7 p.m. All remaining students in the Academy campus will be forcefully teleported back to their divisions. Before any one of them could understand what was going on, a golden glow enveloped each and every one of them, and then, they all disappeared. In the middle of a lightly bustling camp, the ground surrounding an imposing large terminal suddenly lit up in a golden glow, illuminating the surroundings and attracting the gazes of the students walking in the area. As soon as the golden light dimmed, the form of a white-haired boy with his left hand stretched outward as though gripping something appeared in view. That felt different, Atticus muttered. He could recall the weird and surreal feeling he always got anytime he got transported. The same thing had happened now, but he was able to properly identify the cause of the feeling. It was because the space element forcefully acted on him in order to teleport him. Atticus gazed at his stretched hand, which was supposed to be holding a particular orange-haired boy, with narrowed eyes. The unfolding events had taken too much of his attention that Atticus hadn't paid close attention to the time he had left. It wouldn't have been enough to break him. Atticus clearly remembered the intense gaze of Seraphine even when he was getting beaten up. It was plenty obvious that that wasn't his first time feeling that amount of pain. Atticus would have needed more time in order to break him than he had. Atticus sighed. He wasn't exactly worried that they got away, they were all in the academy, and he was sure to see them again. Seraphine's name had just shot up the list of the people he suspected sent those third years to him. His whole behavior had been very questionable. The worst enemy one could have was an unknown one. And now that he knew exactly who they were, all Atticus had to do was have a talk with them tomorrow. That suit. Atticus's attention suddenly shifted towards the suit Gerald had used during the last parts of the altercation. Exosuit, he muttered, recalling the name the AI had used to refer to it. Atticus knew for a fact that the Academy didn't ban the use of artifacts to battle. Hell, Seraphine had used one against him. But it was different in Gerald's case. The AI had actually warned him not to use it. What did this imply? It simply meant that the exosuit was an Academy property. Probably something given to the students of a particular year. Instead of wasting time pondering about it, Atticus decided to ask the Oracle in his artifact. What are exosuits? Atticus asked the Oracle after navigating to the Oracle section on his artifact. Exosuits are battle suits tailor-made for each individual, aimed at enhancing the unique strengths of their users. They are given to each student at the end of their first year. Hearing the AI's explanation, a huge smile appeared on Atticus's face. At the end of the first year, Atticus thought with giddy anticipation. He was completely elated about the possibility of obtaining his exosuit at the end of the year. It would be a huge boost to his strength. Seeing as it could increase Gerald's power by 2 sublevels, Atticus was very curious to see how powerful he would get if he should combine all of his strengths together with the exosuit. Atticus turned his gaze around the campgrounds, noticing that many of the division youths were looking his way. Ignoring the stares, Atticus made his way to the mansion. Just as Atticus was about to step through the door to his room, "Hey, bitch," he suddenly heard the voice of a particular red-eyed girl behind him. And with her presence, the inviting smell of something he knew well followed. Atticus smiled and turned to see Aurora standing with a small smile and food. He chuckled, opened the door, and stepped through followed by Aurora. Such foul language. How do you expect to get married if you keep speaking like this? Atticus teased while removing his trench coat and hanging it on the cloth rack by the door. Aurora dropped the tray of food on the table and instantly scoffed, flicking her hair to the side. Have you seen how gorgeous I am? Guys would kill to get a chance to speak to me. Atticus's face instantly scrunched up. Ugh, poor Aurora. Your delusions have gotten out of hand, huh? Aurora clicked her tongue irritably. I'm just stating proven facts and you know it. Atticus's chuckle rang out as he started walking towards the bathroom by the side. Yes, yes, you're the most pretty girl on the planet, Atticus said, his tone laced in sarcasm. That's a fact, you bitch, Aurora fumed, clearly angry that Atticus was being sarcastic. Sure, now if you'll excuse me, I would like to have my bath, Atticus said as he got to the bathroom door. Thanks for the food, he turned back and added. But instead of the expected response, HMPH, dumbass, Aurora said as she turned and left the room. Atticus shook his head with a smile and went to have his bath. After a few minutes, Atticus came out of the bathroom and ate his food, after which he immediately headed to bed and slept. The next day, Atticus woke up and his routine continued as he battled Jared's copy at the master rank. But this time around, Atticus used his newly awakened space element during the fight and it was nothing short of mind-blowing. It was as though it was another person fighting. The pace of the battle completely changed drastically. And even though because of the robot's practically endless energy, Atticus eventually lost the fight, he was able to inflict an incredible amount of damage on the robot. After training, he freshened up at the mansion and grabbed a meal with Aurora after. Then they headed to the terminal at the middle of the camp in order to get teleported to class. After a few minutes, Atticus found himself inside a familiar pristine white room. Without wasting time, he headed out of the door, his gaze instantly landing on the form of Zoe with a slight blush on her face, walking incredibly fast past his door with her gaze turned away from him. Before Atticus could say something, Zoe was already long gone. Atticus sighed as he stared in the direction she had just left. I knew this would happen, he thought. The Zoe he had come to know during this past month was a very misunderstood girl. People who saw her for the first time would automatically assume she had a cold personality, and to be completely honest, she did. But this was just the exterior part of her. Once Atticus had gotten close enough, he was able to see that she was basically just like any other 15-year-old teenage girl. And the fact that she could get incredibly shy. She was very curious about a lot of things but was too shy to try them out. Atticus suddenly felt a stare on him and turned his gaze to see Kale staring at him. We'll be late for class, Kale suddenly spoke up. Atticus smiled and chuckled. At least he always had Kale. Yeah, let's go, Atticus said as he moved towards him. So how's everything been? What did I miss? Atticus asked. Because he had been spending his time training and being with Zoe, they hadn't had the chance to hang out together. Atticus decided to use this opportunity to catch up. But Kale had always been one who didn't speak much. After many answers that frustrated Atticus to his core, the duo finally reached the classroom. As the door parted open, Atticus's gaze instantly turned icy as he walked in. His gaze shot towards where a particular orange-haired boy was supposed to be seated only to find it completely empty for the first time. He didn't come, of course, he had already anticipated the possibility of Seraphin not coming to class. Seraphin would have to be truly stupid to show up again after taking that brutal beating. Atticus took his gaze away from there and turned it towards Zoe, seated with a slight blush on her face, his cold gaze instantly turning soft. After a few seconds, Atticus took his seat beside Zoe, who had her gaze facing the other side away from him. Hey, Atticus greeted but got no response. If you ignore me again, I'll kiss you, Atticus threatened, causing Zoe to flinch. She slowly and reluctantly turned her gaze to face Atticus, causing him to smile. The whole class was surprisingly quiet as each of their gazes was focused on the duo. Many of the guys felt their hearts clench as they watched the scene. Why? Just why were they doing it here? It was as if both of them didn't even care about what they all thought about them. Many of them had been happy to see that they didn't enter the class together today, thinking Zoe had been pissed about what Atticus did yesterday. But unfortunately, they had been completely wrong. Just as Atticus was about to speak, the classroom door suddenly opened, and Isabella walked in. The whole classroom became even quieter as everyone, including Atticus and Zoe, turned to face Isabella, who walked nonchalantly to the obsidian table on the platform. As she got there and swept her gaze around the class, Isabella immediately noticed the empty space between Island and Eldrick. She completely ignored it as though it wasn't her business. There was little that happened in the academy, especially in the academy campus, that she didn't know about. Of course, a commotion as intense as that was sure to attract a lot of attention. Isabella immediately began the class, each of the students listening with rapt attention. And after 5 hours of lecture time, she finished the class and instantly left the classroom without saying anything. As soon as Isabella left, Atticus instantly grabbed Zoe's hand, shocking the living daylights out of the poor girl. Before Zoe could wonder what was going on, Atticus nodded at Kale and started moving out of the classroom with Zoe in tow, leaving the other students staring absent-mindedly at the door the duo had just left through. Atticus walked through the hallway of the building at a rapid pace while dragging a beautiful purple-haired girl along with him. The beautiful girl in question had her other hand covering her face as though trying to hide a faint blush that crept up her face. Her gaze focused on Atticus's firm hand holding hers. Atticus kept on moving through the hallway, and after a few seconds, they both got to the elevator. Upon entering and seeing that it was empty, Atticus swiftly pushed the emergency button of the elevator, causing it to suddenly stop. As Atticus released Zoe's hand, her heart fluttered nervously, her gaze darting away from his intense stare. She couldn't help but flinch as he turned towards her, and she instinctively took a step back, only to find Atticus mirroring her movements with a playful smile on his face. With each step he took forward, Zoe took one backward, her heart racing with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Atticus had been absolutely right on the mark, she was incredibly shy. The dance continued until Zoe found herself pressed against the wall, her heart skipping a beat as she realized she had nowhere else to retreat. Hey! Atticus's voice was soft and charming, sending shivers down Zoe's spine as he closed the distance between them. She could feel the warmth of his breath against her skin, her cheeks flushing pink with embarrassment. He's too close. Zoe's mind raced with panicked thoughts, her gaze flickering away as she struggled to compose herself. He smells really nice. Random thoughts just kept popping up inside Zoe's head as her thoughts kept racing. But as she was going through the whirlwind of emotions, a small, mischievous voice chimed in her head, hee hee. Zoe couldn't help but roll her eyes internally at Lumindra's teasing, trying to push aside the distracting thoughts as she focused on the moment at hand. She already had enough on her plate right now, she really couldn't deal with Lumindra's teasing. Seeing that Zoe seemed lost in her thoughts and didn't answer his greeting, Atticus decided to exploit her newly discovered weakness. I'll kiss you if you don't look at me, Atticus declared. He didn't even need to wait a second. Zoe's head instantly snapped to face him, their gazes meeting. Atticus looked at Zoe's amethyst eyes with a profound smile as he tried not to get lost in them. Meanwhile, Zoe struggled to maintain her composure, her heart pounding furiously. They were only a few inches away from each other. She could feel his breath. This was the first time Zoe was ever getting this close to a man for this long, and it was a man she was interested in nonetheless. As Atticus exhaled deeply, his smile widened. You're perfect, he complimented, his words causing a delightful flurry of emotions within Zoe. It took a moment for Zoe to process his words, but when she did, a rush of heat flooded her cheeks, painting them a vivid shade of crimson. Before she could gather her thoughts, Atticus leaned in, closing the remaining distance between them. Their lips met in a soft, tender kiss. The first few seconds were awkward, incredibly awkward. Firstly, Zoe had been caught far too off guard with the kiss that her eyes had widened in shock as she instinctively tried to shift her head backwards, only to discover that there was no place to shift it. Her head was already pressed against the wall. She had no idea where to put her hands, and she eventually settled for putting them down against the wall. The second reason was, well, she had no idea how to kiss. Even worse, neither of them had any idea how to kiss. This was Atticus's first time kissing a girl, and truthfully, he was just winging it. But it was a good thing, a very good thing, that Atticus's perception and intelligence weren't just for show. He had seen a lot of kissing in movies and even in real life back on Earth. After a few seconds of both of them trying to get the hang of it, what was an incredibly awkward kiss with only two very stiff lips touching each other suddenly turned into something that many would be very envious of if they witnessed it. And after a few intense seconds, they parted from each other. But this time around, Zoe wasn't the only one with a blush on her face. Surprisingly, Atticus currently had an intense blush on his face as well. Ahem, Atticus awkwardly cleared his throat and turned towards Zoe, who still had a hand on her lip as though not believing what had just happened. Noticing Zoe's quiet state, Atticus didn't say anything, leaving her to her thoughts. He quietly clicked on the emergency button of the elevator, freeing it, and then clicked on the highest floor. The elevator started moving upwards. The silence inside the elevator was palpable as neither of them spoke to each other. Luckily, no other students had entered the elevator as it moved to the highest floor. After a few seconds, the elevator finally reached its destination, and without uttering any words, they both got off and started walking down the hallway. Atticus really wanted to say something, the walk was just incredibly awkward. But no matter how much he thought, he just couldn't think of anything appropriate to say in this situation. He subtly turned to look at Zoe. She still had a hand softly touching her lips, and it didn't seem like she had any plans of putting it down. Atticus took his gaze away and released a small sigh. He just knew he would go through another round of hide and seek tomorrow. After a few seconds, they finally reached Zoe's teleportation room, and Atticus turned to face Zoe, saying with a smile, "I'll see you later." Zoe remained still for a few seconds before softly responding, "Yeah," as she moved towards the door, which opened and closed as she entered. Atticus gazed at the closed door for a few seconds without saying anything. And then suddenly, he raised his arm, clenching his hand in a fist as he brought down his elbow with a resounding, "Yes." Atticus screamed. He had finally kissed her. He had finally kissed a girl. Words could not begin to describe how happy Atticus was feeling at that moment. He was really holding himself back from jumping up and celebrating right now. After a minute of celebration, Atticus calmed himself down. He was feeling happy, very happy. Atticus released a deep breath. "Damn, I feel like a man." How many guys could boast their first kiss was with a girl as pretty as that? Atticus felt proud of himself, very proud. If only Avalon could see him now. Atticus shook his head, clearing it of all the thoughts trying to creep their way in. He had work to do tomorrow because Zoe was sure to display her antics again. Atticus pondered for a second before a thought sprang into his head. "I know what to do," he thought. Taking a long look at her door once more, Atticus took in a deep breath and exhaled in the next instant. Then, he turned and started making his way back down the hallway. Upon reaching the elevator, Atticus first took it to the first floor and headed into the expansive garden. As usual, he received looks, many of them, but he completely ignored them and searched for who he was looking for. After a few minutes of searching, Atticus finally found her, Ember. Atticus intended to ask Ember about Gerald and the Resonera youth, Sonorous. Although Ember was the most reclusive person he knew and basically didn't care about anyone or anything other than getting stronger, they were all in the same class. Even if it was the least bit of information, she should know it. After asking a few questions, Atticus was able to find out that Gerald and Sonorous were ranked 4th and 5th, respectively, amongst the third years. He also learned that, just like Seraphine, they hadn't shown up to class. Ember didn't really care enough about the situation to ask what was going on. The fact that Gerald and Sonorous skipped school for the first time, and Atticus came to ask about it, made it quite obvious that Atticus had something to do with it. But she knew Atticus well, and they all stood no chance against him. The fact that they were the ones to skip school spoke volumes. After hanging out with Ember for a few minutes, they both separated, and Atticus headed to the elemental rooms to train. After awakening the space element, Atticus had thought a bit about what his new training routine should be. He had already awakened the space element, and it felt like a good opportunity to advance his other elements too. But after thinking about it for a bit, Atticus still decided to prioritize the space element. He would train it for at least 1 hour out of his 2 every day and then rotate the other elements during the other hour. He decided to spend 30 minutes on 2 elements, with the elements changing each day. This would allow him to increase his proficiency with his space element, and not just that, the main reason he had chosen to prioritize it was because he had no idea when he would get access to the space elemental room again after leaving the academy. It was very possible he wouldn't be able to train it as intensely after leaving. So he decided to train it thoroughly while he had the chance. 3 years would be enough to make significant progress. After paying for 2 hours, Atticus made his way to the space elemental room. Since he had awakened the space element, he was able to go farther into the room. After training for an hour, Atticus left and decided to focus on lightning and ice for today's other elements. After another hour, he left and went back to the highest floor to his teleportation room. Luckily, Atticus hadn't met anyone on the way. Returning to his division, Atticus headed back to the mansion to freshen up after his usual banter with Aurora, which always ended with her getting pissed. Atticus laughed, had his bath, ate his food, and then immediately went to bed. The next day came, and Atticus continued his routine. He trained in the advanced training room and then headed right for the terminal after having a meal with Aurora. After being teleported to the academy campus, he had to face the same thing as yesterday, as Zoe immediately tried to run. But this time around, Atticus was prepared for her. He held her hand before she could get far and started walking with her through the hallway. She blushed hard throughout the walk, and the shock that occurred when the both of them walked into the classroom hand in hand was palpable. The shock in the classroom was palpable as Atticus and Zoe walked hand in hand into the classroom. A tsunami of questions instantly filled the minds of the students. Just what was going on? Even though they had thousands of things they wanted to say and ask, at the end of the day, they ended up speechless. Even though the stares of the students were very glaring, Atticus and Zoe completely ignored them as they made their way to their seats. Zoe's demeanor had long since changed from her blushing and acting like a cute teenager to her usual cold and expressionless face. Regardless of the fact that she truly felt all of that, she was still a tier 1. She had a reputation to keep. It wasn't just about her, she was the next in line to become the matriarch of the Starhaven family. Being seen as a love-stricken woman who kept on blushing and acting as though she could do anything for him would tarnish the reputation of the Starhaven family, something they wouldn't take lightly. Atticus's gaze gravitated towards the seat between Island and Eldrick and saw that just like yesterday, the seat was completely empty. Seraphine hadn't shown up today either. Is he planning something? Atticus couldn't help but wonder what his plan was. Skip school until the end of the year. That sounded so absurd that Atticus didn't want to believe it. What if they got paired up to fight in the next division wars? What would he do? Atticus shook his head, deciding not to think about all these trivial matters for now. Since he couldn't see the boy for now, he couldn't deal with him then. But Atticus never forgets. Seraphine's brutal beating was completely inevitable. The expressions of Island, Eldrick, and the other tier 1s showed complete nonchalance at Seraphine's absence. The tier 1s had always considered themselves competition from day one. Any one of them suddenly disappearing to them was cause for celebration. The duo found their seats after a few seconds, the class quieting down. Only the occasional sounds of chatter from the students filled the class. And after a few minutes, Isabella strolled in and immediately started the class without caring about the absentee. After 5 hours, the class ended, and Isabella immediately left the class. Atticus and Zoe, hand in hand, soon followed after she left. After the class, just because of everything that had happened with him kissing her and all, Atticus had spent 30 minutes talking and laughing with Zoe, trying to consolidate everything. After thinking about it for a bit, Atticus had decided not to push for them to officially become a couple. If he had to be honest, it wasn't too early. They've known each other for a month now, and 1 month was completely enough for two people to decide if they should be together or not. But he had ultimately decided against it. He had already pushed their relationship far enough for now when he had kissed her in the elevator. She was just experiencing everything for the first time. He felt it was better to give her time to get used to everything and, more importantly, her feelings. After spending time with Zoe, the both of them separated, and Atticus headed straight to the elemental rooms for training. The days went by fast as Atticus religiously performed his routine every single day without missing a single time. Atticus enjoyed every single moment he spent in the elemental room. The feeling of being surrounded by an element he had a great affinity towards was exhilarating. During this time, everything went by smoothly as nothing eventful happened. Just as Atticus had thought, Seraphine hadn't shown up to class again after their altercation. Atticus had also occasionally checked for Gerald and Sonorous, but he hadn't been able to find either one of them on the academy premises the entire time. His training went by with no hiccups. Atticus enjoyed every single moment of himself getting stronger. The month went by fast, and during this time, Atticus had been occasionally hanging out with Ember and Kale. He also spent time with Zoe. The both of them had gotten really close since the kiss. It had already become a normal occurrence to see the both of them walking hand in hand either into the classroom or through the academy's expansive garden. Although this fact irked many of them, they all practically regarded them as a couple now, even though they really weren't. Atticus had been trying to make it a normal occurrence for both of them to always kiss anytime they met or hung out, but the girl's shyness had always put a stop to that dream. But regardless, they had both kissed a few more times after the first kiss inside the elevator. Time passed, and the day of the 3rd Division battles was fast approaching. The students of the academy went into full enmity mode as each of the students started giving each other wary looks, as none of them knew who they would be fighting during the next battles. And this enmity kept intensifying as the day for the division war approached, with many fights happening around the campus. The current day was Saturday, and it was the day before the 3rd Division battle. Atticus was seated cross-legged with his eyes closed in the middle of a lightning. He sat stoically on an island that was made of lightning, surrounded by crackling white tendrils of energy. The sky above churned with dark clouds, fissuring and crackling with thunderous power, casting ominous shadows over the island. Periodically, bolts of lightning struck Atticus with ferocious intensity, enough to reduce an ordinary man to dust in an instant. Yet, he remained completely unmoved. That's right, Atticus was currently in the last phase of his training for the day, inside the lightning elemental room. The lightning elemental room was quite what anyone would have expected, filled with lightning. It was a no-brainer that the room was rich in the lightning element, which was why it was perfect for him to train in. His lightning element was thriving a great deal. A lightning bolt struck Atticus's form, his whole body trembling. Atticus's face immediately scrunched up in pain as he clenched his fist, lightning crackling around his form. But Atticus remained completely still as he tried to assimilate the lightning into his body. With each strike, an unimaginable amount of pain passed through Atticus's body, a pain many wouldn't be able to withstand. But to Atticus, it's not enough, he complained. Atticus had spent the last 5 years training with Magnus, known to many as the god of lightning. He had been struck by lightning more times than he could count, and Atticus could never, even for a second, say that he got used to it. It was like Magnus was psychic. No matter how many times he got struck, Atticus always felt like it was his threshold. It always felt unimaginable, as though only a little more and he would be turned into dust. Magnus knew exactly what his body could take, and Atticus had absolutely no idea how he always did that. During training with Magnus after he had awakened his element, Atticus's lightning had progressed a great deal. Atticus had thought it to be normal then, but after experiencing the lightning inside the elemental room, he had thought otherwise. The lightning in the elemental room felt plain, completely normal and straightforward, while Magnus's lightning felt special. It felt like comparing a fake to an original. And unfortunately for Atticus, he couldn't achieve what Magnus had been doing for him here. Magnus had been hitting him with lightning so intense it should be a surprise that he wasn't dead yet. The level of precision needed to achieve that was something that the elemental training room just could not provide. Atticus would rather not electrocute himself, so he decided not to try it. After a few seconds of meditation, Atticus finally assimilated the lightning as he released a deep breath. He breathed in and out a few more times as he tried to regain his composure. He could still feel the lightning coursing through him. The moment went by peacefully with only the sound of lightning fissuring in the background. And just as it seemed like this moment would continue, suddenly the sounds of multiple notifications immediately snapped Atticus out of his reverie. Atticus's eyes immediately snapped open as he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the massive number of notification boxes that appeared in front of him. It was odd because the artifact hardly ever displayed notifications in front of him. It usually sounded, and then he would have to click on his device to check. Atticus shook his head and decided to check what the commotion was all about. And as soon as his eyes landed on one of the last notification boxes, his eyes immediately widened. A total of 100 members of your division are dead. Total penalty. Minus 100% of your academy points have been deducted. A total of 100 members of your division are dead. Total penalty. Minus 100% of your academy points have been deducted. Atticus gazed at the displayed notification box with a surprisingly expressionless face. Without a doubt, what Atticus had just read brought about a whole world of shock to him. As soon as he read this, there was only one question that came to Atticus's head: how? He had taken literally every precaution possible to prevent exactly this situation from happening, to ensure that they would all be safe. But now it was as if everything he had done was made obsolete. As soon as he saw that message, without even trying, his brain had thought about multiple possibilities of how this had happened. And after going through the myriad of possibilities that popped up in his head, Atticus felt like there was only one possible explanation that would make complete sense in this situation: the Academy campus. His thoughts moved at a fast speed, coming up with multiple explanations. The Academy campus was divided between the leaders and non-leaders. In every year, the leaders of every division were always 1,000 students, but this was completely different from the non-leaders. Millions of youths were admitted into the academy every year, and if only 1,000 were taken away from that would leave well a millions of other students. Compared to the leaders section, the non-leaders section was insanely massive, completely incomprehensible. The amount of space needed to contain millions of students was a lot. And this was why even till now, Aurora, Nate, and Lucas still haven't met themselves in the campus, not that they needed to. They weren't even taught in the same class. The point that Atticus had gotten from all of this was that his division members were completely divided there, and worst of all, he couldn't even get to them. It was the perfect place to get to him. Amongst the possibilities, Atticus had also thought about an attack on the camp by an enemy that they couldn't handle, but he quickly dismissed that thought. It didn't make any sense. There were more than 1,000 members of his division, so if the camp was under attack, why would exactly 100 members of his division die? It made no sense. That number was too exact, too precise to be coincidental. Atticus's mind swirled. There was a third party involved, a student. It has to be someone who is aware of the leader's punishment when any member of their division dies. It's a leader and they have one target: me. Atticus's piercing blue gaze suddenly flashed a red tint as they immediately became cold. It would baffle many, but not even a second had passed since Atticus saw the notifications and he had already assessed the situation and reached a conclusion. Such was the might of Atticus's intelligence. Atticus slowly stood up from his cross-legged posture. His every movement was calm and deliberate. One wouldn't even think that there was something wrong with him. Many who had just lost what Atticus had just lost would be panicking and rushing to get back to his or her division and find out what had happened. Atticus didn't feel that was all necessary. What had happened had already happened, there was no changing it. But it had been a while, it had been a very long while since Atticus was this pissed. Atticus was angry, so angry that the aura surrounding his body became ice cold. Atticus didn't utter anything. In fact, his every movement radiated absolute calmness as he swerved down from the lightning island, moving through the air towards the exit of the lightning elemental room. Atticus walked rhythmically through the hallway, taking an elevator to the highest floor of the building. And within a few moments, the teleportation room lit up as Atticus's expressionless face disappeared from the room. Someone must pay. The ground close to the imposing terminal lit up in a golden glow that illuminated the whole surrounding, and along with it came the form of a white-haired boy who currently wore an expressionless face: Atticus. The arrival of Atticus drew the attention of the division members who had been walking close to the large terminal. As soon as their gazes landed on Atticus's form, each of them couldn't help but flinch as their hearts skipped a beat. Atticus wasn't even looking at any one of them. In fact, his expression was completely calm. But each of them could feel it, despite the distance. They could each feel the intense chilly aura radiating out from Atticus's form. No one had to tell them, they all instinctively knew he was angry. They each shivered. None of them knew why, nor did they ever dare to ask him. Neither of them could even meet his gaze as each of them bowed their heads, turning their gazes downwards. Each of them tried their best to avoid standing out. And as they all had time to think, each of them couldn't help but feel pity for whoever made this white-haired monster angry. Atticus turned his head, sweeping his gaze around the whole camp, instantly seeing everything around the 500 meters camp with pinpoint accuracy. And in just less than a second, he came to one conclusion. Looks like I was right, he concluded. There were no attacks happening in the camp. The camp was trouble-free without any altercations happening whatsoever. It was completely safe as each of the division members strolled around the campgrounds peacefully. Atticus closed his eyes and released a deep exhale, taking a deep breath in the next instant as he tried to calm the intense amounts of anger bubbling up within him. After a few seconds, Atticus's gaze snapped open as he took a step forward, then another step, and another. each step taken in tandem with the youths who instinctively took one back. And as soon as Atticus was away from the terminal ground, he suddenly fixed his gaze on the students in the area as each of them trembled, their legs shaking as they tried to stay standing. Then, Atticus suddenly raised his right leg, his neutral gaze still focused on the trembling students. And in the next instant, Atticus brought down his leg. It wasn't forceful. In fact, the impact on the ground wasn't even intense. You could even say it was soft. But the resulting events were anything but soft. It felt as though the earth grumbled, as though the earth was incredibly unsatisfied with something. The ground shook as the entirety of the camp trembled. The once sturdy academy buildings within the camp groaned and creaked under the strain, their foundations tested to the brink of collapse. Amidst the chaos, the students of the camp fought to maintain their balance, their feet slipping and sliding on the unstable ground. Aurora's gaze snapped to the side as she felt the advanced training room shake. She instantly moved her head to the side, dodging a fire-imbued punch that threatened to blast her head away. "Stop the fight," she instantly instructed, her words immediately followed by the robot stopping its movements and moving to stand quietly by the side. Aurora was currently inside the advanced training room, battling a random data of a fire elementalist she had chosen. Anytime Atticus wasn't making use of the advanced training room, each of the Ravenstein youths had already created a schedule on who gets to use it when. Some even chose to train together inside the room, but Aurora had refused to do that. She had fortunately or unfortunately gotten the bad habit of keeping all her abilities to herself from a particular white-haired boy. And she had just felt the intense earthquake that suddenly struck the camp. Aurora instantly turned to face the exit and released a huge blast from her feet, propelling herself towards the door. It wasn't only Aurora who raced to see what was going on. Lucas, Nate, and the other Ravenstein youths dropped whatever they were doing and rushed outside to see what was going on. The division members who had been close to Atticus had long since lost their footing as each of them trembled on the ground with intensity. They each got the full brunt of both Atticus's cold aura and the earthquake. No one would hope to be in their situation. Atticus's piercing gaze bore down on the youths below, sending a ripple of apprehension through their ranks. Their hearts skipped beats in unison, their teeth chattering nervously under the weight of his cold stare. Despite the tension in the air, Atticus's face remained impassive, revealing no hint of emotion as he issued his command. "I want every single member of this division to assemble in the training grounds immediately." His voice carried across the trembling landscape with an eerie calmness, devoid of any urgency or agitation. It was as though he were simply engaging in casual conversation. But each and every one of the youths in the area heard him. And as though they all knew he wasn't joking around, each of their trembling forms seemed to stop as they all instantly stood upright. No one knew who started it amongst themselves, but within a few seconds, each of them were screaming the same words at the top of their lungs. "Gather in the training ground immediately. The leader wants to see everyone." Atticus took his gaze away from the students as they went about their task of gathering the other division members. Then he quietly started walking towards the training grounds, getting there in just a few seconds. Atticus walked to the top of the elevated platform and stood at the front of it, facing the rest of the training ground. Then, he closed his eyes and waited. Aurora's blazing form was the next to arrive in the area. She flew across the camp trying to find if there had been any threats or attack on the camp, but had been a little shocked when she didn't see anything. The camp wasn't being attacked. The only commotion going on was some of the division members running around the camp. Aurora was about to land and ask what was going on from one of the students, but then she saw Atticus standing on top of the elevated platform in the training ground. Aurora instantly turned to face that direction and propelled herself with fire towards his direction. Landing a few meters from him, just as she was about to speak, Aurora suddenly paused. What's wrong with him? She wondered. Aurora had spent the last 5 years with Atticus, and she of all people knew how to tell his every emotion with just a glance. She didn't even need to feel the cold aura emanating from Atticus. Merely looking at him, Aurora didn't need anyone to tell her that he was thoroughly angry. Aurora didn't say anything. She only approached and stood behind Atticus without uttering a word. Lucas, Nate, and the others arrived a moment later, and they each felt the cold aura Atticus was emanating. They each wisely chose to keep their remarks and questions to themselves and stood quietly behind Atticus on top of the elevated platform. Then, they waited for the rest of the youths to gather in the training ground. The current time was 20 minutes to 1900, and while the night was creeping in, the sun hadn't completely set yet. There was still a significant amount of illumination. Luckily, each of the students weren't training freaks like Atticus, and had all returned to the camp after their classes. After a few minutes, from the division members who had been hunting and training in the forest to the ones indoors, every single one of the division members gathered quietly in front of Atticus. Their leader had called, and none of them dared not to obey. The whole training ground descended into a palpable silence as each of them focused their gazes on Atticus, waiting for him to address them. And they didn't have to wait long, as after a few seconds, Atticus's eyes flickered open and each of the youth present in the area immediately felt their heart's grip. Then, with a voice that cut through the tension like a knife, Atticus spoke. At exactly 6:28 p.m., exactly 100 amongst you all died. I would like said 100 to step out now. Silence enveloped the entire training ground as each of the students processed Atticus's words. 100 of them died. How? The majority of the division members' expression, even the Ravenstein youths, immediately morphed into confusion. How was it even possible for 100 of them to die without their knowledge? 100 wasn't a small number, at the very least, it should have caused a commotion. But with everything that had just happened, none of them were foolish enough to think that Atticus was kidding. It really did happen. Atticus narrowed his gaze slightly, his eyes moving at alarming speed as he scrutinized the more than 1,000 youths gathered in the training grounds. As soon as he had spoken, Atticus had raised his perception to full throttle, scrutinizing each of the division members gathered in the area. Thoroughly scrutinizing 1,000 youths, checking to see any slight change in expressions or body language, was something many couldn't even dream of doing. And in less than a second, I see, Atticus thought. He had already expected this situation. All of them feigned ignorance, with many showing confused expressions. But their body language could not escape Atticus, no matter how much they tried. He could see some of the youths amongst the crowd clenching their fists while trembling, each of them clearly afraid. Atticus decided to wait for a full minute to give them a chance to step out. But during this time, the youths all kept on looking at each other in confusion. Except for Aurora, who simply stood directly behind Atticus without showing any change in expression, the other Ravenstein's youths were also confused. Even if 100 members had actually died, how had Atticus known it? Of them, it was Lucas who had the slightest clue of what was going on. He gets notified about our deaths, and considering the fact that he's currently angry, he probably gets punished when any one of us dies too. Ever since that night Atticus had warned Hen when he finished addressing the non-combatants, Lucas had always wondered why he had been going through such lengths to protect the lives of the division members. But what he had just concluded would explain a lot. The minute went by fast, and as soon as it was up, Atticus saw that none of the youths expressed any intention of stepping forward. Atticus nodded. All right then. He didn't get angry, nor did he erupt into a fit of rage. He didn't feel like there was any reason to. Nothing would change. Not everything was about brute force. There was always a smart way of doing things, and that was what Atticus had chosen to do. As Atticus opened his mouth again to speak, the soft murmurs and chatters that filled the training grounds immediately quieted down. I'm sure you are all aware of academy contracts, Atticus asked. The majority of the division members nodded their heads in affirmation, with some of them whispering what the academy contracts were to the youths beside them. The non-leaders section was unlike the leaders section that was mostly filled with the tiered students, in another sense, proud individuals. Here, rumors and news spread faster because the students actually talked to each other. So, many of them were well informed about most of the academy features. Atticus nodded and simultaneously raised his arm to tap on his artifact. He continued, in a few seconds, you will all receive an academy contract. You will all sign it, Atticus commanded. Immediately, the youths processed those words, and each couldn't help but flinch. The ones who knew about the academy contract were well aware of the punishment for breaching anything in the contract. The scene of the third years getting electrocuted was still fresh in their heads. None of them wanted to experience that. What was worse was that they had no idea what Atticus would propose in the contract. He could turn them all into slaves for all they cared. Atticus saw many of the youths immediately express their dissatisfaction at what he had just asked them to do, but none had the guts to do it openly. They did it in the most subtle way possible. But none of it could ever be subtle enough to escape Atticus's perception. And Atticus's eyes couldn't help but narrow as he noticed it was the same people whose trembling forms he had noticed earlier. Atticus's expression remained unchanged. He cared not for what they all thought. Atticus navigated to the appropriate section and immediately started drafting the contract. He had long since decided on what he was going to add to the contract. In under 5 seconds, Atticus finished drafting it and immediately sent it to each and every one of the division youths, surprisingly including the Ravenstein youths as each of their artifacts dinged, notifying them. Even Aurora hadn't been excluded. But she hadn't expressed any surprise or shock unlike the other Ravenstein youths who turned to look at themselves. She simply accepted the contract without even checking its contents. Atticus had no intention of taking any chances. Each of the other division members opened the contract and read the terms. Suddenly, in an extremely trembling voice, one could immediately tell that said individual was mustering the entirety of his courage in order to speak. One youth in the middle of the crowd suddenly spoke out, his voice squeaking, "This is you unfair. IIC cannot accept this." But before the youth could finish speaking, an incredible amount of force engulfed him as his body was brutally slammed on the ground. The division members around the area immediately scattered, each of them not wanting to be caught in the attack. The youth felt unimaginable amounts of pain as his form was enveloped in the air and lifted up high. And with an abrupt motion, he was once again slammed against the ground with brutal intensity. This action repeated itself a few more times until the youth became all bloodied and battered. In the next instant, an invisible force enveloped his form, raising him and setting his body straight as he stood as though nothing had just happened. But his completely bloodied body would say otherwise. Each of the division members turned to face the only person that had the power to do such a thing, Atticus. He looked down on all the youths, his form having not even appeared to have moved. There was no indication that would suggest he had been the one responsible for what just happened. They were all completely astonished. The youth who had just spoken had been at the back lines of the gathered crowd, hundreds of meters away from Atticus. Yet Atticus had still gotten to him. They each felt chills run down their spines. If Atticus wanted, he could get to anyone anytime he wanted. Atticus's cold words followed. It wasn't a request, he declared succinctly. None of them needed any other explanation. They all instantly started accepting the contract, even the Ravenstein youths. Every time a contract was accepted, Atticus would receive a notification. In under a minute, he had received more than 1,000 notifications. Atticus swiftly asked his artifact to do a head count on the number of youths that had accepted the contract. His gaze turned cold as he heard the number, 1,100 youths. The meaning was very clear. There were 100 members of his division that were yet to accept the contract. And it just so happened that it was this same number of youths that had died. Point them out, Atticus instantly instructed his artifact, and it did one better. His artifact lit up as a monocle-shaped hologram appeared over his eyes. Atticus could instantly see as most of the youths started glowing a golden glow, while a few retained their normal color. Atticus didn't need time to think to know who was who. With a thought, the earth underneath the youths without any glow swirled, and their forms immediately got enveloped in the earth, locking each of them in place. The youths instantly got startled as each of them wondered what was happening. But before they had time to think, Atticus suddenly spoke. "The rest of you can leave," Atticus's command rang out, taking them out of their reverie. Seeing that they each had a chance to leave the presence of this white-haired monster, they all started scattering about, leaving the training ground in a few seconds. Atticus turned his gaze towards the Ravenstein youths too and addressed them. "I'll explain everything later, you all should leave too," Atticus suggested. The Ravenstein youths had all been loyal to him and had always listened to his orders. It would be wrong to treat them like the others. He owed them an explanation at the very least. They each turned to look at each other first, and then they turned towards Atticus. With a bow, they each left the training grounds. Only Aurora, Lucas, and Nate remained behind, and with a glance, Atticus could tell that they wanted to remain. Atticus nodded and turned to face the youths encased in earth. With another thought, they were all moved from their position to directly in front of Atticus. Atticus removed the earth encasing them but still bound their hands and legs. The current state of the youths was without saying, pitiful. Scared would be an understatement when one wanted to describe how they were currently feeling. As Atticus focused on them, their legs shook as many of them started urinating. Atticus simply ignored their pitiful state as his cold words sounded. You have 5 seconds to accept the contract. As Atticus's cold words resounded through the training grounds, before any of them could understand what was going on, an overwhelming aura suddenly descended upon each of them, causing them all to instantly sink down onto both knees. The majority of them had already gotten on all fours as they struggled to regain their balance. Pleas for mercy immediately filled the air as they all begged, but Atticus was having none of it. He ignored every one of them as he increased the aura on them twofold. The terms of the Academy contract that Atticus had just proposed were simple. You are strictly prohibited from consciously or unconsciously divulging, disseminating, transmitting, or in any way communicating any information pertaining to the White Omens Division or its members to any individual, entity, or system, whether internal or external. You are expressly forbidden from consciously or unconsciously engaging in any action or omission that may cause harm, detriment, or negative repercussions to the White Omens Division or its members, directly or indirectly. Any and all information regarding potential threats, rewards, or significant matters must be promptly and exclusively reported directly to the division leader of the White Omens Division or to any designated higher-ranking authority if the division leader is unavailable. By agreeing to this contract, you acknowledge and accept the terms outlined herein and agree to abide by them without exception or deviation. Any violation of these terms will result in a breach in the contract. The contract was simple and straightforward, and it was surprising that anyone would want to refuse to accept it. The terms were fair, and were all related to the prosperity of the division. It was simply to block any form of betrayers that could pop up in the division. Atticus had been incredibly thorough, making sure that the contract was airtight. As the youth saw that there was no escape from this predicament, and none of them had any intention of finding out what would happen if those 5 seconds were over, their hands slowly moved in unison towards their artifacts as they all decided to accept the contract. But as though it were a divine sin, tendrils of crackling lightning suddenly emanated from the artifacts, instantly shocking the living daylights out of each one of them. Their forms immediately jerked as they lost control of the limbs they used to support themselves. They all hit the earth with loud thuds, each of them twitching and shaking on the ground. Atticus watched coldly as they all got electrocuted. He had already anticipated that this would be the case. From everything he had seen, this was the most logical explanation that he could think of. Atticus, what's happening? Aurora finally couldn't stand being in the dark and asked. Atticus turned and immediately saw a serious look on her face. He also saw Nate and Lucas looking at him with inquisitive gazes. Atticus sighed. There's a rule which states that I lose 1% of my points anytime a member of our division dies, Atticus explained. Aurora immediately exclaimed, wait. Doesn't that mean but she didn't have to finish her sentence as Atticus continued, causing Aurora's eyes to widen in disbelief. Yeah, I lost 100% of my points. Lucas's eyes narrowed. Who do you suspect? He asked. Lucas had never been one to waste time asking trivial questions that one should know if only they used some of their neurons properly. He went straight to the point. I can't be absolutely sure, but I'm leaning towards a few people right now, Atticus replied. Aurora clenched her fist hard in anger as her body started emitting steam. Where are they? She demanded. No one had to be a genius to know that she was incredibly angry. Aurora had always been quick to get angered and triggered, and the fact that someone targeted Atticus irked her. Atticus couldn't help but smile as he saw her this angered. She hadn't even been affected. Are they in the first year? It was Nate who spoke next. Unlike Aurora, who was still emitting steam, Nate was surprisingly calmer. But Atticus could tell that he was also angry even if he hadn't shown it outwardly. They had targeted Atticus, which meant that they had targeted them. Atticus nodded in affirmation. One of them is, and the other 2 are third years, he added. Atticus also decided to briefly explain what had happened between him, Seraphin, Gerald, and Sonris while he was at it. And after a few seconds, they each quieted down as they tried to grapple with what Atticus had just told them. He had fought with the 4th and 5th ranked third years. Nate and Lucas were slightly shocked. Just why does it seem like trouble was always following Atticus? Only Aurora remained placid. So what are we going to do now? Aurora inquired, narrowing her gaze slightly as she continued. Don't tell me you're going to keep us out of it. She added. She had learned not to snoop or pry into his business when she saw that Atticus wasn't the type that loved sharing. But regardless, there was no way she would ignore it if she saw someone messing with Atticus. She's right. We're in this together. Don't leave us out of it. Lucas also turned towards Atticus and added. He still had his usual worried look on his face, but anyone could tell that he was serious. I've been itching for a fight for months now. Please, please don't keep us out of this. It was Nate who had spoken next, pleading with puppy eyes. Atticus gazed at the three of them for a few seconds before he erupted into laughter. They each looked at each other as they wondered just why he was laughing. After a few seconds, Atticus finally stopped, wiping a tear from his eyes as he turned to face the confused trio. You all sound so cringe. It's not like I died or got hurt. I only lost some points, Atticus explained. You all need to relax. There's no need to rush. The ones you should pity are the fools who made me lose my points. Atticus had spoken in a completely casual manner, but the three of them who had heard him couldn't help but gulp. Despite the fact that he was currently smiling, Atticus was truly pissed off. The fact that he was laughing simply meant that he didn't regard them as any threat whatsoever. It was the kind of anger one would feel if an ant bit you and then ran away and hid under the bed. It doesn't look like you can find out anything from them, though. Lucas gestured towards the youth on the ground getting electrocuted. Throughout the duration of their talk, each of the youths had still been getting electrocuted by their artifacts, but neither one of them showed any pity or compassion for them. With a focus, Atticus instantly submerged each of them in the earth, stopping them from trying to accept the contract. After a few seconds, the artifact stopped electrocuting them. Atticus wasted no time as he selected random youths from the ones sprawled on the ground, each of them suddenly getting enveloped in water. With another thought, the water started healing them slowly, relieving them of their fatigue. After a few moments, the water healed them to acceptable levels. Atticus controlled the orbs of water as they all ascended up the platform, landing directly in front of him. Atticus released his hold over the water as the forms of the youths spilled onto the platform. Atticus swiftly spoke, I will not ask you twice. Tell me everything you can, Atticus demanded. The contract was sure to restrict what they could say or divulge, but what he had just asked them to do should be more reasonable. One of the youths suddenly stood upright and got on his knees as he instantly frantically pleaded, Please, why young master, I had no choice. Before he could continue speaking, the artifact lit up, and the youth immediately got electrocuted. Atticus sighed and pushed the youth down from the platform and enveloped his form in earth. Then Atticus went about questioning the remaining youths with Aurora, Lucas, and Nate. After a few minutes, what he had been able to find out was, as expected, very little. The only thing each of the youths had been able to talk about was the fact that they had no choice but to accept the contract. After making sure to find out everything he could from the youths, Atticus finally stopped his interrogation. He turned and spoke to the trio for a few moments, and after convincing them, Atticus manipulated the earth in the area as the earth suddenly jutted out of the ground and each of the 100 youths were all hit brutally on the head, knocking each of them out. He then manipulated the earth and created a large earthen platform that lifted each of the unconscious youths from the ground. The earth wrapped around them holding each of them steady and then with an abrupt motion, Atticus and the youths shot into the skies, heading towards the forest. What do you think he's going to do? Nate suddenly asked after a few seconds while facing the direction Atticus had just left in. Lucas adjusted his glasses as he answered, I have a few guesses, but I think it's wise we don't pry. He obviously doesn't want anyone to know, Lucas advised. I guess you're right. I hope we get to fight those bastards. Nate clenched his fist with an excited grin. Only Aurora remained silent as she stared at the massive platform that had basically become a dot now. Then, without saying anything, she turned and started walking away. Damn, she must be pissed, Nate commented after a few seconds while watching Aurora's departing figure. Lucas nodded his head in affirmation. After a few seconds of pondering, they each started walking out of the training ground. Inside an imposing mansion, situated just beside a large imposing black spire, lay a small training ground. It was situated within the mansion at the middle. The entirety of the training ground, either the equipment or the ground, was covered by large and thick vines. If one should take a closer look, they would notice that each of the vines, although very slowly, were subtly growing, increasing in size by the second. And in the middle of this forest, a boy sat. He had red hair, and his form was enveloped in large green, thick vines. The boy sat down cross-legged with his eyes closed on the top of a vine. This peaceful moment was broken by the sound of the door to the training ground creaking open. A tall and slender youth with the same red hair stepped in through the door. He approached the boy meditating in the middle, reaching him in a few seconds. The youth bowed respectfully and spoke, "Young Master Dell, it has started." Dell's eyes snapped open as his lips suddenly curled up into a huge grin. "All 100? He inquired. "Yes, young master." "Good, good. And did you also tell them to do what I asked?" Dell asked. "Yes, young master. They would all kill themselves at least 8 times daily and do it as spontaneously as possible." Dell's smile widened, and he suddenly burst out laughing, his mirth resounding across the training ground. "Finally. That bastard is finally feeling a taste of my wrath." Dell laughed for a few more seconds, the youth remaining bowed for the entire duration. Then he suddenly stopped as his gaze turned cold. "Don't let your guard down and avoid meeting any one of the 100 for now, and just remain low-key. Let's frustrate him for a few days before we move on to the next phase," Dell instructed. He had planned out everything thoroughly and carefully, making sure that there were no mistakes. The academy contract they had forced those youths to accept was completely airtight. None of them could escape doing whatever he wanted. And what was best was that if Atticus stopped them from killing themselves, they would all get electrocuted until they do. The academy was cruel, incredibly cruel to the weak. The youth nodded, and with a deep bow, he turned and left the room. Dell chuckled as he closed his eyes to keep training with a smile on his face. "I will make you suffer," Dell muttered, his hatred palpable. It was just after 10 in the morning, and the sun had already risen well over the horizon, its golden rays shining brightly, illuminating the entirety of an expanse. In the middle of this large expanse was a camp. The camp wasn't anything special. There were no walls surrounding it, and it only had one large imposing black terminal in the middle. Around it was a large mansion, a mess hall, and myriad tents scattered all around the area. The members of the division went about their normal business as they trotted through the camp. None of the youths had any distinct features that could relate them to each other, apart from a particular group of youths who stood out from the rest. With intense mischievous grins, vibrant orange hair, and radiant gems embedded into their foreheads, different youths from the Stellaris family moved around the camp, each one of them causing mayhem wherever they went. Despite the fact that different youths seemed to be coming and going, each of them kept an eye on 2 things: the countdown clock actively counting down on top of the black terminal and a very tiny dot up in the skies. At the very top of the camp, even above the massive terminal, was the form of a boy. With a touch of vibrant orange hair, his whole form was glowing a golden glow as the intense rays from the sun seemed to converge around him. This boy was none other than Seraphim, who sat down cross-legged on top of a platform floating in the air. As though it were a mantra, Seraphim kept muttering under his breath as he absorbed the sun's rays, "Trust Brother Gerald, just a few months left." During the past few weeks, Seraphim had holed himself in his division as he continued training. He didn't, for once, go to the academy campus to attend lectures during this time. The number of piled-up punishments Seraphim had racked up because he had been missing lectures was staggering. But at the end of the day, it was not something he couldn't live through. Seraphim had been waiting for the time he would teach that thief a lesson, and he would continue to wait until the leaders' summit. The next day came quickly in the White Omens division, and it was finally the day for the 3rd Division War. As per usual practice, the entirety of the division was gathered, each facing the large imposing terminal in the middle of the camp. Their gazes were focused on the large countdown clock displayed in front of them. As usual, Atticus stood at the forefront of the division members, with Aurora and the Ravenstein youths directly behind him. Atticus had already informed the Ravenstein youths about the situation yesterday after he had returned from the forest. They had all taken it surprisingly well. It immediately made sense why he had enforced the academy contract on all of them now. Even until now, no one knew what Atticus had done to the 100 youths he had taken with him into the forest. He didn't even spend more than 30 minutes before he returned with all of them, still unconscious. They all still looked the same, with no indication that he had done anything to the youths. And after that, it had been a great shock to them as Atticus hadn't taken any other precautions to restrict the youths' activities. While it was very obvious that allowing those 100 youths to roam free was as dangerous as it could get, the only thing Atticus had done till now was to visually separate them from the others by painting the armor each of them was wearing a very vibrant shade of red. And they were all removed from their units and assigned a separate one. They each stood at the forefront, directly behind Atticus and the Ravenstein youths. Many might think that it was harsh that they were being isolated and ostracized from the rest of the division, but what Atticus would call those sorts of people were fools. Currently, Atticus had 0 academy points on him, and even if they all decided to kill themselves now, it wouldn't affect him in any way. But what about if they backstabbed and killed the other division members? It wasn't just about him, the whole division was at risk. Any death, whether by suicide or homicide, would result in a 10% deduction of their points. In fact, if not for the other division members being unaware of the risks associated with these particular 100 youths, the isolation they would experience would be multiplied many folds. Atticus had kept the rest of the division in the dark about the truth of the 100 youths, and he had also given the Ravenstein youths instructions not to allow anyone to know. It was something that baffled Lucas, who believed that the whole division should be informed so that they would be able to watch out for any sneak attacks that might occur. Many of the Ravenstein youths had even wanted to lock them up and bind them in chains, none of them wanted to take any chances. But Atticus had put a stop to all of that and had ultimately decided on just separating them from the rest by tagging them. The countdown struck 0, and the whole youths in the area immediately closed their eyes as they all knew what was coming. The large terminal lit up, its light encompassing the whole camp. And in under a second, the whole camp got transported away. But unlike what many would expect, the large and imposing terminal still remained in its original position. As soon as the camp was transported away, the whole expanse descended into an unreal serenity. But this peaceful atmosphere didn't last long. After exactly 4 minutes, the terminal suddenly lit up with an intense glow, and just as the camp had been transported, it instantly appeared in the middle of the expanse once more. Unlike before where everyone had been facing the large terminal, each of the division members were facing the location where a small building of the control room the academy provided for each division at the beginning of any battle was supposed to be. The entire camp was enveloped in palpable silence as each of the division members stared at each other in disbelief. What had just happened? It had finished so fast that none of them even had a chance to do anything. The Ravenstein youths also mirrored this same feeling. Aurora stood with her hands crossed on her chest while she gazed at Atticus, who was standing beside her with a smile as she shook her head. Lucas's expression was unbothered, while Nate and the other Ravenstein youths were thoroughly sad, their expressions as though they had just been robbed of something very important. The 3rd Division battle had just ended, and neither one of them had even lifted a single finger to fight. Even worse, they hadn't even seen their enemies. The only thing they had time to see was the theme and rules of the battle. To understand what had just happened, we would need to go back a few minutes ago. As soon as the bright light enveloped the whole camp, each of them was transported along with the camp. After a few seconds, Aurora opened her eyes and found herself facing the same black spire of the camp. She turned her gaze around, trying to get her bearings. "You had better let us fight in this one," Aurora commented with a small sigh. She had always been looking forward to the division battles because she would get to fight, but Atticus would always end up easily defeating the majority of the opposing forces. This had happened during all the division battles they had fought so far. Aurora suddenly noticed something. Seconds had passed, and the expected response hadn't arrived yet. Aurora turned her gaze back to her front where a particular white-haired boy should have been standing. "Where the hell is Atticus?" Aurora exclaimed, instantly capturing the attention of the others. Nate rapidly turned his gaze around the area, checking to see if he could find him, but yet, there was no sign of Atticus. Was he teleported somewhere else? Lucas's gaze narrowed as he tried to assess the situation. "Maybe," he muttered under his breath, his thoughts racing. Although he wasn't 100% sure, Lucas couldn't help but believe that the academy was trying to separate Atticus from the division. The boy had practically been the one-shotting each of the division battles they've faced so far. "Where are we?" Lucas turned his gaze around the area, noticing the tall imposing trees that surrounded the camp. They had all been transported into a forest, but Lucas had no idea what they were supposed to do. "So what do we do now? Is the young master safe?" Lucas turned and fixed his gaze at Chubby, who had just spoken up. Chubby appeared to have gained some confidence now that Atticus wasn't present with them. But he wasn't the only one, as Elijah and the other Ravenstein youths also started talking about what they should do next. Before Lucas could respond to Chubby's question, Nate's exclamation beat him to it. "Who cares? If Atticus isn't safe anywhere he is, then there's nothing we can do about it." Although many of them couldn't help but agree with Nate's statement, they all shook their heads with a chuckle. They could all tell at first glance that Nate was excited that Atticus wasn't around. And his reason was revealed in the next instant as he turned his gaze up and spoke, "We can finally fight." Now that Atticus wasn't around, he could finally engage in battle. While I understand the need for celebration, I think it's more important for us to select a temporary leader, Elijah suddenly spoke up, interrupting Nate's antics. Many of the Ravenstein youths instinctively turned their gazes towards Lucas. They knew that aside from Atticus, Lucas was basically the next smartest person amongst them. He would be the most logical choice. But before any of them could start debating on who should lead, "I will lead," they all turned their gazes to the side to see Aurora, whose demeanor had suddenly changed, her form oozing with authority. "Is there any problem with that?" Aurora inquired, her eyebrow raised. Aurora's change was so sudden that it baffled each of them, and Atticus wouldn't be an exception if he were here. She had always been difficult, but that had always been with Atticus. Aurora hardly ever related to the other Ravenstein youths, not excluding Lucas and Nate. "I also think that's the best option," Lucas added, supporting Aurora. To him, it didn't really matter who led the division, they were all going to plan together anyways. The other Ravenstein youths also started agreeing to Aurora leading them temporarily until Atticus gets back. Many of them didn't actually mind, she was the second strongest in their group anyways. They were a strong believer of the strongest should rule. Seeing that there were no objections, "Good, let's go check the rules," Aurora instructed, instantly turning as she started walking towards the already formed control room at the side. Nate happily followed behind her while humming a tune. He hadn't even given a care about the temporary leader's position. The rest of the division members remained outside and on standby as the Ravenstein youths made their way into the building. After a few seconds, they found themselves inside the control room, standing around the small obsidian table. And then, without further ado, Aurora clicked on the rules, and the obsidian table lit up and displayed it for all to see. After a few seconds, each of their eyes widened as they finished reading the rules. Nate's happy expression instantly morphed into an unwilling expression as he muttered under his breath. "Shit. Mission format. Leader rescue. Mission description. Welcome to your 3rd Division battle. In this division battle, both leaders have been captured and are held captive at the top of long towers within their respective opposition divisions. The mission objective is clear: rescue your leader while ensuring their safety. The tower serves as the safe space for each leader, leaving it will expose them to attacks from the opposing division members. If a leader dies, their division faces defeat. Rules. 1. Leader safety. Ensure the safety of your division leader at all costs. Leaving the tower exposes them to attacks from the opposing division. 2. Rescue operation. Plan and execute a strategic rescue mission to reach the top of the enemy tower, neutralize opposition forces, and extract your leader. 3. Defensive measures. Defend your own tower from enemy attempts to rescue their leader. Utilize defensive fortifications and counterattacks to repel the enemy division. 4. Leaders restraint. The towers the leaders are imprisoned in serve as a safe haven for each leader. The opposition division members would not be able to attack or harm the leaders. While leaving the tower is possible depending on your skill set, said leader would lose this privilege and would be liable to get attacked by the opposition. 4. Time limit. The rescue mission must be completed within a time frame of 5 hours. Failure to rescue your leader within the allotted time will result in mission failure. Mission objectives. 1. Infiltrate the enemy's tower, overcoming obstacles and opposition forces, to reach the top and rescue your leader. 2. Neutralize enemy defenses and opposition forces to ensure a safe extraction of your leader. 3. Defend your own tower from enemy rescue attempts, maintaining the safety of your leader. 4. Coordinate with division members to execute a cohesive rescue operation, adapting to changing circumstances as needed. Winning conditions. 1. Successfully rescue and ensure the safety of your division leader. 2. Prevent the enemy from rescuing their leader and ensure their capture remains intact. 3. Achieve the mission objectives within the designated timeframe. Reward and punishment. Winner's reward: 250,000 division points. Loser's punishment: the loser will incur the cost of the winner's reward. If the loser academy point falls short, then they would incur a debt. Gazing at the rules displayed in front of them, there was only one word that came to each of their minds: shit. Each of their gazes was focused on one particular rule: the leader's restraint. And this was surprising because this shouldn't be a rule that would make people act like that. If anything, it was a very good restraint. The opposition camp consisted of more than 1,000 youths. Even if the leader was a tier 1, battling 1,000 people would be a fool's dream for him/her. No one would even be stupid enough to step out of the safe haven and would rather wait for his/her division members to come rescue them. Well, unless said leader wasn't Atticus. A deep sigh permeated the control room as each of their shoulders slumped. Well, I guess that's that, Lucas commented, turning his gaze to look at Nate and placing a hand on his shoulder. Next time, bud, he reassured. But Nate didn't even turn to look at him. His gaze was still focused on the rules, not wanting to believe what he was seeing. Aurora also released a short sigh. That fucking bitch, she muttered, angrily. Just as the rest of them were about to start brooding, an intense vibration rocked the control room, making everyone and everything tremble. Aurora's gaze flashed, and with fast speed, she instantly headed outside to see what the cause of the commotion was, the rest of the Ravenstein youth following closely behind. As soon as she got outside, her gaze landed on the division youths who had already brought out their weapons. Her head snapped to the side, facing the direction they were each facing. What the? Aurora couldn't help but mutter as she saw a slick black obsidian building jutting out from the earth, reaching a crazy height of 50 meters in just a few seconds. At the top of this platform was a glowing small round space with thick prison-like bars surrounding it. Before all of them could understand what was going on, the small space at the top of the platform suddenly lit up in a golden light, bringing with it the form of a blue-haired youth. That must be the leader of the opposition, Aurora deduced, her gaze focused on the youth standing at the top of the platform with a shocked look on his face. An AI voice instantly sounded. This marks the start of the Third Division War. It was as though those words were the bringer of doom, divine judgment. Because as soon as those words landed, Aurora, the Ravenstein's youths, and the rest of the division youths in the area all noticed something bright at the corner of their vision. They each instantly turned their gaze to the side, and their mouths couldn't help but open wide as they saw the scene at a distance from them. Fire. This was the exact word that came to each of their heads. It was as though a door to hell was suddenly opened, and an incredible amount of fire erupted from it. The scorching wave of fire covered the entirety of a large space, reaching far into the clouds. It was so intense that despite the fact that there was an incredible distance between them and the area of devastation, the entirety of the camp was covered in an orange shade. It was then, at the next instance, that the camp was hit by mild amounts of shockwave, each of them feeling a slight amount of heat. Because of the incredible distance, what hit them only made their clothes flutter, but even at that, they each couldn't help but shiver. They were truly thanking their stars that they were on the same team as Atticus. Because there was no denying Ida anything and everything in that area was gone. No. How? The youth who had been standing on top of the platform suddenly screamed frantically as he gazed at the tsunami of notifications streaming into his artifact. And this was because of one reason. A member of your division has died. Penalty. -1% of your academy points. This same exact notification kept on popping up in front of him, and within seconds, the number entered thousands. The youth turned to face the direction of the large wave of fire, his expression completely lost. How? He muttered in disbelief, not even noticing that the platform, which was supposed to be a safe haven for him, started losing its glow. The youth immediately turned his gaze downwards, intending on checking just who he was going to be fighting during this battle. And his eyes almost bulged out of his socket as he saw the snow-white hair of Aurora and the other Ravenstein's youths standing below. The Ravensteins. The youth suddenly noticed another bright thing at the corner of his vision. He instantly turned and saw a gigantic mass of fire moving at supersonic speed towards him. The youth released a deep sigh, his surprised expression morphing into acceptance. Looks like I drew the short end of the stick this time, huh? The sound of the youth chuckling was immediately followed and drowned by a massive wave of fire hitting the platform, instantly engulfing the youth. No screams were heard, only the form of the youth getting incinerated. Aurora and the rest turned their baffled gazes towards the direction the attack had come from, their eyes landing on the figure of Atticus landing gently on the campgrounds. An AI voice immediately sounded. The battle is over, and the winner of this battle is the White Omen. No one said anything. Not even a single celebration was heard. They each simply kept staring at Atticus's form, their faces etched in complete disbelief. The sounds of notifications entering each of the other artifacts filled the air, but yet, none of them even bothered to check it. It was sure to be their individual rewards, but none of them had done anything. Only 3 minutes had passed. What could they even possibly get? The countdown timer signifying the time left before they each get transported back to their expanse appeared on their artifacts, but none of them still bothered to check, their gazes still fixed on Atticus. Atticus swept his neutral gaze around the area, feeling slightly awkward. Although he was already used to the stares by now, he still couldn't help but feel awkward about their intense gazes. Especially her. Atticus turned and locked eyes with Aurora, who was looking at him intensely. She currently had a smile on her face with her hands folded on her chest, but Atticus knew better than to trust that smile. Atticus awkwardly chuckled, taking his gaze away from her. He clicked on his artifact, intending to check his individual reward for the battle. And in under a second, Atticus went through all of his rewards. They were basically the same as the last ones, but this time around they were increased to 100,000 academy points and a building valued equal to or lower than 100,000 division points. Seeing that there was nothing really new there, Atticus navigated out of that section and instantly went to the academy store. Since the battle was already over, he was able to open it. Atticus had once again gained a staggering amount of points from the massacre he had just unleashed on the opposition. But he, of all people, knew that keeping them was an impossibility due to the ticking time bombs he had in his division. So instead of allowing them to go to waste, Atticus decided to go on a shopping spree. The space inside his storage ring was very expansive, enough to contain a whole lot of junk if he so wished to purchase. And Atticus did just that. He bought different varieties of things, potions, runes, artifacts, and even many miscellaneous items that he might not even need in his life. After under a minute, Atticus felt satisfied with his purchases. He had emptied his points to 0, and the youths were completely free to kill themselves if they wanted now. It might have sounded harsh, but it was the reality of things. The countdown timer finally struck 0, and each of them closed their eyes as the terminal simultaneously let out a blinding light that shot upwards and encompassed the whole camp. And then, the camp disappeared from the middle of the forest. Their reappearance back at the expanse was instant, which brought about the current situation with the whole of the division members being shocked. Atticus awkwardly cleared his throat, turned, and suddenly started walking away with the gazes of the youths still fixed on him. It doesn't feel like I've done anything, Atticus pondered as he walked. Although the level of destruction he had just caused was truly devastating, Atticus still felt fully energized. After a few moments, Atticus's legs carried him to the advanced training room. Atticus smiled. Training it is, he muttered and approached the door, entering the training room. The next few days went by quickly. Atticus didn't make any fuss about the 100 youths in the camp. He didn't even bother trying to do any investigations about who had targeted him, much to Aurora, Lucas, and the other Ravenstein's surprise. The days went by peacefully. Atticus kept on spontaneously losing his academy points, which sometimes made him unable to afford training in the elemental room. He had considered borrowing points from other people, but after pondering about it for a while he had eventually decided against it. Instead, he used those days to spend time with Zoe, who had been genuinely shocked about the new development. To think the training freak himself would actually skip training, it was baffling. Atticus's demeanor didn't change even for once. One wouldn't even know that he was currently being targeted by an unknown enemy. Atticus kept on spending time with Zoe, the both of them getting closer every day. He also occasionally spent time with Kale and Ember. And just like that, 2 weeks passed. The entirety of a pristine white room suddenly lit up in a golden glow, and in the next instance, the figure of a white-haired youth appeared in the middle of the room. The youth shivered a bit, trying to get rid of the sensation that came with teleportation, and then looked around the room, seeing the same pristine white room as usual. A soft sigh escaped the youth's lips, a sigh so soft it could only belong to a female. The youth's piercing red eyes locked on to the exit door of the room, closing the distance within a few seconds. And with a deep breath, Aurora left the room. Unsurprisingly, the structure of the leaders section of the academy campus was basically the same thing as the non-leader section, with only a slight deviation: it was bigger. Incredibly bigger. The door slid open and Aurora's figure stepped out of the room. Her gaze instantly landed on the ginormous round and tall coliseum-like space. The room she had just come out of was one of the thousands contained in this space, with each doors looking like tiny white dots littering a round structure round. As soon as she stepped out of the door, she started making her way through the hall. Just like the leaders section, the outer wall was made of see-through glass, but there was no expansive garden in the middle. In fact, this structure was one of many in this part of the academy. And unlike the leaders section in which the building served multiple functions, teleportation, classroom and training facilities, this structure only serves as the teleportation facility. To get to her classroom, Aurora had to leave the building after taking an elevator to the bottom floor. The area was crowded with other students trying to get to their classroom, and Aurora had to weave her way through a bunch of strangers. But luckily for her, her very obvious white hair was a very good deterrent. This was especially so after the video of a particular white-haired boy burning a bunch of third years spread in the academy. The Ravensteins, regardless of if she was part of the main family or not, became feared in the academy, with most of the students stirring clear of them like the plague. Leaving the teleportation facility, Aurora was met with an expansive grassland landscape that stretched far and wide in every direction. And spread out in the area around her were buildings that were completely identical to the one she had just come out of. Aurora turned to her left and started walking towards the towering structures at the east side of the campus. After a few annoying minutes, Aurora finally got to her destination. Here we go again, Aurora thought with a small sigh. The door slid open as she walked into the classroom. Her gaze instantly turned cold as she entered the room. Many of the students who saw her enter instantly flinched, the majority of them quickly averting their gazes away from her. Aurora had learned from the very best what the best and easiest way to avoid stupid situations was: show your dominance from the start. She had seen Atticus doing this same exact thing more time than she could even remember. And in every cases, it always seemed to work as everyone stirred clear of him. It had been exactly this rule that she followed on the very first day of class. And because of that, until this day, none in the class had dared to mess with her. The structure of the classroom was just like the one Atticus usually attended classes in, just way more bigger. Unlike its 100 students, this classroom was fitted to house more than 1,000 students. The students had also adopted a similar hierarchy system as in Atticus's classroom, with the first row seat only housing members of the Tier 1 family. And each of them were seated accordingly to their rank. Aurora had been the overall 6th rank in the entrance test, which in turn practically made her the first rank in the class. Aurora made her way through the class, reaching her seat in a few seconds. Throughout the 3 months in the academy, Aurora had never once tried to make any friends. Anyone who tried to talk to her were all sent away with icy cold looks. Another one of the bad habits she had unknowingly picked up from Atticus. The Tier 1s were already seated, and unlike the leaders section in which they were a few of them, they were more than 100 in this classroom. Many of them fixed their eyes on Aurora as she sat, but as usual, none tried anything. After a few minutes of waiting, the door slid open and a figure stepped through the door. It would shock many, but one look at this figure would tell you that it wasn't human. That's right, it was a robot. This class was just one of the thousands, containing the same number of students in the academy. The number of teachers needed to teach such a large number would be staggering. The academy always goes for the best of the best, and instead of overworking their already short staff, they opted to use robots instead. Especially if the subject was a routine one. It was programmed with numerous teaching methods and data. There was not a single thing about the course it was teaching that it wouldn't be aware of. The form of the robot entered the classroom and walked to the obsidian table at the front of the class and immediately started its lecture. The students were already used to it and didn't make any fuzz. After 3 hours later, the robot seemed to pause, the blue glow in its eyes dimming for a few seconds before it suddenly changed and became green. And then, in a suddenly switch, the robot ended the class and immediately began the next lecture. 2 hours later, the class for the day finally ended, and the robot left the room. A deep exhausted sigh escaped the lips of many of the students in the classroom as the robot left. Aurora wasted no time. Just as she had always done, she immediately stood up from her seat and started walking out of the class. A pair of iridescent eyes narrowed dangerously, their forms locked onto the form of Aurora departing figure. The youth with this pair of eyes had a hair color that revealed a dynamic spectrum of hues that shifted every second. In the whole of the human domain, only one family had these traits, the Nebulon family. The same family that had bloodlines focused on illusions and deceit. And this youth was Zephyr Nebulon, the same Nebulon youth Atticus had fought during the entrance test. Zephyr was a tier 1 through and through. In fact, he was one of the important heirs of the Nebulon family. Someone of his status was supposed to be amongst the 1,000 leaders of the first year, but unfortunately, he had met Atticus. Dying during the academy test came at a very huge cost that had been practically impossible for Zephyr to bear and still end up within the top 1,000. He had lost all his points, and even worse, he had been forbidden from hunting or even moving for more than half of the test duration. He had ended up having to join the division of a high-ranking Nebulon youth. It goes without saying that it had been a major, very major embarrassment that he ended up in this classroom. And this all happened because of one person. Zephyr watched as Aurora left the classroom, after which he turned and locked gazes with a particular red-haired youth sitting a bit farther away from him. This youth was undoubtedly a member of the Alvarian family, and it was the same youth who had wanted to challenge Atticus during the entrance test, Lark Alvarian. Just like almost every other Tier 1 in the non-leaders section, he had chosen to join the division of the highest rank Alvarian member, Lila Alvarian. Both of their gaze met, and Lark immediately gave Zephyr a knowing nod. Zephyr's gaze turned cold as he took in a deep breath, exhaling in the next instant. "It's all to get back at that bastard," he resolved. And then in unison, every student of the Nebulon and Alvarian family stood up and left the classroom. Aurora made her way through the hallway alone. After the revelation that someone had targeted Atticus, Atticus had questioned Aurora that same night about the structure of the non-leader section. Although it had seemed that Atticus hadn't cared about the attack, he had still tried to be completely careful. They had targeted 100 random youth he didn't care about, who said they couldn't do the same to someone he actually cared for. This had been one of the reasons he had imposed the contract on everyone, even the Ravenstein youths. Atticus had wanted each of the Ravenstein youths to move together while they were in the academy campus, but after hearing about the structure, he had ultimately decided against it. They all had separate teleportation rooms, located in different buildings nonetheless. They also had separate classrooms, far from each other. With all of this, it would have been a major waste of time meeting up and having to separate once more to get to their teleportation rooms. So he had instead told each of them to head back to the division immediately after classes. After a few minutes, Aurora got to her teleportation facility and took an elevator to the highest floor. The facility was still a bit scanty, as not all students liked to immediately leave the academy campus after classes. So by the time Aurora stepped out of the elevator, it wasn't completely surprising that she ended up being the only person walking in the hallway. Aurora released a deep breath as she raised her fist, clenching it hard. "He's growing too strong," she muttered under her breath. "He's going to leave me soon." Aurora's expression suddenly became sad, "and I'll end up alone." It goes without saying that Atticus was Aurora's only friend. She wasn't close with anyone else except maybe Anastasia. When both of them had first became friend, while her hope had been completely pure, she wanted nothing more than to go everywhere with her friend, Atticus. Their relationship had of course developed over the years, their bond having deepened. And one didn't have to be a genius to know that if things kept going the way they were going, her hope would always be that, a hope. Aurora had always tried to hide it, but there was no time that Atticus would show his overwhelming display of strength that she wouldn't feel a pang in her chest. Except from the mornings where she would have to grab a meal with Atticus, or at night where she would usually bring a meal to him after he gets back from the academy campus, Aurora was always training. "I really have to get stronger," Aurora resolved one more time as she kept walking through the hallway. Just as Aurora was about to turn left and enter the hallway her teleportation room was on, she suddenly heard a voice that she didn't think it possible to hear again as long as she lived. "Aurora," a deep, stern manly voice suddenly sounded, his voice resounding across the hallway. Aurora form froze. "No, no, no, no. It can't be," she thought in completely disbelief. "Aurora," the deep voice sounded once more, causing Aurora to flinch as her form trembled. That voice made her remember a deep, deep trauma that she wanted nothing more than to bury it deep within herself. Aurora form slowly turned backwards, and as her gaze landed on the figure of a man in front of her, Aurora's gaze trembled as her heart raced. Dad, Aurora's trembling voice sounded. It wouldn't be an understatement for Aurora to say that the last person she would have ever expected to be standing in front of her was Rowan Ravenstein, her supposedly dead father. But gazing at Aurora's reaction, her eyes wide open, her whole form trembling as she clasped her hands together in front of her in complete disbelief, it was plenty obvious that those last words were non-existent in her mind. The figure standing in front of her was undoubtedly a perfect replica of her father. His commanding presence that seemed to demand the attention of the space, his piercing red eyes which scrutinized Aurora with such intensity that made her feel as though the entirety of her secrets were laid bare. Everything to the last detail. Dad, Aurora stammered, her form trembling as she gazed at the figure in front of her in complete disbelief. Aurora, Rowan's firm voice sounded as he suddenly called her name, and Aurora couldn't help but flinch as she heard him. It sounds exactly like him. No, this can't be possible. Aurora shook her head frantically as she kept on backing off, not wanting to believe what she was currently seeing. Could this really be her father? Seeing Aurora backing off, Rowan suddenly stopped, his face contorting in displeasure. Aurora, is this how you greet your father? This is not how I raised you. Aurora's form abruptly stopped. Father, she muttered, not believing her ears. And in the next instance, it was as though all the pent-up emotions from the months of abuse she had to endure suddenly erupted. Aurora screamed, You, father, you were supposed to be my family. Someone who would love and care for me. Someone I could rely on, but instead, Aurora's voice suddenly reduced in intensity, her tone becoming soft as tears streamed down her face. You hurt me, Aurora muttered under her breath as she sucked in the mucus threatening to drip from her nose. Aurora, Rowan's voice suddenly turned soft as he took a step closer to her. Don't come any closer, Aurora instantly screamed as she backed up further. But after backing up for a few meters, Aurora turned and saw she had reached a dead end, her back against the wall. She turned her gaze back forward and saw Rowan, whose gaze had already turned soft. Rowan sighed. Aurora, I had to do it for your sake. I wanted you to become strong enough so that what happened to your mother wouldn't happen to you. Tears kept steaming down Aurora's eyes as she listened every words coming out of Rowan's mouth. Aurora, Rowan suddenly called out once again, taking a step closer to her. I am your father, the only family you have left in this world. I only want what's best for you, you have to believe me. Rowan closed the distance between them in a few steps, standing only a few meters in front of her. He continued, You will always be my little princess. Rowan's voice turned soft as he stretched his hand in front of Aurora. Aurora gazed at Rowan's stretched hand for a few seconds without saying anything, her hands still clasped against her chest, trembling. Aurora knew deep down that what she was currently seeing was a lie. Despite how bad this man had treated her, she had still cried for a long time when she heard that he died. She could still remember how devastated she felt when she heard about his death, her only family was gone. That was the reality, but something kept pushing down the reality, trying to bury it. She knew that everything coming out from his mouth was a lie, but Aurora wanted to believe it. Aurora's clasped hand separated as she suddenly started stretching her right hand towards Rowan's outstretched hand, her hands trembling. She wanted her father back. Rowan's lips seemed to curl up into a wide grin as he saw Aurora reaching out her hand, but unfortunately Aurora's gaze was too focused on his arm to notice anything. Just as Aurora's hand was about to touch Rowan's. No. Aurora's hand abruptly paused in the air, making Rowan's earlier smile contort into a frown. Why Aurora had paused was because of one reason, the figure of a certain white-haired boy had suddenly appeared in her head. Atticus. Aurora suddenly took her hand back as she fixed her piercing red gaze which had now turned intense on Rowan. You're not my only family. Rowan stared at Aurora changed demeanor for a few seconds without saying anything, and then suddenly, in a surprising turn of events, he suddenly let out a sigh before bursting into laughter in the next second. His laughter was loud and resounded throughout the hallway, making Aurora narrow her eyes. Her tears had long since stopped flowing and she had regained a little bit of her composure. Reality hit her like a wave of tsunami. Her father was dead. It's an illusion. The Nebulon family. Aurora's thought raced. She felt like a fool, a complete fool for falling for something like this. But Aurora wasn't one to waste time blaming herself for something that had passed already. She had to handle her current situation. Aurora turned her gaze around trying to see if there was anything she had missed until now. But before she even had time to think, Rowan's resounding laughter suddenly came to a stop. He stood up straight and fixated his gaze on Aurora's form. His once deep and commanding voice was nowhere to be found as he spoke, his voice sounding strained. "Well, I guess the cat's out of the bag, let's get down to business, shall we?" His words were accompanied by his features suddenly to melting away, morphing into an unsettling visage, while the world around them distorted and faded, as though reality itself was unraveling. In an instant, the scene shifted, revealing a multitude of figures clad in black attire, their forms completely covered with their attire. Dozens of pairs of eyes, gleaming with an intense focus, fixated on Aurora with an unsettling intensity. The terminal floor suddenly radiated an intense golden light that illuminated the area, and in the next second, the form of a white-haired boy suddenly appeared. Atticus took a moment, closing his eyes as he tried to immerse himself in the surreal feeling that came with teleportation. After a few seconds, he opened his eyes, a wide grin adorning his face. He could feel his space element advancing, even though it was just a little bit. Atticus released a deep exhale in the next instant. It was very obvious that he was currently in a good mood. And this was exactly because he had just finished going on a date with a particular purple-haired girl. Atticus suddenly raised his right hand and touched his lips, still as soft as ever, he muttered. Atticus sighed, "I want to kiss her again." He quickly shook his head in the next instant, getting rid of the perverted thoughts that were creeping into his head. "I should go train for a little while." Because of his current situation with his points, Atticus had missed training in the elemental room on some days, including today. During those days, he usually spent time with Zoe or hang out with Kale or Ember. This would in turn make him return earlier to camp. He would then train his other elements intensely in the advanced training room. It wasn't even 6 p.m. yet and the camp still had a significant amounts of illumination. Just as Atticus decided to go train, he suddenly caught sight of someone approaching him from a distance. Atticus turned and he couldn't help but frown as he saw the current expression on Lucas's face. Something's happened, he deduced. Atticus also approached him, allowing the both of them to meet faster. Lucas wasted no time, he was well aware of how perceptive Atticus was. He knew the latter would have already suspected that something had happened. "It's Aurora," Lucas suddenly spoke, making Atticus's gaze instantly turn cold as he immediately inquired, "What happened?" "She was attacked back at the academy camp." Before Lucas could even finish speaking, Atticus interrupted, taking a step closer to Lucas as his presence caused the surrounding area to become heavy. "Where is she?" he demanded. Lucas' expression remained calm, although his trembling legs spoke louder of how intense the weight currently resting on his shoulders was. There was a reason he had been the one to come and break the news to Atticus. And this was because he already knew how Atticus would have reacted. What was currently affecting the surrounding area and making it oppressive and heavy was Atticus's will. If it had been another person who had a lower will than Lucas, he would already be writhing on the floor. Regardless of the oppressive aura in the area, Lucas responded calmly in the next instant, "She's at the mansion Buddha." However, before Lucas could complete his sentence, Atticus moved. The ground trembled beneath them as Atticus tore through the terrain with supersonic speed, his figure blurring as he sliced through the earth. Atticus traversed the distance and reached the mansion in under a second. Despite how fast he had gotten to the mansion, a whole maelstrom of thoughts had crossed his mind. Aurora had been attacked. Who had attacked her? He knew deep down that it was the same people who had attacked the 100 youths in his division that had attacked Aurora. But Atticus couldn't help but wonder how she had gotten hurt. Aurora wasn't weak. In fact, he could proudly say that she was one of the strongest first years in the academy, and the only people who should be able to match her were in the leaders section. Even if they had ganged up on her, Atticus had given her strict instructions to retreat. He had also given the Ravenstein youths the same instructions too. And despite how hot-headed Aurora was, he was very sure that she wouldn't disobey his instructions. Especially when he had been serious. Atticus got to the mansion, immediately entering it. He met the forms of the other Ravenstein youths, mostly the male, as he entered. Each of them stood up to greet Atticus, each of their expressions filled with anger. But Atticus didn't even look at them, he completely ignored them and zoomed upstairs, heading directly towards Aurora's room. As Atticus approached, he noticed the forms of Isla, Luna and Moon standing in front of the door. The first with her messy hair bun and glacial blue eyes, second with straight white hair and violet-colored eyes, and the last with a pixie cut and silver eyes. These three were members of the first-year Ravenstein youths in the division camp. The trio immediately bowed as they saw Atticus approaching them. "Young master," they simultaneously greeted. Atticus didn't even acknowledge their greeting, his impatience palpable as he inquired, "Where is she?" The three of them turned and locked gazes with each other before nodding and facing forward again. It was Luna, with her peaceful expression, who responded, "She's fine, young master. She only suffered minor scratches." Atticus nodded. "Good. I want to see her." Just as he was about to walk inside, the trio suddenly moved to block his way. This time it was Moon who spoke. "Young master, pardon our rudeness, but Aurora has pleaded not to allow you enter her room." "What the hell are you?" Just as Atticus was about to force them out of the way, he suddenly heard a soft voice from inside that made him pause. "Atticus, please." Atticus remained frozen for a few seconds, then he suddenly closed his eyes, taking in a deep breath and calming his nerves. He then turned his gaze downwards towards the trio, causing them to flinch and immediately bow. "She didn't get hurt?" Atticus asked intensely. Although they couldn't see his eyes because of their position, the intensity of his gaze on them made them instinctively know that lying truly was not an option here. They all gulped. Seeing that Moon was completely frozen, Isla quickly answered his question, "Why, yes, young master. We wouldn't dare lie to you. It was just a few scratches that had already healed." Atticus gazed at them for a few seconds before he nodded. Then he turned and went downstairs. As soon as Atticus reluctantly left, the trio couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This was one of the reasons none of them even liked speaking when he was around. He was way too scary. The last thing any of them would want was saying the wrong thing and earning his ire. Many would think it foolish to do this, as it was pretty much the perfect opportunity to get closer to Atticus, but with all the times they had spent with the beast, they were well aware that if it wasn't genuine or if it didn't happen naturally, it was basically a fool's dream. Letting out a sigh of relief, the trio turned to each other before nodding in unison. Then they turned and entered the room. Atticus walked down the stairs of the mansion. His gaze was completely neutral, but only he knew the staggering amount of thoughts that were running through his head. After a few seconds, Atticus got to the living room of the mansion where he saw each of the Ravenstein youths engaged in a heated argument. Unsurprisingly, Nate was at the center of said argument while Lucas simply rested his back on the wall with his eyes closed. The rest of the Ravenstein youth were all standing, each of their expressions filled with intense anger. Atticus didn't even need to listen to know what they were talking about. As each of them heard someone enter, they turned their gazes, and when they saw it was Atticus, they each bowed down to pay their respects once more. But before the greeting even had time to settle, Nate thundered, "Atticus, just say the word, and we'll turn this academy upside down." Nate's expression was completely laced with fury. It was the first time many of them would see Nate this angry. The boy was always playful and all about fighting and growing stronger. Many didn't think they would see this side of Nate. But none of the Ravenstein youths were even focused on this development as each of them mirrored Nate's expression. They were all angry. None of them were close with Aurora, they hardly even talked with her. So many would wonder, just why were they all this angry? The answer was simple. They had attacked a Ravenstein. The Ravenstein family was far from being unified. Just like in any organization filled with humans, there were still many struggles and strifes here and there. This was the same everywhere. It was human nature. And this was the same in the human domain. One would think that seeing the threat to their planet, they would each come together and face the threat. While this was exactly what they had done, it wasn't without its challenges. One cannot even begin to count the number of times the Tier 1 families wanted to go to war with each other over the course of history. Humans had always been flawed beings, and the Ravenstein family did not escape this fate. But as with everything in life, there was always an exception to this fate, and it was simple, really. When a Ravenstein was attacked by outside forces, regardless of the enmity, regardless of the fact that said person was not close with anyone, the attacker would have gained the ire of every single one of the Ravenstein family members. And now wasn't an exception. The rest of the Ravenstein youths all locked gazes with Atticus as if pleading to give the word. Even the usually low-key Chubby was also directly looking at him. The calm and humble Elijah had his arms crossed on his chest. His face was calm, but with how hard he was gripping his bicep, it was obvious he was trying hard to stop his anger from erupting. Each of them were intensely angry, And it wouldn't be an understatement for them to say that they all expected to see the same anger on Atticus's face. But they all couldn't help but be shocked to see that the one they all expected to be even more furious than them currently had a neutral expression on his face. The whole living room descended into palpable silence as Atticus stared at the Ravenstein youths without uttering a word. This silence remained for a few seconds before Atticus suddenly turned and started walking towards the exit of the mansion. Wada! Just as Nate was about to go after him, a firm hand suddenly gripped Nate's shoulder, stopping him from moving. Nate's head shot to his side to see that it was Lucas who had placed a hand on his shoulder. "Why are you stopping me, Lucas? Don't tell me you think we should let this matter go." Nate instantly thundered, trying to free himself. But Lucas's hand remained firm. Despite the furious reaction from Nate, Lucas still maintained a calm look. He shook his head slightly, using his head to gesture towards Atticus. "Calm down. Just because he's not showing it on his face doesn't mean he's not angry. Don't forget who Aurora is to him." "Buddha." Just as Nate was about to speak, Lucas interrupted as he continued speaking, "Let's just wait for him to calm down. If there's one thing I know about Atticus, it's that at the end of the day, the people responsible for this would wish they were dead." Those words seemed to calm Nate down a bit as he let out an exhale, turned, and sat down on a nearby seat, his angry expression unchanged. Lucas also turned to the rest of the Ravenstein youth and addressed them, "You all should also calm down. We can't go to the academy campus today anyway. The guys who did this will definitely pay." Some of the Ravenstein youths nodded their heads in agreement. They couldn't go to the academy campus today anyway. Many of them took their seats, with some still choosing to stand. They would wait for Atticus to come back and tell them their next move. Atticus stepped out of the imposing mansion gates, his face still maintaining the same neutral expression. The campgrounds was still bustling with different division members walking around the camp. None of them were aware of what had happened with Aurora being attacked. Despite the ambush, Aurora had still been one of the first to reach the camp. And considering the fact that she hadn't been heavily injured, the normal division members didn't see her as she made her way to the mansion. If not for some of the Ravenstein youths already at the mansion who saw her, it was possible that Atticus wouldn't have even found out in the first place. As soon as he stepped outside the gates, Atticus suddenly turned his gaze upwards and let out a deep, shuddering breath that lasted a few seconds. Then he brought his gaze back down and suddenly turned towards the direction of the northern gate. And then, Atticus ran. It wasn't the kind of run that was overwhelmingly fast or filled with so much power that the surrounding area was affected. In fact, Atticus hadn't used a shred of mana during this run. And although the run still looked like a superhuman was running, it looked a bit normal, as though he was trying to a struggle. Atticus ran with all his strength, reaching the northern gate in a few seconds, scaling it easily. As soon as he landed on the other side of the wall, Atticus continued his run towards the direction of the forest. Despite how much Atticus tried to struggle, he wasn't feeling a thing. Even though he was currently running at the highest speed his passive strength could reach without actively using mana, Atticus still couldn't feel any strain. Atticus needed to feel something that would immediately wake him up from his dream. Something intense. Atticus wanted to feel pain. After running for a few minutes, Atticus's gaze locked onto the forest's imposing trees. Walk of them stood at a height of at least 50 meters, and their width was nothing less than thick, each with such large width that it would put the width of a large oak tree to shame. Despite all of the rampages Atticus had gone on in the forest during this past month, he had never once seen any of the forest trees fall. Although he hadn't been actively targeting the trees, it was still a very surprising discovery. The attacks he usually unleashed were filled with mana and thus weren't weak at the slightest, and yet, all of them still stayed standing. Given all this information, this was exactly why the result of Atticus's next action wasn't surprising. As soon as Atticus entered the forest, his gaze instantly fixed on the imposing form of a tree as he closed the distance between them. With a deliberate draw back of his arm, Atticus suddenly unleashed an explosive punch that struck the tree with crazy intensity. Shockwaves spread across the area as the punch landed, intense vibrations spreading throughout the tree. The result of the punch was nothing less than brutal, as an intense amount of blood spattered on the tree, with some ending up in the surrounding floor. Atticus's right arm immediately became bloodied. But Atticus didn't seem to care. In fact, his gaze didn't even flinch as though he didn't feel the slightest pain. Atticus's left hand moved as he drew it back, instantly unleashing another punch that landed with brutal intensity on the tree. And then another, and another, and another. Despite how bloodied both of his hands had become, Atticus didn't seem to care as he continued punching the tree without utilizing a shred of mana. Atticus kept on asking the same question in his head as he punched. Why? It goes without saying that this would be the first time Atticus would lose his composure, and many could only wonder, why was he acting this way? Some people had attacked Aurora, shouldn't they be the one experiencing his anger? Why hurt the poor tree? But currently, there was only one person Atticus was angry at, and it was none other than himself. He had been going about shouting that he wanted to grow stronger because he wanted to protect his loved ones, but what had happened? They had attacked Aurora because of him. Because he had failed to keep his enemies in order and had instead endangered Aurora. And what seemed to fuel his anger was the fact that they had attacked Aurora because of him, and what had he been doing when that was happening? He had been on a date. Bam! Atticus slammed his fist on the tree, a macabre of blood and bones spreading around the area. Atticus was angry. He was angry at himself for thinking it was better to only show an appropriate amount of power so he would be able to avoid any trouble that might come his way. This stupid decision right here was the reason all of this was happening. People only mess with those whom they perceive as their equals or inferiors. All of this was happening because those fools thought they ever had a chance against him in the first place. It was his fault. It was completely his fault for not showing them their place from the very beginning. Atticus hit the tree with a loud, resounding bam for the last time before stopping. His breathing was completely labored, both of his arms bloodied and crushed, but the coldness in Atticus's eyes could freeze an ocean. Atticus turned and sat, resting his back on the blood-filled tree. Then he faced up, closing his eyes and started taking in deep rhythmic breaths, trying to calm the storm raging within him. After a few seconds, Atticus opened his eyes, staring upwards at the blankets of leaves covering the sun from illuminating the forest. He had been naive, far too naive. Atticus's labored breathing started slowing down as he regained his composure little by little. With a thought, water suddenly wrapped around his bloodied arms and immediately began healing them. Atticus took in another deep breath as he muttered under his breath, the weight of his words palpable. Never again. Atticus took in deep breaths with his eyes closed, calming his mind completely. His brain was racing, thinking of different crazy thoughts that shouldn't have any business running through his mind. At this stage, should he decide to do what was currently in his head, not even he knew what would happen. But regardless, no matter the circumstances and no matter how long, every single one of them would pay. The water encompassing Atticus's arms suddenly intensified, their forms swirling around them with speed, simultaneously increasing the rate at which the arms were being healed. The dislodged bones were shifted back into place, and broken parts regenerated. After a few seconds of intense focus, Atticus' hands were as good as new. This was the height of level 3 of the water element. It would be next to impossible to heal a wound this severe if his water element had been at level 2. Atticus stood up from his seated position and used the water element to wash off all the blood that smeared his back and arms. Then, with a deep look at the tree in which he had just vented his frustrations, Atticus turned and started heading back towards the camp. Atticus arrived at the camp after a few seconds and walked directly towards the mansion. His form was basically as good as new, with not a single drop of blood remaining on his body or clothes. He walked through the gates of the mansion, and before anyone could spot him, he muttered under his breath, "Ethereal cloak." A cloak of mana instantaneously enveloped Atticus's form as he immediately started becoming translucent until his form completely blended with the surroundings. It was currently nighttime, and although Atticus would have preferred to use his darkness element for stealth, he hadn't mastered it to a level where he would be able to sneak through a brightly lit mansion. With his form invisible, Atticus started making his way through the mansion and into the living room where each of the Ravenstein youth was having a more peaceful conversation compared to the last time he was there. He also noted that Isla, Moon, and Luna had already joined them downstairs. Atticus turned his gaze away from the youths and made his way upstairs directly towards Aurora's room. The door was locked as expected, but a locked door wasn't nearly enough to stop the current Atticus. With intense focus on the space element, Atticus' form seemed to swirl and twist until his figure abruptly disappeared from the front of the door. In the next instance, a hole appeared on the other side of the door, and Atticus' figure swirled out from it. To briefly explain what Atticus had just done, he had used space mimicry to traverse the short distance between both sides of the door. It was an ingenious approach that not many would dare to try. Atticus's gaze instantly landed on the sleeping figure of Aurora a few meters away from him. Despite the fact that there was a king-sized mattress in the room, Aurora had slept on the couch by the side of the room. Atticus released the ethereal cloak art and with silent strides, he approached Aurora's sleeping figure. She currently had a thick blanket draped haphazardly around her. She's still the same, Atticus thought with a smile. As he got close to her, she tossed and turned as though she could feel his presence. Atticus gazed at Aurora silently for a while, noting the tear marks that appeared down her cheeks. Then, Atticus sighed. He had wanted nothing more than to enter the room and check up on Aurora earlier, but he had gone back because of the intense amounts of guilt that had threatened to overwhelm him. Atticus smiled warmly and grabbed the blanket covering only her legs, using it to cover her body fully, leaving only her head out in the open. Aurora stirred as though she could feel the warmth, turning her face towards Atticus. Atticus smiled, placing his hand on her cheeks as he used his thumb to wipe away the tear marks on her face. Just as he was about to take back his hand, Aurora's hand suddenly grabbed his, startling him a little bit. "Don't leave me, Dad," Aurora suddenly muttered softly, making Atticus's face darken. "Dad," Atticus. Thoughts raced. He still hadn't gotten the specifics of how they had managed to get the jump on Aurora. He found it incredibly odd that the Aurora he knew all too well was acting like this. But hearing what she had just muttered, Atticus was starting to understand what might have transpired. Rowan was dead, no doubt about that, and Aurora wasn't one to become like this because of provocations. In fact, she would turn said person into ash immediately, of that he was sure. Aside from that, apart from him and Ember and a few instructors, no one had any idea of how Rowan had been treating Aurora at the Raven camp. The death of a Grandmaster is hard to keep under wraps, so it's not surprising that they had found out about it. They must have intended on using her dead father to catch her off guard, but she reacted badly because of her trauma. There's only one way they could get this sort of reaction from her, if she saw Rowan alive. Atticus ran multiple scenarios in his head using all the information he had available. The Nebulon family, Atticus could still vividly remember the Nebulon family youth he had battled with during the entrance exams. His illusions were completely lifelike. He could still remember almost getting fooled by them. He's too strong to be just a normal member of the family, he's probably one of the important heirs. Atticus couldn't help but ponder about the youth. Although he was probably one of the important heirs of the Nebulon family and the strongest amongst them, he wasn't the Nebulon youth in the leaders section. Which meant that because he had encountered Atticus, he hadn't been able to make the top 1000 cut. A perfect motive. Atticus remained in the same position for a few minutes as Aurora held his hand tightly. Throughout the whole time, Atticus ran his hand through her hair, trying to comfort her and make her more relaxed. This action seemed to do the trick as Aurora started calming down bit by bit, her once labored breathing regaining its normal rhythm. Feeling her grip loosen, Atticus gently removed his arm from her hold. Deciding that it was time to leave, Atticus suddenly channeled his mana into his space ring and from it, a round-shaped amulet materialized on top of his hand. The amulet emanated intense amounts of mana that even the less sensitive would be able to tell it was undoubtedly an artifact, a strong one at that. The amulet itself was large and round with multiple small round blue earring pieces fixed perfectly around it. They each had small black intricate line patterns adorning their forms. Of these pieces, only 3 out of 5 spaces were filled. Atticus took one of them and channeled mana into it. Then he placed the piece close to Aurora's ear, the earring letting out an intense blue glow as it suddenly fixed itself on her right ear. Aurora didn't seem to feel a thing as she continued her sleep undisturbed. With a long look at Aurora, Atticus turned and left the room. Atticus went downstairs and made his way to the living room where the Ravenstein youths, who were engaged in a conversation, stopped as soon as they saw him walk in. Atticus stood, gazing at each of them who had stood up as he walked in. The room descended into silence as Atticus looked at them without saying anything. Although they had each more or less calmed down, there was no denying that they were all still angry. They each looked at Atticus expectantly, hoping he would give them the go-ahead to turn the academy upside down. And Atticus didn't disappoint as in the next instance, he spoke calmly, his words brief, "A member of our family has been attacked, and we shall respond in kind." Each of the Ravenstein youths' lips immediately broke out into intense grins as they heard what Atticus had just said. This was exactly what they were waiting for. Nate, who had been resting on the wall a bit of a distance away earlier, immediately stood upright and neared the middle. He had no plans of missing any of this. Lucas also mirrored Nate's movement as Atticus' gaze suddenly focused on him. Has she briefed you? Atticus asked. Since Isla, Luna, and Moon had long since left Aurora, Atticus was sure Lucas would have found out the necessary information about the attack on Aurora from them. And he had been right as Lucas immediately nodded and started briefing Atticus about what had transpired. Lucas's explanation had been brief, and from what Lucas had explained, Atticus had been able to find out a lot of things. As it turned out, Atticus had been spot on about the Nebulon family being involved. They had ambushed Aurora, catching her off guard with an illusion, but because she had been able to regain her composure fast, she had been able to escape with just a few scratches. The only reason she had been in this state was that she had been reminded about a past she would have loved to forget. Lucas also mentioned the features she had been able to observe with the attackers. They had been numerous, more than 24 of them, which made Atticus come to the conclusion that the Nebulon family youths weren't the only ones involved. Atticus had also inquired about how the assailants had attacked her, the bloodline and abilities they had used and all of that, but after hearing what Aurora had explained, Atticus couldn't help but deeply ponder. She hadn't been sure which was which because of the Nebulon family's bloodline involvement. A lot of attacks had been thrown, but Aurora hadn't been able to determine which was real and which wasn't. Not everyone had the luxury of perception like Atticus. But as Lucas had mentioned all the abilities used, Atticus had noted one very important fact. There was no doubt that Atticus's list of suspects only contained the Tier 1 youths. And it was a great thing the nature of their abilities was the same. Of all the abilities she had mentioned, Atticus noted that the Resonera family and the Alvarian family bloodline hadn't been among them. Having gotten all the information they had access to, Atticus's intelligence went full throttle as he came up with a plan in a few seconds. The next day came quickly, and Aurora stirred from her sleep, indulging herself in a cute yawn and a long stretch. After a few seconds, her nose picked up the scent of something delicious not too far away from her. As she stood up and faced that direction, her eyes widened as she pointed and screamed, "You! Hey, sleeping beauty! Glad to see you finally woke up." Atticus's calm voice resounded across the room as he gazed at Aurora with a smile. Aurora seemed to want to speak, but the current situation was so baffling that her words got cut off on her tongue. Atticus chuckled, "Go freshen up and come and eat, the food is getting cold." "What do you mean food? How did you get in?" "Ahem, through the door," Atticus replied sheepishly. Aurora stared at Atticus dumbfounded for a few seconds. She had made sure to lock the door yesterday before she slept, and he was telling her he came into the room through the door. Aurora shook her head. She almost forgot who the boy standing in front of her was. Aurora suddenly remembered everything that happened yesterday, causing her expression to change suddenly. As Atticus noticed this change, he quickly decided to change the topic. "The earring suits you," Atticus complimented. "Huh, what earring?" It was then Aurora seemed to notice a small weight on her ear, and she insistently felt the shape of a small round earring as she touched it. Aurora quickly stood up and went to check herself out in the mirror. "Wow," she muttered, "is this an artifact?" she asked while admiring the beautiful earring. "Yeah, it is. And it's a gift from me, so make sure you always have it on," Atticus vaguely explained, intentionally leaving out the details of what it does. Seeing Aurora happily checking out her earring, Atticus decided to give her space. But as he got to the door, he suddenly turned and called out, "Aurora." "Yeah," Aurora answered while still looking at the mirror. "You know you'll always have me, right?" Those words surprised Aurora as her form froze. And in the next instant, a genuine smile found its way onto her lips as she softly responded. "Yeah." Hearing her answer, Atticus smiled and nodded. Then he turned and left the room. Aurora stood alone inside the massive room, facing a large mirror while staring at her reflection. Both her hands were holding the earring Atticus had just given her as though it was an invaluable treasure. This earring on her ear proved that what she had felt yesterday wasn't a lie. While she was sleeping, she had felt a comforting presence she had initially thought was her father, but considering the unfolding events, it was clear that it was Atticus. Aurora knew from the way Atticus had behaved that he was feeling guilty that they had attacked her because they wanted to get to him. And while this thought had always been in her mind, this fact only cemented it. It made her feel even more useless. I'm a liability, Aurora thought as she held the earring tightly. This was the last thing she wanted to be, especially to someone she cared about greatly. Aurora had never been the type to have any big aspirations or dreams. While she knew how important strength was in this world, she wasn't one whose goal in life was to become the strongest or conquer the world and all of those cliché copyright things people her age were fond of dreaming about. Aurora only wanted one thing: a loving family she could rely on to always be there and vice versa. And ever since her terrible situation at camp with her father, which ended with her and Atticus becoming close, he had always been that for her, family. Someone she could rely on. But looking at the current situation of things in her past actions and events, only one thought came to Aurora's head: I've gotten too comfortable. She had always relied on Atticus and always stayed close to him, clinging on to him because she was scared that he would leave her alone. After she lost her father, he had been the only one there for her. She couldn't help but think of how devastated she would feel if Atticus was to leave her too. But hearing what Atticus had just said before he left, Aurora couldn't help but realize how stupid she had been. Aurora closed her eyes, releasing a deep breath. Then she opened them, her resolve firming as her red eyes blazed. I have to find my own way and stop following him. Aurora rubbed the earrings Atticus had just given her one more time. Thank you, she muttered softly before turning and entering the bathroom to get ready for the day. The time was after 9 in the morning, and despite the fact that there was still more than an hour remaining before the terminal would activate and teleport them to the Academy campus, each of the Ravenstein youths was already gathered in front of the imposing terminal, each of their gazes cold. Well, all of them except Aurora and a particular white-haired boy who would never miss a moment of training even if the world was ending. Each of the normal division members passing by couldn't help but wonder what was happening. Why were they gathered so early? But of course, none dared to ask. You should calm down. I can smell your excitement coming from a mile away. Lucas turned towards Nate, who was standing in front of him and teased. Nate was currently standing with his gaze fixed on the terminal as though begging it to light up and teleport them already. Why was it taking so long? Nate took in a deep breath, inhaling the morning air before suddenly calling out, Lucas. Lucas raised an eyebrow. Are you sure you're good? I've never been better. Nate took in another breath before continuing. I'm like this because I really can't wait. Honestly, when I heard about the academy and how everyone was saying that it was difficult and highly competitive, this was the last thing I expected would happen. We've literally never faced any hardships. How would we grow? The rest of the Ravenstein youths nodded their heads in agreement. They too didn't think everything would be this easy. At this point, they were all just going on a smooth ride. Nate continued, these fools attacking one of our own is the best thing that has ever happened to us since we got to the academy. Lucas. Nate suddenly turned toward Lucas, who was already smiling and staring at Nate as though he was mentally ill. He continued, I can't wait, while raising and clenching his fist. Well, if not for our overpowered leader, I'm sure we would have at least fought lots of battles. Chubby suddenly chimed in from the side, causing the others to nod in agreement. Everything had been smooth ride so far because of Atticus. But before Chubby even had time to bask in his words, oh. Young master, you're here, Moon with her pixie haircut suddenly exclaimed, making Chubby's form immediately freeze as he slowly turned his gaze backwards, scared that Atticus might have heard him. He couldn't help but release a sigh of relief as he saw that it was just a false alarm, immediately shooting Moon a stare. Many of them chuckled, seeing that Chubby was still deathly afraid of Atticus. But regardless of the fun atmosphere, the anger bubbling in each one of them was still palpable. Eric and Arya stood by the side. The duo hadn't always been ones to display their true feelings on their faces. But they both stood with their arms crossed while waiting for the terminal to light up. After a few laughs and some time passing, Atticus and Aurora finally arrived at the front of the terminal, both of them sporting identical earrings on their ears. And in a surprising turn of events, Aurora left Atticus's side and went towards Isla, Moon, and Luna. Thank you for your help yesterday. Aurora suddenly flashed a smile and thanked them, causing the expressions of everyone in the area to turn to shock, including Atticus. To think Aurora actually thanked someone who wasn't Atticus. It was a big shock. Isla, Moon and Luna were the most shocked out of all of them. Although it wasn't as intense as Atticus's, they each stayed clear of Aurora too. Apart from the fact that she was the second strongest amongst them, Aurora made it quite clear that she had no intention of getting close to any of them. Moon was the first to regain her composure. She had always been the cheerful one of the bunch. She smiled, excitedly grabbing Aurora's hand and responding, "It's our pleasure." Aurora's cheeks turned a bit red as she became a little flustered, not expecting the cheerful response. "Yeah," she muttered absent-mindedly, causing Moon's smile to widen. Atticus fixed his gaze on Aurora, who was talking with the trio. "She's changed," he noted. He had already noticed something was different about her when she came out of her room. "I hope it's a good change," Atticus thought. As the time for the terminal to activate drew near, their small talks and chatters also came to a stop. They each turned their gazes towards the terminal. Atticus had already briefed Aurora about everything they talked about yesterday during their breakfast together, so she was well aware of their next course of action. The rest of the division members gathered behind them as they waited for the time to arrive. And after a few minutes, the long-awaited time arrived, and as soon as the terminal lit up in a golden glow, each of the Ravenstein youths, Atticus included, walked into the light, their gazes icy. Atticus found himself in the usual pristine white room, and without wasting any time, he headed out of the room. As the door opened, Atticus's gaze landed on Zoe, who was standing in front of his door with a small smile on her face. "Hey," Zoe greeted softly. "Hey." Atticus also flashed her a smile as he greeted her back. During his venting in the forest, Atticus had been feeling guilty about going on a date with Zoe while Aurora was being attacked. He had almost made the very stupid mistake of blaming everything on Zoe. "I'm glad I caught myself," Atticus thought, relieved. This matter was far from being Zoe's fault, it was his. He had failed to keep his enemies in order. "I have something to tell you," Atticus suddenly spoke up after a few seconds of silence, prompting Zoe to raise her eyebrows in curiosity. Atticus had thought about it for a while and eventually decided to tell Zoe what was happening. He wasn't one to let people know what was happening to him, but Atticus thought it would be best to let her know in advance considering what was about to happen. Plus, he was very curious about what she would think. "You see, Atticus explained everything that had been happening, even going as far as when they had targeted 100 members of his division." Zoe furrowed her eyebrows, listening to everything Atticus explained, and at the end of his explanation, she only had one thing to say. "You're soft." Atticus couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as he heard her. Him, soft. She had literally watched the video of him torturing and burning the third years that had come to assault him, and she actually still called him soft. Atticus was so baffled that he unknowingly muttered, "Soft." Zoe nodded her head multiple times before responding, "Yes, soft." "How? Someone targeted you out of the blue, and you decided to wait until they fall for your trap. If I were you, I would have attacked and enslaved every single suspect on my list," Zoe coldly stated. "Didn't your family teach you these things?" Zoe suddenly asked in bafflement, causing Atticus to scratch his head awkwardly. If he had to be honest, despite his high intelligence, politics and strategies like this weren't his strong points. Atticus had never been a people person. He couldn't 100% anticipate the move of someone he had no idea about their identity would make. His high intelligence would shine best when it came to direct battle. Being able to think fast means nothing when you have no knowledge about what you're thinking of. One could only draw scenarios, and that had been exactly what he had done, thought of multiple possible scenarios. But unfortunately, he hadn't counted on the Nebulon family being involved. In fact, the Nebulon family hadn't even been in his list of suspects. "So what do you plan on doing?" Zoe's question suddenly brought Atticus out from his reverie as their gazes met. Atticus let out a short exhale. What happened had already happened. What should only be in his mind was the way forward. Atticus suddenly smiled and responded, "You'll see," he said, turned, and started walking away. Zoe released a deep sigh and shook her head slightly. "Let's just hope you're not going to have tea with your enemies, softy," Zoe suddenly teased as she caught up with Atticus, causing the latter to clear his throat in embarrassment. They each walked to class while making small talk and laughing. Kale had long since left for class when he saw the both of them together. Clearly, he understood the bro code well. After a few moments, the duo got to the classroom, and as soon as they entered, In a usual turn of events which was getting tiring, all eyes turned towards the duo. But unlike the other times where the duo walked together to their seats, Atticus's form suddenly diverted away from their usual direction, his cold gaze fixed upon the form of a youth, causing the latter to narrow his iridescent eyes. While the front row seat of the class was filled with the Tier 1 youths, only the ones with appropriate standing in their families sat down there, in essence, the important heirs. The Tier 1 with a less substantial standing sat down in the second row, mixed with some Tier 2s. Each of the students watched as Atticus fixed his gaze on the Nebulon family youth, walking slowly towards him. And as they all counted the seconds that he would take to reach the youth, each of them couldn't help but be shocked as Atticus's form suddenly blurred and the Nebulon youth found himself high up in the air. Disbelief. It was an insanely weird thing to feel, one that a person would usually experience when they were thoroughly baffled, when they had no idea about just how a particular situation was happening. Disbelief. This was the exact feeling the Nebulon family youth was currently experiencing. He was thoroughly baffled, having no idea how he ended up in this current situation. There he was, shocked that the same white-haired demon that everyone was trying their hardest to steer clear of was looking at him coldly. And then, in the next instant, he found himself suspended high up in the air. The Nebulon youth tried to do what anyone would instinctively do in this situation. He tried to speak, to ask himself just what was happening. But then he found out just how he had ended up in the air. The entirety of his jaw was shattered as spit and blood poured down from his opened mouth, leaving red streaks in the air as he kept ascending. It had been a devastating uppercut. By the time the youth reached the peak of his ascent and started descending downwards, realization struck him, instantly followed by an unimaginable amounts of pain. But the youth didn't even have the ability nor the time to scream in pain, as just as his body was about to hit the hard desks of the classroom, a devastating kick struck his form. For a suspended moment, the youth's form hung up in the air, his body leaning forward, the sheer force of the kick bending him at the waist. Then, with a sudden and explosive release of energy, the youth's form shot backwards through the class at supersonic speeds, his body hitting the sturdy wall of the class with a brutal impact. The result was as expected. The youth's body splattered against the sturdy wall, every single bone in his body immediately breaking. Silence. The silence that immediately permeated the classroom was palpable. There was not a single eye in the classroom that didn't turn to look at the form of Atticus in complete shock. The students who had been sitting close to the Nebulon youth all jumped backward with such abruptness that there was no mistaking that they were running for their lives. But the cause of this baffling situation maintained his cold gaze, which was completely fixed on the Nebulon youth on the wall. Atticus started walking towards the youth slowly. Each of the students made another stupid mistake of counting the seconds he would use to get to the youth, as in the next instance, Atticus's form blurred and the youth whose form was already slipping down the wall was pinned against the wall again as a brutal punch landed on his stomach. An intense amount of blood immediately gushed out of the youth's mouth, splattering across the floor, his shocked expression fixed on Atticus. It's not working. The youth thought in slight shock. Regardless of having no idea what was happening, as soon as Atticus had kicked him, he had immediately tried to use his bloodline and create an illusion. Despite it not being potent, he was sure it would at least hold Atticus for a few seconds for him to drink a health potion and run. But unfortunately for the youth, he had no idea of Atticus's perception. Atticus didn't utter a word, he didn't even ask the Nebulon youth anything, nor did he mention why he was currently beating the living daylights out of him. The current scene was as though Atticus was beating the youth up for absolutely no reason, just because he felt like it. Atticus manipulated the air to hold the youth in place and then suddenly grabbed the youth's hand with one hand, gripping his index finger with the other. Then, each of the students watched as Atticus slowly and brutally pulled off each one of the youth's fingers, immediately incinerating each finger as they were pulled out. The scream that resounded throughout the room was deafening, as heartbreaking as it was piercing. The youth breathed heavily, tears streaming down his face, and intense amounts of mucus running down his nose. If anyone had told the other tiered youths in the class that they would ever see a tier 1 in this state, they would have denied it vehemently. And despite every single one of them thinking that Atticus had gone too far, none of them stepped up. Atticus finished pulling out the youth's fingers and instantly moved to his toes, eliciting another deafening scream that echoed throughout the class. After a few seconds, every single one of the youth's fingers had been pulled out, and the Nebulon youth slumped down, his form completely resting on the air holding him up. Atticus controlled the air and brought the youth downward, towards his height. And just as everyone thought he would finally speak, Atticus's right palm suddenly radiated an intense orange glow, as intense amounts of fire condensed around his palm. Without hesitation, Atticus suddenly placed his palm on the youth's face, gripping it tightly as the sound of burning flesh immediately filled the room, followed by the youth's intense screams. Atticus brutally seared the youth's face with fire, removing his hand after a few seconds, leaving a palm-shaped red mark covering the youth's face. Just as the youth was about to lose consciousness because of the pain, water suddenly enveloped his form, and the students couldn't help but tremble as Atticus healed the youth and started his brutal actions all over again. After a few minutes, with Atticus having tortured and healed the youth multiple times, the air holding the youth's form abruptly vanished, and he fell down with a huge thud. Throughout this scene, Atticus hadn't spoken a word. At this point, apart from Kale, who had his head down on the desk, seemingly not interested in the unfolding events, and Zoe, who watched everything with a smile, the rest of the Tier 1 youths already had their eyes narrowed as they watched. None of the Tier 1s cared about the youth, instead, they cared about why Atticus was doing what he was doing. Even though the Nebulon youth's standing wasn't as high, he was still a Tier 1, one with talent at that. The other Nebulon family members would definitely not take kindly to Atticus's actions. But each of their gazes couldn't help but narrow into pinpricks as they saw Atticus's next actions. Atticus suddenly tapped on his artifact, and after a few seconds, the Nebulon family youth's artifact suddenly lit up as he received a notification. Apart from his pulled fingers, Atticus had already healed his body, but his current state would suggest otherwise. His form was currently trembling as though he were being electrocuted, despite there being no single tendril of lightning on him. His hair, which had been rapidly changing, had come to an abrupt stop, settling at the color black. And despite Atticus currently looking down at him, he dared not meet Atticus's gaze. Finally, after all of his brutal actions, Atticus's cold words suddenly sounded as he spoke. "I will give you only one chance. If you refuse, I will take you out of this class, and you will spend the rest of the 7 hours of the day feeling unimaginable pain that you will remember for the rest of your life. Sign the contract. You have 3 seconds, Atticus declared. If one was persistent and consistent enough, even the most proud and stubborn would eventually break. The students currently watching knew this fact well, which was why it wasn't surprising that before Atticus had even finished speaking, the Nebulon family youth's trembling hand had already moved as he clicked on his artifact with the stump where his index finger should have been. And without even reading it, he immediately accepted the contract. It was at that same instance that the door to the classroom suddenly slid open, and Isabella couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as she saw the state of the classroom. Many of the students were currently standing, their gazes still fixed on Atticus and the Nebulon youth, the area around the duo completely filled with blood. Is he finally retaliating? Isabella pondered excitedly. Come to me after class, Atticus simply instructed, turned, and started walking towards his seat with everyone's gazes fixed on his form. As Atticus got to his seat a few seconds later, he locked gazes with Zoe and gave her a charming wink, mouthing, now who's the softie? Zoe rolled her eyes while shaking her head with a smile. You learned from the best. You're welcome, Zoe muttered a response as Atticus sat down on his seat, causing Atticus to chuckle slightly in response. Isabella completely ignored the brutal scene as she made her way to the front of the classroom. She turned her gaze towards the Nebulon youth on the floor and coldly stated. Jordan and Nebulon, if you would please find your way to your seat, class is about to begin, Isabella instructed. Jordan's limbs trembled intensely on the floor as he tried to get up. Each of the students watched, some with pity in their gazes, as he stood and walked towards his seat, his legs trembling throughout his walk. Then, Isabella started the class as though a brutal scene hadn't just happened. The leaders section wasn't the only place where a brutal scene would unfold. We need to talk to him, Nate suddenly spoke up as he and Lucas made their way through the expansive grassland of the non-leaders section. Both of them were currently wearing completely black glasses over their eyes as they walked. I knew this was coming, Lucas responded with a small sigh. You won't understand because your specialty is in runes. You don't really need battles to grow, Nate explained in a serious tone. He suddenly turned towards Lucas and continued, I've always wanted to become a warrior my father can be proud of, you know this. If this situation should continue, we'd end up useless. Lucas locked gazes with Nate for a few seconds before advising, "You should do it after all of this ends." Of course, before Nate could offer a response, the both of them suddenly spotted the forms of two of their targets, both with iridescent eyes and hair color that was rapidly changing. Their reactions were instant. Lucas suddenly pulled a rune from his space ring and immediately channeled his mana, tossing it towards one of the youths. The slate let out an intense glow as golden tendrils of light suddenly materialized out of it, wrapping around one of the youths, immobilizing him. Before the second youth could react, Nate's bulky form suddenly rocketed towards his form, a cataclysmic punch landing on the youth's face, immediately deforming his face. There were no words spoken, no heads up about anything. The Nebulon family had attacked one of their own, and the Ravensteins were never ones to back off from a fight. There was only one outcome possible after the Nebulon family attacked Aurora: war. In multiple locations in the non-Leaders section, crowds gathered around each location as each crowd watched as different brutal scenes unfolded. At one location, an excited voice of Moon suddenly sounded as she exclaimed, "Oh my god, Aurora, you're so strong." It didn't even last 2 seconds. Moon complimented, completely ignoring the crowd that had gathered around the area, watching the scene, each of them baffled. On the floor were the forms of 4 youths, each of them spotting the same distinct features as the Nebulon family and a large charred fist imprint on their faces. In the middle of these youths writhing on the floor stood Aurora, who turned to look at Moon with mild awkwardness. Thanks." A slight blush appearing on her cheeks. In the next instant, her gaze turned cold as she looked at the youths on the floor, and with a thought, each of their forms suddenly erupted into flames, their intense screams resounding across the area. Just like Lucas and Nate, both Ember and Moon had been wearing the same exact black glasses over their eyes. Both Aurora and Moon watched coldly as the forms of multiple Nebulon family youths screamed and struggled on the floor as they got burned. Amongst the crowd, there was not a single person who wasn't recording the unfolding events. Did the Ravenstein and Nebulon families have some kind of dispute? All of their minds raced as they tried to figure out what was happening. In another part of the academy, the same brutal scene was unfolding as the usual crowd gathered around an area, each of their gazes fixed on the ongoing torture, the sounds of repetitive thuds and murmurs filling the space. Scorch marks littered the ground, and sprawled across the earth were 2 youths whose forms kept twitching and spasming as tendrils of lightning snaked their way across their bodies. Each of them spotted multiple charred fist imprints all over their forms. With his whole form crackling with lightning, Elijah turned his gaze towards Chubby, who was currently on top of a third Nebulon youth, a maniacal grin on his face as he kept delivering fire-imbued punches to the youth's face. Each punch was as devastating as it was brutal. Each time a punch landed, the point of impact instantly became charred black. And considering the staggering number of punches Chubby had unleashed already, the entirety of the youth's face was pitch black. And despite this, Chubby still showed no signs of stopping. It goes without saying that there was no one amongst the Ravenstein youths who hadn't been pissed when they heard Aurora had been attacked. Following Atticus' orders was the best way for them to vent this intense anger they were feeling on the perpetrators. Chubby. Kai. Despite Elijah's fervent calls, Chubby still kept up unleashing brutal punches. Elijah sighed, "Chubby, my boy, if you keep that up, we won't get a chance to accomplish what the young master asked us to do. You don't want him to hear that it was your fault, right?" These words seemed to do the trick as Chubby's fist heading towards the youth's head abruptly stopped in the air, the flames enveloping his fist getting snuffed out instantly. Chubby's maniacal grin immediately morphed as he opened his eyes wide. He awkwardly cleared his throat and quickly stood up straight, walking away and putting a significant distance between himself and the sprawled youths as though they were the plague. Elijah shook his head as he gazed at Chubby's exaggerated response. The boy truly was frightened of Atticus, and it was a completely baffling situation as neither Elijah nor the other Ravensteins had ever witnessed them having any interaction together. In fact, they couldn't even say they had seen them speaking to each other before. Both Elijah and Chubby spotted the same black glasses the other Ravenstein youths were wearing. Seeing that Chubby had listened, Elijah's gaze turned cold as he looked towards the youths on the floor, the tendrils of lightning surrounding his body intensifying. In another part of the academy, another crowd of students was gathered around, watching a similar brutal scene unfolding. Against the wall of an imposing building, 4 youths who had the same distinct features of the Nebulon family were pinned down. Each of their limbs was spread out in different directions, pierced by an arrow, holding their forms up on the sturdy wall. Their screams were deafening as each of the youths continued shouting, and despite the familiar sign of their bloodline activating, their hair changing color rapidly, it didn't seem to have even the slightest effect against their tormentors. The figures of Eric and Arya maintained their cold and detached look as they closed the distance between them and the Nebulon youths pinned on the wall. They both sported the same black glasses over their eyes. Eric and Arya had always been aloof, neither of them speaking much. Eric still maintained his army-cut short white hair and dreary black eyes, while Arya had her hair tied into a ponytail with light green eyes. To the current onlookers, it didn't even seem as though they planned on saying anything to the Nebulon youths. Their plan was crystal clear to those currently watching: torture. Eric placed his hand on one of his daggers fixed at his back and immediately unsheathed it. The forms of the Nebulon youths trembled as he inched closer to them, blood streaming continuously from their wounds. As soon as Eric got close enough, each of the onlookers' eyes widened as he suddenly stabbed the youth in his arm and started moving the dagger around his body, gutting him brutally. Arya simply watched from behind as he moved to the others, inflicting the same brutal torment upon each of them. There was not a single youth who wasn't recording the current brutal scene, and this same fact held for all the other places where the Nebulon youths were being tortured. With not even a few minutes having passed since they had all been transported to the Academy campus, many of the first-year Nebulon family youths had been hunted down and tortured in front of different crowds of students. With just a few minutes to go until class started, the videos of the Ravenstein family youths torturing the Nebulon youths spread like wildfire amongst the first years, and each of the students couldn't help but tremble as they saw the brutality of the Ravenstein family. They had all already gotten a taste of how cold and brutal Atticus could be after watching the video of him and the other third years. But now, watching all the other Ravenstein youths in action, a solemn reminder settled in each of their thoughts. It was something all of them grew up hearing from other people in the human domain. It was the same title that was given to the Ravenstein family ever since their establishment. Truly, they were a family of madmen. After the altercation between the Ravenstein family and the Nebulon family, all of the first years found their way to class after a few minutes. Every single one of them was talking about the same thing: the Ravenstein and the Nebulon family. Were they going to war? What had happened? If the first years were fighting, what would happen to the higher years? Families, especially the tiered ones, weren't so united. There was a lot of dissatisfaction among some of their members. But regardless, when they were threatened by outside forces, they would all come together. This had been what the Ravenstein had done, and it was the same for the other Tier 1 families. The first-year Ravenstein youths had attacked and brutally tortured members of the Nebulon family in front of everyone. Many of the students were curious: what would happen when the higher years found out about the situation? Aurora arrived at her class after a few minutes, her cold gaze through her black glasses instantly scanning the entirety of the classroom. Unfortunately, she didn't have super-powered perception like Atticus, but she was still able to accomplish this feat in under a minute. After scanning the classroom, she wasn't able to find the youth she was looking for: Zephyr. Atticus had already told her who he suspected was responsible for her ambush. Despite looking everywhere on her way here, she hadn't seen any signs of him. The thought of him hiding himself with an illusion didn't even cross her mind. There was a reason she and every other Ravenstein youth were wearing these black glasses over their eyes. And it definitely wasn't for decoration. Ever since his battle against Zephyr during the Academy entrance test, Atticus had found out just how the Nebulon family youth created their illusions. He had no idea of the process and couldn't even replicate it if he tried, but Atticus knew that the major ingredient was mana. They manipulated the mana in the surrounding and used it to fool their target's senses. It was as easy as that. This couldn't work on Atticus because he could feel the true mana in the surrounding, courtesy of his incredible perception. But Aurora and the rest of the Ravenstein youths didn't have this luxury, and this was why Atticus had immediately ventured into the Academy store when he saw that the battle with the Nebulon youths was inevitable. These glasses were called the Mana Clear glasses. And their effect was pretty straightforward. They simply neutralized the effects of mana on the wearer in their field of vision. The meaning was clear: the wearer would see and only see what was physically there. These glasses, of course, weren't absolute. In fact, they weren't even made for the purpose of seeing past illusions. But as Atticus browsed through the Academy shop, He came across this item and immediately bought it after unleashing a massacre in the forest and gaining points. And lo and behold, it worked perfectly. Atticus had also given the Ravenstein youths a few items, each of them aimed at making sure they were well prepared. Seeing as Zephyr hadn't shown up, Aurora went to her seat and sat down like nothing was happening. The youths who had previously been seated beside or behind her had all already moved far away from their seats before she even entered the classroom. The Tier 1s weren't excluded. The majority still had no idea why the Ravenstein had done that to the Nebulon family, and they had no intention of being next. At one side of the classroom sat a white-haired girl who gazed at her front coldly, both her arms crossed on her chest. Her immediate surroundings seats were empty as each of the students sat at a distance from her, most of them murmuring and whispering. A certain red-haired boy fixed his gaze on Aurora's form, a smirk playing on his lips. As the door of the classroom opened, Lark turned his gaze away from Aurora and faced his front. As soon as the lectures for the day ended, Isabella left the classroom immediately followed by the rest of the class. They had all heard what Atticus had said to the Nebulon family youth and knew he would want to use the classroom to talk to him. Each of the Tier 1 youths had darkened expressions as they streamed out of the classroom. Atticus had just enslaved another Tier 1. Although this was far from the first time students were being enslaved, this instance was different. He had done it to a Tier 1, one who was the leader of a division. Of course, the academy was far from being stupid. Even though they allowed members of other division youths get enslaved, the same was different for the leaders. It came with a lot of restrictions. And it was this same restriction that Atticus had gotten when the Nebulon youth had signed the contract. If a leader signed an enslavement contract, the enslaver could not ask said leader to perform any action that would be detrimental to his/her division. Atticus could ask for any information contained in his head, even about his division, but he couldn't force him to sabotage his division. Plus, the fact that any academy contract becomes obsolete during the division wars. Basically, Atticus had no power over the Nebulon youth during any division wars against him or another person. But the fact that he had enslaved a Tier 1 seemed to make them realize that the same could happen to them. There was nothing stopping him from doing it. It had long since been determined that Atticus was out of their league. After a few seconds, the class was almost emptied, remaining only 4 individuals. Kale stood up straight and yawned for a bit before he turned towards Atticus, meeting his gaze. And with a short nod, he left the room. Now, only Atticus, Zoe, and the Nebulon youth remained in the room. Come, Atticus's cold voice suddenly sounded across the classroom, and the trembling form of the Nebulon youth knelt down in front of him in the next instant. As soon as the Nebulon youth knelt down in front of Atticus, Atticus immediately focused his aura on him. The youth's already trembling form trembled even harder, his whole body covered in sweat. Zoe had chosen to stay behind and watch, and Atticus hadn't seen any problem with that. He welcomed it even, and after a few long minutes of drilling the Nebulon youth for information, with the youth getting shocked on multiple occasions, Atticus had been satisfied with the results he got. Zoe had been a huge help during the questioning, even going as far as to ask some questions he hadn't thought of. After asking the Nebulon youth everything he wanted to ask, Atticus gave him some instructions and dismissed him. He also walked Zoe to her teleportation room. After discussing with her for a while, they both separated, and Atticus started heading towards the elevator, intending to find a particular aloof white-haired girl in the garden. During his elevator ride, Atticus entered a deep contemplation. From all the information he had gotten from the Nebulon family youth, although it hadn't been related at all to who was currently targeting him, Atticus had been able to get some information about the current state of the Nebulon first-year youths. Even though Jordanand, the Nebulon youth Atticus just tortured, was the leader of their division, Zephyr had used his standing in the Nebulon family and the power and authority he held over the others to take control of the division. Jordanand was basically their leader in name only and had absolutely no power back in his division. In fact, just because Zephyr had to join his division, the latter had chosen to make Jordanand's life in the division a living hell. After a few more questions, Atticus had been able to find out that Jordanand had absolutely no idea about the ambush on Aurora. The youth didn't even know anything about what was happening in the division. The only time he was of use was when Zephyr wanted to buy division buildings or check what was in the division store. Ferdinand had also mentioned not seeing Zephyr at all before he came to the academy campus, leading Atticus to believe that he had probably not shown up at the non-leaders section. After a few more precise questions, Atticus was able to find out basically everything about Zephyr, his character, how he thinks, what he liked. This had been the area he had gotten Zoe's help from. He had been a little shocked about the way she basically dissected his whole life. And after finding all of this out, Atticus's earlier 90% certainty had been bumped up to 99%. He had been 90% sure that Zephyr wasn't the mastermind of this attack on him, and all this information about his character only seemed to show how right he had been. Atticus reached the bottom floor of the building, the elevator door parting open for him. Alright then, I guess the earlier plan still stands. Cause as much chaos as possible. Atticus stepped out of the building and walked through the expansive garden, intending to find Ember. After a few minutes, he found Ember around the area and instantly approached. Atticus simply wanted to brief Ember about the current situation, just in case they had any intention of repeating the same thing that happened with Aurora to Ember. She also had someone that she would be devastated if said person suddenly appeared in front of her. Atticus simply didn't want a repeat of that, so he decided to be careful. After briefly explaining the current situation to Ember and emphasizing the way Aurora had been attacked, her reaction had been completely expected, unfazed. It wasn't that she was trying to claim that she wasn't scared about the Nebulon youths, Ember simply didn't care about all that was happening. Despite the years spent in the Ravenstein estate together, Ember and Aurora had never gotten close. Although they had occasionally gone out together, this was only because of Atticus, and Ember's quiet nature made it hard for her and Aurora to form any sort of bond. The former was always training, and the latter was either always with Atticus or hanging out with Anastasia. And regardless of the fact that they had attacked a member of their family, Ember didn't care. It would have definitely been a different case if it had been Atticus. Many might call her cold and brutal, but Atticus expected and understood her completely. Even he couldn't complain because he would have probably reacted the same way if he were in her shoes. If a second-year Ravenstein member had been attacked, a member who wasn't under him or didn't know on a personal level, Atticus wouldn't have gone out of his way to help. Which was why he wasn't surprised about her reaction. Seeing he had appropriately warned her, Atticus suddenly took out the same medallion with multiple earrings fixed on top of it, removed one, and gave it to Ember, who showed a slight shock on her face. It was obvious to her that it was an artifact, a powerful one at that, but it had been a while since someone had given her something. She had really missed Atticus. Ember smiled a bit and softly muttered, "Thanks," as Atticus channeled mana and fixed the earring on her ear. After finishing his business with Ember, they both separated, and Atticus headed directly towards his teleportation room and back to his division. As soon as Atticus got back, he met with Aurora and the other Ravenstein youths, intending on receiving a report about what had happened at the non-leaders section. And after a few minutes, dealing with Nate's excited and hyper energy, Atticus nodded his head in satisfaction. Although not perfectly, they more or less accomplished what they set out to do, create chaos. And as a plus, they had been able to enslave some of the Nebulon family youths. Unfortunately for them, Zephyr wasn't the true leader of his division. Asking them to commit suicide would do absolutely nothing to him. They had each only instructed them to report back to the academy campus the next day and every other day. At the very least, they would be useful for information. After listening to all the information about everything that had happened in the non-leaders section during the day, Atticus gave the Ravenstein youths some more instructions for a few more minutes before leaving the mansion in which they had all been gathered. Atticus immediately headed towards the advanced training room to train. He had missed out on the elemental room for a few days now, and after informing Zoe about what was happening, she had wanted to lend him some points. Atticus had pondered on it for a while and decided to refuse. He wanted this to be some form of punishment for him, a sort of reminder that because he had been too focused on training and other things, he had allowed his enemies to get one over him. After he solved this current issue and found the perpetrator, he would continue his training in the elemental room. The next day came by quickly, and just as Atticus had anticipated, the rumor had spread throughout the whole academy, and most importantly, to the higher years. They had each watched the videos of the Ravenstein youths' brutality against the Nebulon youths. Both parties, the higher years of the Ravenstein and the Nebulon families, had immediately consulted the first years in order to find out just exactly what was going on. Amongst the second and third years of the Ravenstein family, one would see the familiar figures of Hela, Sophie, and surprisingly, Orion. Most of them hadn't changed much since the Raven camp. The first, Hela, had shown up because of her ginormous sense of duty, while the second, Sophie, had always been a hyper busybody. There was no way she was missing out on something this interesting. And then the last, Orion. Since after the incident where the Raven camp had been attacked, Orion's personality had gone through a major change, and this was mainly due to his father, Sirius. Immediately since Sirius had heard about what happened in the Raven camp with how terribly Orion had treated Atticus, he had made it his goal to educate his foolish son about the ways of the world. Many surprising and awkward events happened during Atticus's 5-year training, and one of them had been Sirius forcing Orion to bow before Atticus and apologize. Of course, the latter vehemently refused to do it initially, but with Sirius present, Orion dared not to disobey. Atticus had, of course, played everything cool in order to give Sirius face. He respected the man after all. After the incident and a few more forceful educations from Sirius, Orion's overconfident personality took a nosedive as he became more humbled. He had meddled in this situation because of his father's incessant warnings and advice to get closer to and form any sort of relationship with Atticus. An advice Orion understood well considering the power Atticus had unleashed during the escape at the Raven camp. And seeing as it was the first years that had been rampaging, it was very obvious that Atticus was involved. As they each got briefed on the situation, as expected, the first years had been following Atticus's instructions. And just as Atticus had anticipated, the trio and the other Ravenstein youths that came forward immediately decided to join in on the war. And it went without saying that the higher years of the Nebulon family raged when they found out what was going on. The first-year youths gave each of them mana-clear glasses and some other equipment just as Atticus had instructed. And just like that, on the second day, the battle that was supposed to involve only the first years immediately spiraled out into a full-blown war between the Ravenstein family and the Nebulon family in the academy. And as the higher years joined, the fights became more intense as the damage to the school and even innocent students immediately skyrocketed. Many of them even went as far as to employ their exo-suits against enemies. The academy instantly turned into a war zone. It became a normal occurrence to see groups of Ravenstein youths, each of them sporting their mana-clear glasses, and groups of Nebulon family youths moving together around the campus. And as soon as both groups were spotted within vicinity, each and every single one of the students present in the area would immediately disperse and scatter. No one had any intention of being the collateral damage. However, despite the damage, no instructor nor academy staff even tried to stop the ongoing battle. The destroyed walls and areas were repaired and revived before the next day, without any of the students even finding out how. As the days went by, with hundreds of multiple battles happening around the academy campus, it became very certain that the Nebulon family youths were fighting a losing battle. Through and through, the Ravenstein family had always been a warrior family. And although the Nebulon family were also strong in their own way, but with their most powerful ability, their illusions, taken away from them, they stood no chance against the Ravenstein family youths. As the days passed, the Nebulon family kept on getting decimated. No one needed to tell the onlookers, it was plenty obvious that it was only a matter of time before the Nebulon family got completely crushed. Each of the students were once again reminded of the might of the Ravenstein family. In all the fights the students had witnessed, the Ravensteins had never lost a fight. And what was even more baffling for them was the fact that during the fights, each of the Ravenstein youths, especially the first years, all wore intense grins on their faces. Even when torturing the Nebulon family youths, it was quite obvious that they were all happy about their current situation. The words, "mad men," kept on resonating in each of the students' heads. In the middle of a bustling area filled with different students throttling about, the ground beside the large imposing terminal suddenly let out a golden glow that illuminated the whole area, and from it, the form of a red-haired youth materialized, a wide grin on his face. With a wide grin on his face, Dell stepped forward and started walking away from the terminal ground, his walking gait reflecting his distinguished position not only as a member of a Tier 1 family but also as one of its important heirs. Dell's gaze glanced to the side to see a similarly red-haired youth who immediately bowed as he got to his side and greeted respectfully. "Welcome back, young master." It was none other than the same youth who had reported the beginning of the attack on Atticus to Dell. Dell gave the youth a quick glance, the disdain completely evident in his eyes as he continued walking without stopping, his wide grin unchanged. Seeing as he had no choice, the youth, with his head still bowed, followed after Dell. This current camp couldn't be compared to the camp of the first years or even Atticus's camp. The campgrounds were completely paved, and there were multiple large and developed futuristic-looking buildings all around the camp. It was quite obvious that compared to the first years, the second years had gone far in terms of their camp development. Dell walked through the campgrounds, and the members of his division immediately reacted as soon as they saw that Dell had arrived. Regardless of how far the students were from him, as long as they were in his field of view, each and every one of the students bowed as he walked. It was as though the entirety of the students in the camp stopped whatever they were doing and bowed to show their respects. As though a king walking amidst his people. Dell simply walked, ignoring every single one of the bowed youth. Although his expression seemed unchanged, it was plenty obvious that he was reveling in every single second of this scene. The feeling of being worshipped was awesome. What's the status? After a few awkward moments of walking, Dell suddenly spoke up and asked. At this point, the other Year 2 Alvarian youths had already joined the duo, each of them walking behind Dell. It's going as planned, young master. The whole Ravenstein and Nebulon families are fighting. Dell came to an abrupt stop as he heard those words, the grin on his face widening. As though the others had already anticipated this response, they all simultaneously stopped, in sync with him. Good. Good. Now his attention would be diverted, Dell said with an incredibly satisfied expression on his face. Then he started moving again as he continued. Are the others ready? Dell asked. You just have to say the word, young master. We're all ready. Dell turned his gaze backward to see each of the youths showing determined expressions on their faces, and he couldn't help but silently click his tongue while muttering under his breath, cocksuckers. He knew why they were acting this way towards him, they all obviously wanted to form a connection with him. He was the strongest candidate among the heirs in the Alvarian family. Unlike the Ravenstein main family, which had only Atticus as an heir, the Alvarian family was different. Eleanor, the family head of the Alvarian family, had married multiple wives and given birth to numerous sons and daughters. The only reason Dell and Lila were currently being favored in the Alvarian family was exactly because of their unmatched talent in both the art of alchemy and in battle. Their battle strength was comparable to the youths from normal battle families. There was only one person who could be a threat to his position in the family, and it was none other than his lovely sister, Lila. Dell had perceived signs of some of the elders in their family who were subtly supporting Lila instead of him. For all I know, one of them could be a spy. Dell had always been paranoid, incredibly so. I should adjust their contracts and turn them into slaves. Dell shook his head and decided to leave this for later, he had pressing matters to attend to. Start the next phase, he suddenly commanded, prompting the youth and the other Alvarian youths walking behind him to simultaneously bow their heads and respond, as you wish, young master. At the next instant, they each excused themselves, leaving Dell alone with his thoughts. The days went by quickly, and the war between the Ravenstein and Nebulon youths still continued. If the onlookers hadn't been certain before, now it was 100% sure that the Ravenstein family youths would be the winners of this war. The Nebulon family youths were basically decimated already, as it became a very rare occurrence to see any of them walking through the academy. The remaining ones didn't even dare attend classes or show up to the academy campus. The very few that remained all simply stayed back at their divisions, intending to wait out the intense situation. The higher years weren't different. Initially, the higher years hadn't gone full throttle, especially at the start, with only a few battles happening here and there. But after the tension started escalating every day, the higher years had eventually joined in fully. After receiving reports from the Ravenstein youths about the Nebulon youths' movements, Atticus had immediately instructed them to command the enslaved Nebulon youths to sneak attack the ones that refused to come to the academy campus. Although doing so would alert the others that some of them in the Nebulon family worked for the Ravensteins, Atticus had still decided to go this route. He had basically already found out everything he needed about Zephyr and the other Nebulon family youths from the enslaved youths. They all literally didn't have any other use except for this. Their primary target had been one person, Zephyr. And Atticus had instructed them to make it as painful as possible. After that night, the days once again passed. And on a particular afternoon, In a very secluded spot in the non-leaders section of the academy campus, a total of 100 youths were gathered. A crowd of students gathered in one of the secluded areas in the non-leaders section of the academy campus. This same crowd numbered exactly 100, and each of them looked haggard and pathetic. Their hair was unkempt, with most of it oily and sticking to their faces. Some of them even displayed signs of malnutrition, many of their stomachs rumbling. It was quite obvious that they hadn't been eating well. Their clothes were filled with stains, and with one look at the students, one would know for certain that they weren't friends with hygiene. It would take an individual with a significantly strong will and the ability to withstand foul stenches to stand within this crowd and not immediately feel nauseated. These gathered youths were the same 100 youths that a certain red-haired youth had used to kick-start his payback at Atticus. The 100 youths he had secretly tortured and enslaved. Although Atticus had initially planned to play everything cool after he had first found out about the enslaved 100, everything changed when Aurora had been attacked. It became abundantly clear that the unknown perpetrator not only meant business but also had multiple plans in store for Atticus and his division members. Atticus's decision had been happily supported by the other Ravenstein youths who had from the start wanted to lock the 100 students away and throw away the key. After Atticus made that decision, the following events had been instant. Each of the 100 youths had been thrown out of the campgrounds, forced to live on the other side of the camp walls. No buildings had been made for them, and they weren't even allowed access to eat in the mess hall. Basically, their standard of living went from good to terrible in an instant. With no access to the mess hall, they had to source food for themselves, and the same was true for other amenities. The barracks had constant running water, even hot steamy water, and this was all for free. But with access to that gone, they were literally forced to survive in the wilderness. They had been incredibly lucky that they still had experience in hunting, and most importantly, their weapons and armor, otherwise, they would most definitely starve. Many would call that brutal, but from the very beginning, Atticus had always been brutal. All of them stood at the corner, the dissatisfied murmurs of the crowd echoing around the area. And after a few minutes of impatiently waiting, each of them spotted the figures of multiple youths all dressed in black attire that covered their whole forms and masks on their faces, approaching them. The murmurs of the crowd immediately quieted down as each of the black-clothed individuals started spreading out, each of them standing on different sides of the crowd, surrounding them. The youths displayed no surprised expression on their faces as they saw these individuals, they were obviously already used to this situation. This had always been how their enslavers had related to them, completely clothed, covering their faces. Till now, not even they knew their identities, but because each of them had signed an academy contract with one of them, the only thing they knew was one and only one name of a student among them, Dennis Ruthor. Many, especially those who already knew that the perpetrators were a particular red-haired family, would be shocked at this name. Why were they enslaved by a youth whose name was mentioned for the first time ever? That would be because our mastermind Dell was paranoid. He had chosen to be careful. He didn't want the name Alvarian known to them, even though they were under a contract. So he had enslaved one youth in his division and then asked said youth to serve as the contractor for the academy contract. The murmuring crowd immediately quieted down as one of the individuals stepped up to face each of the gathered youths. He had an average height of 5 feet 6 inches and he radiated a certain sort of aura that many would deem as annoying. No one needed to even tell the gathered youths, they all knew they would end up hating this youth. The youth was currently wearing a white mask with a smiley face. The youth suddenly turned his gaze backwards and nodded towards a random student also clothed in black attire. The student nodded back, his shoulders slumping as he suddenly spoke, his voice resonating across the area, "I command you all to kneel." The gathered youth didn't seem to understand what was going on, each of them turning their gazes and looking at each other. But as though on cue, their artifacts suddenly lit up as tendrils of lightning snaked out of them, instantly electrocuting each of the youths. No one needed to explain what was going on anymore as each of them immediately sunk down on both knees, swiftly kneeling down. The youth with the annoying aura nodded his head in delight, clearly reveling in the moment. And after a few seconds, he started addressing them. "Listen up. Here are your new orders." Each of the youths couldn't help but put on despairing looks as they heard this. It was very obvious already that these people were targeting Atticus. They all still hadn't recovered from his anger the last time, and these people actually wanted them to do another thing. Each of their forms started trembling hard on the floor. There was no one in the academy who didn't know that the Ravensteins were currently in a war, and also, the Ravenstein brutality. They all basically lived with those white-haired monsters. If they were to cause another disturbance in the division, wouldn't their lives in the academy be over? The subtle sounds of sobbing suddenly filled the space, followed by the sound of youths sucking in their mucus. The black-clothed youths surrounding the area watched with cold gazes as each of the students on their knees suddenly started sobbing, drops of tears falling on top of the grass. It was the sort of tears that one would shed when they wanted to brood about the unfairness of the world. They had all been happy that they had a fair leader like Atticus. It wasn't like Atticus was nice to them, far from that. But he had done one better. He had given each of them a comfortable place to live, even though they had been suddenly thrust into the middle of a forest. And most importantly, he had given each of them the ability to fight for themselves, to hunt beasts and gain experience. For the first time in their lives, they didn't feel useless and weak. He was completely fair to everyone and didn't actively seek to exploit them, even though it was very easy for him to. Even though each of them they were scared of Atticus, there was not a single person in the division that wasn't happy that Atticus was their leader. If they had known that Atticus had been their target from the beginning, perhaps the current situation would have been different. They might have not have accepted so easily. The Alvarians had made it seem as though it was just random bullying. The fact that each divisions were divided across the academy made it all easier. Which was why it was so painful. They were starting to enjoy their time in the academy, they were starting to believe they weren't so useless in life anymore. And all of that was abruptly taken away from them by these black-clothed bastards. The students who had earlier been sobbing suddenly wiped away their tears in unison, and as though they each reached a mutual understanding without even needing to speak, they each suddenly turned their gazes towards the youth who had asked them to kneel earlier, their gazes becoming bloodshot. They each had nothing to lose anymore. They would at least revel in the fact that they had taken one of them down. But reality had always been a big bitch. With bloodshot eyes, just as they all wanted to scatter and attack, the same usual bright glow occurred and each of them ended up getting the living daylights shocked out of them. The 5 feet 7 inches youth who had been addressing them earlier gazed at them coldly without any hint of remorse in his gaze. And after a few moments, the artifact stopped electrocuting them. With each of the youth twitching on the floor, the youth continued addressing them. After I'm done talking to you, you will each be given multiple explosives. With these explosives, you all have 2 options. Wear them on you and sneak to the mansion where Atticus Ravenstein is sleeping in the division tonight and detonate it, or simply plant them around the mansion and wait for him to enter it before detonating. You all are to choose the best method depending on the situation, and most importantly, do it simultaneously, the youth explained in a happy tone. To everyone listening, it was very obvious that he was happy about the order he was giving out. And as the students on the floor all heard his order, a cold shiver ran down each of their spines. He wanted them to bomb the mansion where that white-haired devil would be sleeping. What? Why not just kill them here and now? At the very least they wouldn't have to go through the frightening possibility of earning his ire. Despite the number of times they had each seen Atticus's brutality, they had never once gotten used to it. There was not a single one of them who didn't pray every day to not be on the receiving end of Atticus's wrath. And this was exactly where this bastard was sending them. None of their lives were in danger. Even if they were to wear the bombs on themselves, their artifact would still protect them. But it was quite unfortunate that the same thing applied to Atticus. Even if they bombed the mansion, they would still have to face Atticus afterward. And the thought of doing that terrified every single one of them to the core. The youth could see the way each of the students sprawled across the floor was trembling, but he didn't seem to care about it at all, and he turned and gave the youth behind him another nod. The youth's shoulders slumped once more. It was clear that he was being forced to control the enslaved students. But he had no choice but to obey. I command you all to obey everything he had just asked you to do to the last detail. You are all dismissed, the youth commanded. And although reluctant at first, each of the youths started standing up one by one, many of their muscles still having occasional spasms, and they each started walking away from the area. After a few seconds, they had all left the area, leaving behind the black-clothed youths. One of the youths suddenly approached the 5 feet 7 inches youth and spoke, "The higher years are already set, we're going to be late, Lark." Lark turned his gaze towards the youth and rubbed his hands together in mild anticipation. He, I can't wait to put those white-haired bastards in their place. Let's go. We don't want to be late. Lark declared and immediately started walking briskly away from the area with the rest of the youths in tow. It was still morning, and the expansive grassland of the academy campus in the non-leaders section was basically devoid of other students, as each of them was already settled in their respective classes. All except the Alvarian youths and the 100 they had summoned. And just like that, the area which was initially filled with people suddenly became empty, each of the students that had left completely oblivious to the piercing blue eyes that had watched the whole scene. I see. Those two words reverberated in Atticus's mind like the striking of a bell, resonating deeply as he tried to comprehend what he had just witnessed. I see. Those two words resonated inside Atticus's head continuously like a loud drum echoing in a silent cave. The sound of Isabella speaking in the room became a muted symphony as Atticus entered a state of deep contemplation. He had just come to an important conclusion, an answer that would put a stop to everything that was currently happening. Atticus was currently inside the classroom in his usual seat between Zoe and Kale. As one would have expected, class was currently ongoing with Isabella teaching the students about the Zorvans. This had been what he had been doing earlier, listening attentively in class. And this had been until he had suddenly received a notification on his artifact. Upon subtly checking the notification, Atticus had been plenty surprised to see that it was about a particular alert he had set more than 2 weeks ago. Many would wonder, what alert? And to answer that question, one would have to go back to a few weeks ago, on the same exact day that Atticus had first lost 100% of his points. On that day, after finding out that someone had enslaved 100 members of his division, Atticus had knocked out each of the youths and without them knowing, he had taken each of them into the forest. No one, not even the Ravenstein youth, knew what Atticus had done inside that forest. He had stealthily carried the 100 youths into the forest and came back to the camp after a few minutes. What Atticus had done in the forest had been 3 things. He unleashed a massacre in the forest, even going as far as to use the katana art for speed, in order to gain a massive amount of points. And after that, Atticus had paid a visit to the academy store. Then, after a few seconds of browsing through the items in the store at fast speeds, Atticus's gaze abruptly stopped, locking in on one of the items. Whisper Strand. The Whisper Strand was an ingenious advanced rank artifact designed to seamlessly merge with the strands of an individual's hair, making it virtually undetectable. When activated, the Whisper Strand emitted nanobots that covertly weaved themselves into the hair follicles, integrating with the hair's structure at a molecular level. This integration is so subtle that individuals below the advanced rank would not even be aware of their presence. Once merged with the hair, the Whisper Strand would function as a sophisticated monitoring device, silently monitoring and storing every aspect of the wearer's experiences and interactions. It was an advanced technology that ensured it remained operational regardless of the wearer's activities, including bathing or even styling their hair. And then the most important feature. Atticus could remotely access the device from his artifact, allowing him to see whatever the bugged youths were seeing. Of course, these weren't foolproof. It was an advanced level artifact, and although subtle, each of them emitted faint amounts of mana that would be easily detected by an advanced rank individual. But unfortunately for Lark and the other Alvarian youths that had addressed them, they had each been below the advanced rank. Each Whisper Strand had been priced at 18,000 academy points, and after unleashing his full power in the forest, he was able to gather enough points to buy a certain number of them and plant them on many of the 100 youths. As soon as Atticus had found out about the enslaved 100 youths, this had been his plan from the outset. Many would believe that Atticus had chosen to be passive because he didn't know what to do, but then they would be wrong. Atticus's plan had been to make it seem as though he didn't know what to do, as though he didn't have any plan at all. He allowed each of the 100 youths to attend classes just for this reason. And this was also that anytime they approached any one of the youths, his artifact would alert him, and he would be able to know and see his attackers. Some more perceptive people would ask, it was an obvious strategy, could the attackers be so dumb as to not take any measures for this? And well, the answer was quite simple. Each of the youths had signed an academy contract. They couldn't divulge any information about the attacker to Atticus, and Atticus could bet a fortune that they were also mandated not to betray them in any way. Knowingly wearing a monitoring device was obviously breaching that rule. And this had been exactly the reason Atticus had done this without them or anyone knowing about it. The second precaution was them covering their whole form in order not to get recognized. This would have, of course, worked, but with an intelligence as large as Atticus's, it was nothing. Everything had eventually paid off as he had baited the perpetrators, and most importantly, he had seen them. If he had to be honest, he had completely leaned on Seraphin or his brother being the mastermind of his current situation. Never would he have thought that he hadn't been even close. Yes, each of them had been completely covered, but even if Atticus wasn't a people person and wasn't really good at stuff involving politics, if there was one thing Atticus could proudly boast about with his high intelligence, it was his perfect memory retention. No matter how long ago or how brief, even a simple glance was enough. Atticus would never forget. Although Atticus hadn't been able to see their faces, he had been able to hear them speak, he had seen every nuance of their movements, their figures, their gestures, and posture. Atticus saw them all. The one who had given the 100 students the command was the same youth who had been speaking with Lila back then when each of the 15-year-olds of the human domain gathered at the expanse in front of the academy. He had remembered the same annoying tone when he spoke. Atticus hadn't cared enough to learn the youth's name, but that wasn't the important thing in this situation. There was only one thing Atticus was focused on. He had finally found out the mastermind behind all of this attack on him, the Alvarian family. The Alvarians. Every single one of them was red-haired and had a bloodline related to plants. This particular bloodline was what made each of them have unmatched talent in the art of rune making. Despite the fact that they were a family focused on alchemy and making potions, they were all still able to fight and even go as far as to match other members of warrior families. This was why as soon as Atticus heard about the breakdown of the attack on Aurora, he had thought it incredibly odd that the Alvarian family bloodline and Resonera family bloodline hadn't been included. Even the Stellaris family, a family he had previously suspected were the perpetrators behind the attack, had been included. Although most of the attacks were illusions, it had been odd. It was as though the attackers wanted to avoid anything that would link to the Alvarian family. And just so that it won't look completely glaring, they had chosen to include another family, the Resoneras. But now, it was completely clear that the Alvarians had been the mastermind all this time. And as soon as Atticus came to this conclusion, his head suddenly snapped to the side, his icy gaze landing on the form of Lila, who was seated just a few seats away from him. Lila suddenly shivered. What the fuck is that? Her thoughts raced. She had been listening attentively to Isabella's lecture, and then she suddenly felt something cold caressing her form. She turned her gaze around trying to find the cause, and as soon as she turned towards her left, her form abruptly froze, her whole body immediately trembling. Her gaze had just locked onto the piercing blue eyes of a particular white-haired boy sitting between Zoe and Kale, Atticus. And it goes without saying that the coldness in Atticus' gaze, currently focused on her, was enough to make many bladders loose. At that moment, there was only one thought that came to her head, the Nebulon family youth that Atticus had brutally beaten and tortured in front of the whole class. Atticus had been looking at him the same exact way too before he unleashed his wrath. And now he was giving her the same look, and she could even subtly feel it, he was even more angry. What did I do? Lila's thoughts trembled. She currently wanted nothing more than to run away, but her two legs kept on vibrating with intensity, none of them willing to listen to her. She would have even liked to think that Atticus wouldn't go as far as he did with the Nebulon youth considering that she was a girl, but the words he said to her on the first day of class kept on playing in her head, her gender or beauty didn't matter. Atticus hadn't been one to like wasting time on things. He had just found out that the Alvarians had been the ones responsible for the attack on him, and even more glaring was the fact that the boy he had identified was most definitely in Lila's division. Every single piece of evidence pointed to her, and Atticus would see to it that she and the entirety of the Alvarian family youths regretted their actions. Lila clenched her fist hard, trying her hardest to regain her composure. She had never been one to panic like this. Her heart was still racing, but she regained a semblance of clarity. Sweeping her gaze around, the whole class was still ongoing as though she wasn't currently undergoing a world-ending crisis. The moment Lila's thoughts gained a little clarity, she immediately focused her attention on her space ring with as much subtlety as she could muster, a round green seed-like item appearing in her hand. And as swiftly as lightning, she threw it into her mouth, immediately swallowing it. I have to be ready to commit suicide, these words were the only thing that kept ringing in her head. She had no intention of going through what Atticus inflicted on the Nebulon youth. What she had just taken was called mortisprout. Yes, poison. It was a type of poison that would instantly react and kill her as soon as she actively utilized her mana. Many would be surprised by her actions, but Lila had always been a decisive person. The poison was already in her system, and as soon as she saw any signs of Atticus moving, Lila would react and move her mana immediately. Of course, Atticus had seen her throwing something inside her mouth, and with how fast he was, he could have easily stopped her. This had been what he wanted to do, but just as he wanted to move, something had made him pause. It was a passing thought, a thought that many would dismiss considering the amount of proof stacked up against Lila, but considering how fast his brain was working, the passing thought was basically a decade-old thought to Atticus. He had dissected and gone through every possible scenario in under a second. Yes, Lark was an Alvarian and had been talking with Lila, but did that mean Lila was responsible? The majority of people would say yes, and honestly, Atticus would love to do the same. But now that Atticus had found out that the Alvarian family was responsible, it had made Atticus turn his focus towards them, the whole Alvarian family in essence. Yes, Lila had some sort of beef with him, and while it was true that she had been looking at him murderously, no matter how much Atticus thought, he couldn't comprehend her going so far because of what had happened during those years, unless she was truly deranged. Not even he, who was so vengeful, would have done something like this. Plus, considering how he had met her, she had helped a random stranger when he was getting attacked because it was the right thing to do. Except she had gone through a drastic change in personality, Atticus was forced to believe that she could not accept the enslavement of 100 youths. In coming to this conclusion, Atticus's thoughts were forced to spiral and think outside the box. It made him think about just who else he knew about in the Alvarian family again. It didn't take long for Atticus to come to a conclusion. The youth he had met a few years ago, the same youth he had sparred with and effortlessly defeated in front of everyone in the estate, Lila's brother, Del Alvarian. Atticus hadn't forgotten Del, he couldn't even if he tried. But Del had been basically a blip in his past that Atticus hadn't deemed it necessary to place any sort of importance on him. If not because of the fact that he always remembered everything, he would have probably forgotten his name. The same would have been for Lila, were she not attending the same class as him. There was no passing thought for Del. Atticus didn't even need to think about what the boy would gain from doing all of this to him. From everything he had seen 7 years ago, the boy was proud, arrogant, vindictive, spiteful, and callous. He would do something like this. Atticus took in a deep shuddering breath as that name resounded in his head. The time was just a few minutes after 12, and the class had basically just started. Isabella's firm voice that had been initially resounding throughout the classroom suddenly came to an abrupt stop as her head snapped towards Atticus's form, her gaze narrowed. But she hadn't been the only one. Zoe and Kale both stood up in unison, their shocked gazes turning towards Atticus, who was simply sitting down with his gaze facing forward. Atticus, are you okay? Zoe whispered quietly to Atticus, her expression worried. But Atticus didn't offer any response, he didn't even turn to look at her. Although it took longer, as the Tier 1 saw Zoe and Kale standing up, they each also felt it. It was cold as it was oppressive. They all shivered. As fast as lightning, they each stood up from their seats, each one of them equipping their weapons, their hearts racing. Seeing everyone's reaction and the fact that Atticus wasn't staring at her again, Lila calmed down a bit. But just to be safe, she also joined the rest in looking at Atticus cautiously. And after a few seconds, the entirety of the class felt it, each of them shooting up from their seats trying their very best to stay far away from the source of this oppressive aura. Currently, Atticus was emitting staggering amounts of killing intent that made each and every one of the students in the class break into a cold sweat. Who does he want to kill? Unlike the other students who weren't too familiar with the feeling, Isabella knew exactly what it was. And what was currently baffling her to her core was the fact that although slightly, it was making her heart race, her hands slightly trembling. If not because of the fact that Atticus was a student, Isabella would have attacked him immediately. If she, a Master Plus rank, was currently feeling this way, she could not even begin to imagine what the other students were currently feeling. Kale narrowed his eyes, each one of his swords trembling with intensity. He's pissed, a cute petite voice suddenly responded to Zoe, who had been wondering worriedly what was happening to Atticus. Pissed? Pissed at what? Zoe was baffled. They had all been sitting there listening to Isabella, and now he's suddenly pissed. By now, everyone was up from their seats, their hands placed on their weapons, ready to respond to anything. Each of Island's tattoos lit up with a dark glow, his gaze turning pitch black. To those knowledgeable about the Frostvale family, it was obvious that he was ready to shapeshift at any instant. Meanwhile, Eldrick had his whole body turned into a silver shin as his skin turned into metal, while Harmonic tapped on his headset-like artifact, its form radiating a blue glow. Each one of their gazes was fixed dangerously on Atticus. But Atticus didn't seem to care about anything, he didn't even turn to look at any one of them. His form abruptly stood up from his seat, startling many of the students as those who hadn't before suddenly drew out their weapons. Atticus suddenly turned, his gaze landing on the wall at the other side of the class, just behind the highest row of chairs. Each of the students in that line of sight immediately jumped out of the way, intending to stay out of his vision. Isabella didn't say a single thing, a small smile on her face. She had an idea of what was going on, and she had no intention of stopping it. Then, everyone watched as Atticus controlled the air to envelop his form, and at a speed every single one of them found hard to catch, his form abruptly disappeared, and at the next instant, the sturdy academy walls that none of them could even dream of cracking were broken through as though they were eggshells. The entirety of the class building trembled with intensity as Atticus's form broke through the walls, reaching outside the building in under a second. Atticus, suspended in the air, suddenly turned his cold gaze towards the second-year building across the expansive garden. And with a huge blast that rocked the space, his form tore through the air, heading directly towards the second-year building, his gaze icy. A red-haired boy was currently seated in front of a classroom filled with students. This classroom was just like the first years, and their hierarchy system was exactly the same, with the Tier 1 seated at the front. The red-haired boy, Dell, was currently seated at the third seat to the left, indicating his rank among the second years. Although an instructor was currently teaching the class, Dell's head was elsewhere. After this attack on him, I should leave a clue directing him towards the Resonera family next, Dell thought with giddy anticipation. Just as he was about to continue the thought, he suddenly noticed the instructor had abruptly stopped speaking, his head having snapped towards his right, his gaze narrowed. Before Dell could even wonder what was going on, the whole building shook violently. In the next instant, it was as though a comet had broken through into their class. A thunderous explosion shattered the tranquility of their classroom, filling the air with a resounding boom as a figure burst through the stout walls with the force of a comet hurtling through the cosmos. With his perception operating at full throttle, Atticus's piercing blue eyes instantly swept through the room, taking in every detail with heightened clarity. There were multiple reactions. To his right was the form of the instructor who clearly knew that Atticus had been coming. To his left were the rest of the second years whose expressions were the personification of shock as each of them was on the verge of standing up, their forms slowly moving. Then, Atticus's gaze landed on the form of a red-haired boy who he had come for, Del Alvarian. Their gazes met, and it was as though everything that was initially slowed down to a crawl, abruptly stopped. It didn't even take a second, Atticus saw it. It had been brief, extremely so. But it could never escape Atticus, the staggering amount of killing intent that passed through Dell's gaze as he saw him. Atticus needed no other reason, this was more than enough. It sounded as though the atmosphere tore, akin to the rapid-fire crackling of a bonfire punctuated by bursts of explosive energy. The air parted with a sharp whoosh as Atticus left behind a trail of sonic booms, his form instantaneously appearing in front of Dell.